It was 37 days ago that we crowned our VCO Esports World Cup champions in 2022, after 3 miraculous days across 3 different platforms. Team Redline affirmed themselves as one of the sim racing elite by conquering all across Assetto Corsa Competizione, rFactor 2, and iRacing. Now, though, we head into the next stage of this VCO vision, an Esports Racing League to build up to the second edition of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup. We'll bring together the best teams from across the globe, across the sim racing platforms. We'll challenge them across the 3 different days in a unique racing format to build the most points to try and qualify their way to an in-person World Cup competition. $50,000 will be in the line across 3 different competitions, all leading to another World Cup with $50,000 more on the line. As always, my name is Arjuna Kenkipati. Delighted to have your company here on VCO Esports, and I'm joined by 2 sim racing experts to walk us through the action over the next couple of hours. Of course, VCO Simi Award winner Lewis McClade joins us, as well as Actual Vision Luke Crane. And let's talk about this ERL. I mean, Luke, you were smitten, not just by Enzo Benito, but by the type of racing that we saw last time. What are you expecting from this, though? There's a lot more on the line when you think about how long we've got to go before 2023 and what's up for grabs. We love a in-person tournament. That's what we're ready to get underway.
Well, I'm looking forward to just, becoming more acquainted to more sim racers, really, starting to get personalities of drivers, driving styles and stuff. But also, I want to know what V-Sports is. That sounds like something I'll be interested in. But yeah, again, an opportunity for these sim racers to earn a bit of a casual living. Like, this is, for me, an opportunity for, if you're doing really, really well, for more people to make this their job, which I think is really, really important in the landscape of sim racing.
We're going to pay out $3,000 over each of these regular days of competitions, and for each of the cups that we've got a Spring Cup that's getting underway today. We'll pay $10,000 for the end of year cup final, the Esports Racing League Masters. Lewis, I mean, we're talking about earning a prize living here, but what we've really got in store as well is some new teams joining us. Of course, Brabham Esports, a brand new team that have been announced just a couple of days ago. We've got teams from across the world joining the party that we had just a month ago.
Yeah, obviously E-Team Brit and such along as this. We get to see how they jump in and gel with this, which, to be perfectly honest, with the Esports Racing World Cup a month or so ago, we were speaking of that as being one of the most competitive racing series that we've ever had in the esports landscape, despite having, each team brings along 5 drivers. And so you're saying that a lot of the teams aren't really going to have a perfect team for each day, and yet somehow one team brought the masterclass for one day, someone else brought the masterclass for the next. In this, we're once again seeing that exact format once again of just the ultra competitive, now across 26 teams for the Esports Racing League. This is going to be absolutely fantastic.
The one good thing is that teams have a bit of a breather in between each of these days. There's not going to be back to back to back like we had last time, so at least they can go and prepare just a little bit more. One thing that hasn't changed is the fact that you are helping us choose where we race. The track vote went up yesterday on the VCO social media. We'll talk more about that coming up. Let's bring you towards our format. For those who are new to this Esports Racing League, for those who missed the Esports Racing World Cup, let's dive right into it. Lewis, we got 3 heats this time instead of 2, but again, it all leads through multiple stages to the one-on-one final.
Yeah, we get 26 teams that we're going to split up across the 3 heats. It'll be 8 teams in the first one, 9 in the second, and 9 in the third. We're looking for the top 4 teams across each of those heats to move on into the quarterfinals. And then we'll go to our second chance race, where all of the teams that didn't qualify, they enter there, and it's just the top teams of them to make it 14 in our quarterfinals. We'll take the top 6 from there, the top 2 from the semi-final, and then it'll be the best of 3, which in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup, in all 3 days, we had to go to 3 races, which was absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to get to that in the end of the evening, but that's a long way ahead. That's a bit of a focus for another time. This is the focus on those heat races, which were frantic, were thrilling, with it being reduced down from the 11 teams that we had across 2 heats, 11 teams apiece. We're dropping it down to 8 teams and 9 teams apiece. Should mean that it's a little bit calmer, but we do know what sim races are like.
One thing that we also know is that with a shorter race, our mental maths is going to be tested even more. The crucial thing is you want to score as low points as you can, which means finishing as high up the running order as possible. And we've got penalty points that are going to play vital as well, Luke. We've got live race control, and in a competition like this where there's so much on the line and drivers are always pushing the limits and then just a little bit more, that's always going to be something that we like to see.
Absolutely. Penalty points played a massive factor in, not only getting through to semi-finals and finals, it's actually had a massive effect of who won finals last time around when it was the World Cup. But also a little subtle change is the first point of a tiebreaker is penalty points this time, opposed to race time. So that is going to make, opposed to positions gained by your team. So yeah, keeping it clean is going to be massively important. But just going on the format there from what Lewis said, you don't want to be in that last chance qualifier race. That is, if it has to come down to that, of course, there is an opportunity there, but you just don't want to be in there. It is an absolute lottery. 14 teams with 2 going through. It is the biggest form of jeopardy we have across the whole day.
Team tie is gone. We're a bit more casual. Luke is, as always, bringing the color. As I mentioned just a little bit ago, it was a track vote where you helped us decide where we're racing today. The choice was between the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya or Misano, and it was slender, the win, but 55% of you guys decided we are going to Italy, we are going to Misano, and that's where, for this first day of action, we will be running through the gambit of sim racing teams and the action that lies ahead. With that said, though, I'm going to step aside and watch along with you. I'll be chatting with you guys in our YouTube and Twitch chat, so let us know who you're cheering for, who you are here to support. But it will be Lewis and Luke to walk you through heat number 1. They're still finishing up quali, so I jumped to the gun there. Full blame on me. Let's quickly then talk about the teams and some of the changes. We mentioned new teams, Corsim Racing, not going to be here for this Esports Racing League. Altus Esports, not going to be racing today. We should see them in the next rounds of this Spring Cup. But Lewis, let's talk about the one team that we think is going to dominate here on Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Well, it should, from our opinion, from our research, our race winners on day 1 of the ERWC was Unicorns of Love. Now, we like ourselves a bit of Leon Otocki, but they have replaced Leon Otocki with their new signing, Tobias Pfeffer, who was driving for Logitech Gialtas Esports there. So between Tobias Gronewold, Michi Tauscher, and Tobias Pfeffer, that is an unbelievable ACC super team. And for me, they've got to be the pick for the day.
What about you, Luke? I mean, we're talking about the strength there, but Team Redline were somewhat consistent here on this first day in Assetto Corsa. They finished 4th in the Esports Racing World Cup and then smashed the field in rFactor and iRacing. Can they spring a surprise here, or are they very much going to be looking for consistency and points on the board today?
Well, you can't really count Team Redline out, can you, ever? It's just, it's a sacrilege if you do that. I think we've got to echo what Lewis just said there. Unicorns of Love were the best on ACC, and they've improved again, so they've not rested on their laurels. They've gone and picked someone up who was probably, well, he was a race winner, right, on ACC with Logitech Gialtas, had no one to back him up, unfortunately, so that is a hell of an acquisition. But I will say that Roman Grosjean, RAG, they really have brought in someone who has some amazing ACC pedigree. Amir Hosseini, very aggressive in his style. So yeah, watch out in your rear view mirrors, that's for sure, if he's behind you. But ultimately, they were one of the better teams across all of our 3 platforms. I know we're just talking about ACC, but in the bigger picture, they've really looked to improve, and they were one of the better teams anyway, right? They were 2nd overall, and for them to go out there and think, you know what, it's still not enough for us. We want to challenge Team Redline. You've got to be looking at them, and maybe they could spring a surprise, because as much as you've mentioned Unicorns of Love, they've brought in, Pfeffer, they are still a very young team. Put them under pressure, and there may be a chance of them breaking. Of course, we didn't see that the first time round, but, RHG with a bit more experience, maybe they can be the aggressors.
Well, now we are ready to go racing. I'll step aside. Let us know who you're cheering for. Let's go to Misano for heat number 1.
Well, what a brilliant racetrack to come to. We'll take a look at the starting grid very, very quickly, because there's a short run down towards turn 1 that they'll be doing in a few moments' time. Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito lock out the front row. They did fantastic, or did Team Redline do fantastic on iRacing in the Esports Racing World Cup. Triton and Rocket right up there. Of course, Triton there with Dominic Blyer and Tushkovic. You've got Luca Burke for Rocket starting from 4th position. You've got Antunes for Arnage competition. Couple of Arnage cars up here, but Luke, at the moment, Redline look in control.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with this being just a one-off event over the course of the next 2 weeks, isn't it? You know, they've had, or they've had plenty of time to just look at this or pinpoint this as their race or their weekend, or their week, should I say. There would have been a lot more preparation from drivers who are maybe not so accomplished with ACC. We're clearly seeing that from Team Redline, who, again, did well on ACC last time round, but weren't quite up there with Unicorns of Love. Maybe a chance today.
Yeah, a couple of slow starters down at the back of the pack, but at the front is going to be Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito leading us down into turn one nice and cleanly here for the first heat in the Esports Racing League. Luca Burke around the outside to go and grab the podium position as there's contact with Apex down at turn one. They have been sent off side by side in the background as Luca Burke dishing it out with Antunes. They've both got past the Triton racing cars. A little bit of contact from Dominic Blyer onto Antunes. They keep going somehow, and look, coming through Jeffrey Riefeld up inside the top five potentially.
Yeah, he's taken full advantage there. He's up to 6th position. But I will say one thing, Mizano, I know it's a very, very short race here, but the track limits here are horrendous. So you get it wrong a few times, you will get that drive-through penalty. We've already seen it here. So Day at the back end, P22, has got a drive-through. It's that quick. You can get 3 warnings in the first lap and you are done for here, although that might be actually for a false start, to be fair. Drive through for a false start as well. It's stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. But yeah, the team that have come out the blocks here absolutely flying are Team Redline, P1, P2 and P6.
Just remember, it is, of course, the top 2 drivers that are scoring here, and the way the points work, as we explained plenty of times for the Esports Racing World Cup, the position that you finish in is the points you score. So you finish first, you score 1 point, second, 2, and it's the lowest accumulative points that you score between your top 2 drivers in the race, and then the lowest points goes through. We're looking for the top 4 teams here, which Redline are well in control of. I'm not necessarily sure as to where Luca Burke's closest teammate is a bit further down the order. I think it might well be Ferris Stanley in 16th spot. So as much as Luca Burke's doing a fantastic work for Rocket Sim Sport, the rest of the squad not so much, just about keeping up with the rear end of Enzo Benito. And Team Redline looking really strong here on ACC. There is Ferris Stanley down the order. It was actually Adam Pinsesh, by the way, who moved up into 6th position for our Nage competition as his teammate David Tops gets absolutely dived down the inside in the background.
Oh, big jump over the curb there from Adam Pinches. More accustomed actually to race room, but one of those drivers that just turns his hand at everything, and he's good. Yes, he's one of those drivers that make me absolutely sick to my core because he's so good at everything. As we see a potential battle here for, what is this, 5th position, as Brabham make the move up the inside there. And, well, is it going to be done? I think it pretty much... Oh, no, it's a little bit further back, actually. Might be a little bit further back. Yeah, this is P18, so that's Reagan Mitchell at the number 969. A lovely move there. Again, Mizano is one of those circuits where it really is. You can take advantage of people, making mistakes or leaving the door open up the inside, because the choke points here are not as brutal on the exit of corners. But again, very nice move there. Good to see that name in the ERL Championship here in our Spring Cup.
We do love seeing brand new names, and yet Brabham will be keeping our eye close on them across the evening. A fantastic new addition to the VCO Esports Racing League. By the way, poor start, did not catch us to the real drama that happened to Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, who's down in 21st position, was well inside the top 10 on his start for Triton, but dropped right the way down the order. So not necessarily sure as to what's happened as we focus on Bonacorsi. But Ballas tapped right out of the way from Cameron Bridport down the inside of the second corner. I'm not sure that move would stick and might well be a penalty to the Brabham team, but it drops him behind potentially Jensen, who's got past Cameron Bridport, and look who's coming through as well. It's the Triton car.
Tell you what, you don't very often see that at the top level of sim racing there. Bridport made a mistake, absolutely, but he looks like he's held his hands up there and actually just given back the position. He's lost a couple as someone has just spun off in the background. Was that Bridport himself? Yeah, it was. Bridport's just absolutely lost everything here. Or no, he's a couple of cars back, actually. It wasn't him. We'd have to see a replay of what just happened there, but one car just shot off. Oh, there we go. So it's Manos Gerardis then, who's probably overall the fastest driver for Brabham. This is not a good start for that team.
No, Cameron Bridport, obviously a fantastic driver. Anyone who's seen him racing plenty of times, I've got to bring it up, but he normally races with just this ultra horrific, but I still kind of love it, livery that says graphic design is my passion and Comic Sans all over the side of it. A little bit better looking car in the form of the Brabham as we focus on Dominic Blyer, just getting up into 4th position, but no real assistance up here in the Triton team, of course, with Tushkovic dropping down the order to that 19th spot. His closest teammate, I believe, might be Charcot, although I continue to mess up which team all of that lot are in. Our Nage competition, though, looking fantastic, and more issues for the Apex Racing team. They had more drama at turn 1, and it seems to not be over with. They were obviously very good in the Esports Racing World Cup finale, the day 3 on iRacing. They did struggle on the other simulators, though.
Yeah, they did, but that's, again, a bit of a learning curve. I feel like that's what we're going to see from the teams like RAG. They've managed to pull in some big name for ACC where they probably weren't at their strongest, and we're going to see that from teams like Arnage as well as this moves on. Every single time a big name team like this doesn't perform well enough, they have the resources, they have the ability to pull in a driver from somewhere else. We've already seen a massive move, haven't we, with Pfeffer moving from Logitech G Altus, and he's gone to Unicorns of Love, which is, again, just makes them so strong on this specific title. Be interesting to see whether they've managed to pull anyone in for the other titles as well, moving through this Spring Cup. But yeah, we'll talk about Arnage. They're now currently, what, P4, P6? And it looked like Pinchess was still really pushing, and he doesn't. Well, actually, yeah, you can see that they're both pretty close there. It looks like we might have actually seen Blaža make a move through there, or is it Antunes? Antunes has made a move, right? But they were still pushing really, really hard. We see them riding over the curbs, and that's got to be a learning curve for these drivers as well. Like, once you get into a decent position, it's such a short format here, right? It's 10 minutes or 15 minutes, depending on which part of the race you're in. Sometimes you've got to take your foot off the gas and just go, do you know what? I'm comfortable in myself defending this position. It's tough to overtake on this game. Maybe if you do lose 1 or 2 positions, you're still comfortable in going through, but don't put yourself in a position where you can end up in a barrier and completely lose it for your team.
Yeah, for our Nage competition, to be honest, they just need to sit there. They're scoring very, very good points, as well as Team Redline. Let's try and work out who is in our top 4 teams at the moment. We've got Team Redline, of course, 1 and 2. They are well in position. Then our Nage competition, I'm pretty sure Triton is actually in a very good spot with Dominic Blyer, and it is Charcot down there, 4th and 12th, total of 16 points, fairly tight. And the other one might be Rocket as well, with Luca Burke in 3rd spot and Ferris Stanley in 14th. They might well be good enough to become our top 4 in this race. Not necessarily sure those are the points that are going to be run behind the scenes, of course, between the races to work out who's going through to the final and who's going into that second chance race, which you said it, you put it perfectly earlier on. That is a race I do not want to be in.
No, absolutely not. But we're going to have that throughout the whole field, right? As much as we're going to see a couple of teams that may be off the pace at the start of today, there will still be 15 odd teams that are going to be battling for every single position, every single race. This is what this championship brings for us. It brings us the fight every single inch of every single lap. It's as simple as that. From start to finish, there's just no time to breathe effectively, and sometimes some of the top sim races will sink and some of them will swim. This is a very uncomfortable position to be in, because there's, especially the older drivers, I say the older drivers that are around about 25, sort of maybe 30, they have been preparing for 10, 15 years for longer format races, and all of a sudden they're thrown this format where it's worth money, so it's a big serious deal. And yeah, you've got loads of young guns that this is all new to, and they're like, oh, I love this. This is a great opportunity. So I think we're seeing a nice blend of the youth and experience all mixing together.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is a format that does tend to lead itself to the younger, the harder charger, those that go aggressive. But to be honest, experience is worth its weight in gold, and in this kind of competition, if you're going to be experienced, it does help. For David Toth, for example, right now needs to use some of his experience with racing not to get a penalty, because remember, if he does get a penalty in his battling, which in this race could be quite harsh, up to 4 or 5 points, maybe even more so than that, depending on how harsh the penalty is, it will cost the team points. That's the critical thing, is that his points, regardless of whether he's the one scoring for the team, his penalty points still add up. We are heading on to the final lap, as it's Adam Pinto getting down his inside of his teammate, Jimmy Antunes. They're going side by side to a couple of corners, and we can see on board there with Adam. Like you say, he's typically more used to racing on Race Room, but does have plenty of experience on rFactor 2 as well. It's where I first started racing with him.
Yeah, well, you know, but I don't think many people can. Again, he's one of those drivers out there just has the most unbelievable talent where he can transfer it to multiple different titles. I was speaking about this during the World Cup we had, where, you know, maybe 10 years ago, it was the same sort of 20 drivers you'd see at every single competition. It just isn't like that now. If you can transfer it across multiple titles, this kind of competition is absolutely perfect for you. And also, you're going to be picked up by a big team if you can do that as well, because obviously you have to have 5 drivers across 3 titles here, as we see a potential move then down towards turn number 1. And I tell you what, Reagan Mitchell is up to I think 17 or P18 as a badass esports driver, is looking to take advantage here as well. Number 38 just closed the door as soon as that opened there, but great driving there from the Brabham driver, the 969, and very opportunistic move there. Is it going to be enough to qualify through automatically? I'm not sure it is. But getting a bit of confidence going into that last chance qualifier can never do any harm.
Yeah, hopefully these two will keep themselves well on track. Enzo Benito, who had so many podiums over the entire course of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup, will surely just sit behind his teammate. They did struggle on ACC as we are on the final lap, coming into the final few corners. Rocket Simsport looking very good in the background, but Luca Burke never really had the pace to challenge these top 2. And Kevin Siggy, who took 2 victories in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup, those both being on rFactor 2 in the Formula Pro car, which we'll see in a few weeks' time, as he'll depart the final corner and take the first win of the VCO Esports Racing League. Win number 1 for Kevin Siggy in the championship. Enzo Benito straight up behind, and let's be honest, that is as perfect as it gets for Team Redline as they lock their way in to the quarter-finals. Absolutely fantastic. It's just about who will join them. My mind at the moment would be towards the likes of Triton, Rocket and Arnage competition as the rest of the finishers come across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think this is the difference between being a good sim racing team and being an absolute elite sim racing team. I can assure you right now, Team Redline, as much as they won the World Cup, they would have pinpointed ACC as their weakness, and they would look to have improved on that. That has absolutely been the case here. I think you're right with all of your predictions there of who's going to go through. Normally, it's not as easily to figure it out, but it was kind of simple in that instance there. But Team Redline, once again, they are flying the flag for the ERL in our first race, but fair play to them.
Picking up where they left off. One thing, as we get set for heat number 2, we'll just talk about the first 10 minutes that we saw there. Lewis, not as much passing as maybe we all predicted.
No, I mean, we know that this racetrack doesn't necessarily offer the most amount of overtaking opportunities. You've got the one on the end of the backstretch into T8. You've got coming around the quadruple right-hander, particularly into that final bit. We'll see a few dives into there. But the thing was, I think the major factor was a lot of the teams, they were in fairly comfortable spots. Luca Burke never really going to properly go for it for the race. I mean, maybe he would have potentially guaranteed a spot.
I think he had the race pace, Lewis, to be honest. I think after lap 2, I think he probably, if this was the final, I think he would have been able to pressure them big time, but he didn't need to.
That's the thing, is that he just doesn't need to force the issue there. Certainly not this early day, because if you force the issue there, you make the move down the inside, you get yourself a penalty point. Well, you're going. If you get penalties in this kind of race, you're going to the second chance race, whether you like it or not. And like we've said before, time and time again, you don't want to be in that race. It'll be about 42 cars in that, which is a solid no thank you from me.
Lewis wants to stay well clear of that one, that's for sure. So heat 1, Redline on top. Arnage, maybe a bit of a surprise there, Luke, given how they fared in the Esports Racing World Cup here in Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Well, you know, you can't argue with their form from this race today. I think they've done really well. I think there's still a lot to learn. There was chances still being taken when you're P5 and P6. I'm sure we saw Pinches running over the curbs where he just overextended on the exit of the final corner and nearly ended up like a surfboard stuck in the sand. And then we saw them running side by side down into the triple right-hander. Like, guys, you've got to learn here. You're in a great position. Just get through to the next stage. You don't get any points right now. You're not going for the most valuable driver because they were too far behind. It's a 10-minute race. This game isn't built for overtaking as well. So if you lose 5-6 positions by just doing something silly, ultimately you're putting a lot more pressure on the other drivers in your team. But yeah, it was still impressive. They managed to get the job done, but it's such a new format, right? We're learning as commentators. The drivers here are like, what do we do? Do we need to push? Do we need to not push? And again, I don't think we're going to see until maybe like the World Cup, second iteration of the World Cup, really the strategy being perfected per se. But yeah, great performance so far.
We got a Spring Cup, a Summer Cup, and a Fall Cup for these teams to all figure this out. But going to that point, Lewis, I mean, the reality is a lot of these teams are not just the drivers, but big organizations behind the scenes, team managers, strategists, engineers, and that's where the bigger the team, the more resources you have to work out what you need to do, not just before the race, but during the race as well.
Well, why do you think Redline were so strong in the Esports Racing World Cup? It's because they are one of the largest organisations, not just the best, but one of the largest. They've got drivers that suit every platform that you go racing in, maybe with the exception of ACC, which they seem to have tuned it. They've not signed any drivers, they've just got better at it, which that is such a Redline thing.
Yeah, we don't have official heat results just yet, but the understanding is Team Redline and Arnage competition definitely through. Triton likely through with Rocket as well, so 4 teams, of course, advanced, the rest of them heading to that second chance race. We're ready, though, for heat number 2. I'll step aside as well. This is the one that a lot of our people in chat have been waiting for. Unicorns of Love will be racing, as will RAG, and the man they've all come to see, Omer Hassani. Lewis and Luke will take you through it again. Let's go back to Mizano.
Well, is this the super heat? Heat number 2. And look at that. 1, 2, and 3 from Unicorns of Love. That shows how strong they are going to be. I mean, let's be honest, when it comes to 2 big heavyweight teams, you've got Team Redline, you've got Unicorns of Love. Your pick's right up there as well. RAG, Nick Hoban starts from 4th position, but you've got Yegor Ognikov directly behind in that 5th position. Fordzilla looking fantastic. On Mercedes, I always bring that up, it's just been a bit weird. Starts from 6th position, and Baikov just behind as well. Yegor Ognikov's teammate, another RAG car right up there inside the top 10 with Hosseini. Who's your pick from this, with the exception of Unicorns of Love, who are starting 1st, 2nd, and 3rd? That just looks ridiculous.
You can't do that to me. That's just not fair.
Yeah, I've got to. It is. No, it's not fair at all. I want you to give me all 4 teams that are going through here, mate. It's
so wide open, isn't it? I don't know. I think maybe we're looking at Veloce here with Eamon Murphy, Pajic, and Gillison all being in the top 17. I know that sounds crazy. Top 17, that's a huge number. But that is decent, right? We're looking at what, 21, 22 points last time round. Might be a little bit less this time round. RAG for me are the team that are going to have to show something here. But Unicorns of Love, fair enough. You know, what can you say? Brilliant stuff from them.
Well, they are underway indeed, and the run down to turn 1 shouldn't be too dramatic between the Unicorns of Love, but that battle for 3rd position might well see Nick Hoban stealing a position off of the Unicorns of Love driver as they're side by side all the way down the field. There is contact in the background. Carbon Simsport well involved, I think, with one of the Veloce cars, as well as Team Fordzilla of Piffet runs way right through the 3rd and 4th corner as they're all trying to slow down. Hoban receiving a little bit of a whack on the rear end from Yegor Ognikov. Piffet down the inside of Ognikov, not able to make that one up, and here comes Amir Hosseini.
Yeah, there we go, looking for a potential move here. We've got the Fordzilla driver as well coming through. That's Verducci as well as they come through side by side. The RAG cars again looking pretty good as the best of the rest, if you like. The Unicorns of Love are in a very good spot here indeed, and I'm very impressed with Tauscher there because he did just show driving well beyond his years. Did not panic. He was in a position where he could lose that top 3, but ultimately I think he turned it into a positive where he was just a bit more methodical with his approach there. Let's just make sure we slow this driver down, but also maintain P3, just so that the front 2 drivers in my team can guarantee themselves P1 and P2. So I think Michi Tauscher needs a lot of credit there. Talking about RAG look really good right now. Looking at Veloce. Oh, big spin there for Team Brit. Oh, that is not ideal. The 666 comes back on circuit, and well, only really going to affect their own teammates here, as another RAG car is going to come through. I think that might be Yovsky, right? A lot further down the order here. But yeah, we're looking at the teams that have made the most progress here. Murphy, P9, Gillison and Pajic are in 14th and 15th. They've all gained positions here for Veloce, so they're looking really good.
Well, it looks like we are heading our way towards a 1, 2 and 3, and the only driver that can really deny is Nick Hoban, and might well feel he might need to do so just to secure the team some more points. A little bit tight, obviously, with how it is in the early stages. You've just got to get as many points in the race as possible. It sounds really stupid and obvious, but it is the case. Focus on your own race, don't focus on where your team are. Here is one team that did fantastically on ACC in the Esports Racing World Cup. Of course, Veloce missing their main man, their main target across the running of the Esports Racing World Cup. They had James Baldwin that dragged them into the finale of that day, where they went toe-to-toe with Unicorns of Love, seeming a fair way off today. Oh, is that so? I think that's one of the Simpsons off, which really confused me because that doesn't look like a Simpson, I'm going to be honest already.
Yeah, lots of carnage around sort of the top 20 positions, right? That sort of 20 position bubble, as we see another spin there in the background, and just people tripping over each other effectively here, which is actually giving, I think, Apex the opportunity to drive away here. Or is that Butler Powell? Might be Butler Powell, actually. They look very similar liveries from a distance. So yeah, this is, again, it's one of those heats where there are a lot of teams that are very close to each other at the top end. So it's kind of an obvious 3 or 4 that are going to qualify here. And then you see, like, you know, Team E Brit here at the back of the order. It looks like Butler Powell near the back of the order here as well. So it's kind of obvious as to who's going to qualify. But right now, if you're, you know, Veloce, if you're, you know, R8G, especially for Unicorns of Love, you've done the hard work in the first 4 minutes here. Don't make any mistakes. Don't try and push too hard, and just bring it home.
Yeah, we're catching up with the team manager from E-Team Brit a little bit later on in the broadcast to see what's been happening behind the scenes with some of the changes that's been going on. Right now, it does seem, obviously, now this is going to be the obvious one, Unicorns of Love in great position, of course they are. But then the other ones that are looking good, Fordzilla, Veloce, R8G, all looking quite strong. But yeah, like you say, Carbon's up there with 11th and 13th.
Yeah, 24 points. So again, what do we have? We had 12 teams, right, in each heat last time round. Was it 13 teams?
11 teams.
Was 11 teams, okay. So, and it was around about 21, 22 points, which was sort of the bubble. With 9 and 8, respectively, today, it's going to be, you're going to need a little bit less points, I would say, to go through. So I reckon you're going to be looking at around about 18 points to be the margin here for today. So yeah, Carbon are going to be a little bit out of it, but again, if you can gain a bit of confidence here, if you don't quite make it through here, you don't want to get to the lottery, right, of the last chance qualifier. But if you can gain a little bit of confidence in this setting, and, you know, be the best of the rest, and then go into that last chance qualifier, qualify really, really well, and put yourself in a good position, again, you can just, I don't know, set a statement towards the rest of the teams going, look, we're going to be in the same race in a minute together, but we've already beat you once. So it's not all lost. If you're outside of those qualifying positions right now, the day isn't over. Again, you don't really want to be in that race, but you can really put some pressure on everybody else around you if you already beat them.
Well, these guys are having a bit of a boring run out there, just running around 1, 2 and 3. This will not be as easy when it comes to the latter portions of this event. So do not worry. The heats for this group, this is kind of the expected outcome. These 3 are all race winners in the Esports Racing World Cup in the ACC day 1 that we had. They all won. In that, there was a bit of a wide run going through T4, 5, that kind of section from Mitchie Tauscher, obviously losing a fair amount of time. Should we bring it up that he dropped out of the final corner? Yeah, I did. That's fine.
Well, we named a whole mistake after him, the Tauscher. Like, I guess it's something that's going to be there forever. It's you know, when you're if he was a mediocre driver that was normally finishing around P20, P21, probably wouldn't have stuck. You know, that the Tauscher. But the fact that he is that good and he's right up the sharp end, those sort of nicknames are going to stick. We're always going to remember it because, you know, he is right up there and in amongst it, and we know that he's capable of making those mistakes. But he is a driver that atoned for it instantly, isn't he? So it's a case of he's someone who can get rid of a mistake, no problem whatsoever. Right now, he could drop it and go to the moon, and he's got 2 teammates in P1 and P2, so he's golden here. No pressure. He's like literally the driver in this whole grid that has no pressure on him whatsoever right now. Just get P3. You don't even need to get P3. You can probably just put it in the pits now, have a rest, go get a beer, because Unicorns of Love look absolutely imperious. Looks like they're not going to be beaten here today. And you say that it's not going to be that easy for the rest of the day. On this form here, as much as we want to make it exciting and we want to kind of build up this narrative that anybody can win, Unicorns of Love genuinely look unbelievable already.
They are the super team, but I will remind everyone of what happened on the iRacing day when Redline were doing the exact same thing. They were absolutely obliterating it through the day. But did they have an easy run in the final? Absolutely not. Apex gave them a proper run for their money. It was not an easy time of it. And you know, it went to 3 races. So regardless of how strong you are, I mean, to be fair, Unicorns of Love could have won it in 2 races until the final corner back in the first day of the Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, true that. Again, it's pressure, isn't it? And it's such a different environment because when it gets to the final, it is 1v1. It's team versus team. So slipstreaming, of course, is a massive factor, which can get rid of, you know, those couple of tenths that maybe you are slower than the other team. And when you've got no other cars to battle with, you can just stick with that other team, right? And then maybe make an opportunistic move and make an overtake. We've also seen teammates trip over each other as well, right? They get a little bit too close by trying to make something work in terms of becoming a roadblock for everybody else. And it just doesn't work out. So there are loads of different factors. You are right. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, Team Redline, they've both come out of the blocks absolutely flying here. And, you know, it's, as we see, a potential move being made here by Piffet. He's going to have to go all the way around the outside here. Not sure that's going to work out too well, as it will close up around the exit. But he does have the inside line through turn number 2. And I tell you what, is he fully clear there? He's not. There's a little bit of an overlap there on the inside. The 4-1-1 is going to potentially hold on to that position there. And I'm just going to call him Igor. I know you're good at his name, but I'm not going to say it. And he does. Igor does hold on to that position. And actually, it's going to open up the door here for Amir Hosseini, who is ever the opportunist. He's like Edge in the WWE. He will try and take that position. I'll tell you what, he has ended up like a surfboard there in the sand. And if he's managed to hold on to that, fair play to him. And at this point, you're racing for RHG. You're the new boy, effectively. You are the specialist for this game, for this team, but you're the new boy. Do not take any chances and do not become a meme within your team straight away.
Yeah, no, not especially not when you're in good spot. You know, 4th and 7th. RHG are presently running, so do not need to take any risks. Of course, you've also got to remember, as we focus on Abalad, the Simware.pro car, which is the rebranded top, well, rebranded. Obviously Simware.pro were top racing back in ERWC, sponsors and stuff. They are now back to Simware.pro. For this, running in good spots as well. Yiga Rogonkov and Abalad running in 5th and 9th. To be honest, I think we're looking at a pretty simple run here. Veloce are nowhere near in it, neither is Carbon, because with Unicorns of Love up there, you've got the Simware.pro car, you've got RHG, and you've got Fordzilla, and they're all inside the top 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more there. It's just really now whether the most hated man in esports, Eamon Murphy, can just capitulate everybody in front of him at this point. But that's a bit of a shock, really. I would say that Veloce were kind of maybe in my top 5 for today. If there was, if I was going to mention 5 teams, I'd say also their sort of sister team, Yaz Heat, would be in and amongst that as well. But yeah, I guess they've just missed a trick here more than anything. Eamon being right up there, and well, they're missing James Baldwin, who, you know, pound for pound, is he probably the best driver in the world of sim racing right now? You know, him and maybe Rogers, I guess, are probably, for me, pound for pound are the best 2. Maybe put Yuyovsky in that, or Siggy for their rFactor 2 and iRacing exploits. But when you're missing potentially not only your best driver on your team, but one of the best in the world, puts you, you know, behind straight away psychologically.
Yeah, we will see their sister team Yazhi out in the in Heat 3. That will come up in a few moments' time, along with the likes of Williams Esports, a BS competition, and a proper ACC specialist team as well in the form of Legion of Racers. So we'll keep our eye out for them coming up. But this heat's been a pretty simple one for Tobias Pfeffer, who moved over, was obviously not too long ago part of the GTWR Academy, which then joined with RHG, so was an RHG driver for a bit. Did the VCO Esports Racing World Cup for Logitech Gialtas Esports, taking a win at the Mountain. However, Tobias Pfeffer, welcome to Unicorns of Love, as it is a 1-2-3 again. But this time it's not Redline, it is all about UOL. Pfeffer, Gronewold and Michi Tauscher across the line to secure their pathway through to the quarterfinals. Of course, we've got to think about RHG, we've got to think about Fordzilla, and we've got to think about Simware.pro. For everyone else, well, it looks like you are stamping your pathway to the second chance race, and good luck with that.
Yeah, 100%. What an impressive performance. Unicorns of Love Sim Racing go out and they dominate ACC in our World Cup. They've come here, and not only have they dominated once again, but they've brought another driver in. I think the big worry really is a team like Logitech Gialtas. They've just lost one of their biggest assets in terms of not only on this game, he's amazing on everything he touches, and he's come straight in and he's become the #1 driver within Unicorns of Love, which is ridiculous, especially on ACC. What a performance, and how strong are they?
2 heats, 2 teams dominating. Is it looking like a Unicorns of Love red line final? I'm not one to predict it, but likely. That's the way I see it. Another race though, Luke, where again, there wasn't much passing up at the front. There was plenty of action further back. Does mean that qualifying is going to be crucial as you get later and later into the day.
I like this, to be honest, because during the World Cup, we didn't have a chance to breathe. So it's been a kind of calm before the storm. We know that this is going to go absolutely crazy, but the further and further we go on, where there's more jeopardy involved, there's no last chance opportunities. So we know it's going to go crazy, and we know people are going to take more chances. This circuit lends it to that as well. But yeah, you can just see that the teams that are qualifying through were at the World Cup. They've been there, they've done it, they've kind of got, a bit of experience with this format. They know how to get the job done. But again, we can't predict who's going to be the top 2 at the end when we haven't seen the 3rd heat yet. And well, in that 3rd heat, there is Yaz Heat, who for me have got an incredible lineup moving into that heat 3. So yeah, I think if there's one team that could split the 2 that we've seen so far, it could be that Yaz Heat.
I think Williams as well, with a couple of new drivers, might be one to watch for. But Lewis, I mean, the starts here are pretty crazy. I mean, Heat 1, we had issues getting into Turn 1. Heat 2 had issues coming through Turn 2. What do you think you need to do to be smart here? Because it's not just about penalty points, of course, but if you find yourself at the back, you're not scoring points for your team. You're not helping the cause.
Well, I mean, there is one really simple way to not get involved in the instant at Turn 2, Turn 1, is to qualify better. And that's the thing, is that around here, that's not me joking. I think very seriously, qualifying is going to be ultra important. Of course, when we get into the second chance race, when we get into the quarterfinals, you are talking about 42 cars in each of those races. That is a big grid, and the concertina effect in that mid pack is going to be massive. Normally, when we've spoken about races, Arjuna, we've spoken about qualifying at the front or starting from the back, because you're not then in the danger zone in the middle. You can't afford to be at the back of this, because you've got to make so much progress in such a short amount of time around a circuit which is quite difficult to pass at. You have to qualify inside the top 10. It's an absolute must.
Well, quick results from Heat 1 will get you confirmation. Team Redline, Arnage Competition, Triton Racing, and Rocket Simsport. Those are the 4 confirmed to go straight through to the quarterfinals. The provisional Heat 2 results, of course, Unicorns of Love standing 1, 2, and 3. They'll advance along potentially with R8G, Simware Pro, and the 4th team there might be trying to do the math. Yeah, Fordzilla. I was just trying to read and sort them numerically in my head. So 4 teams will advance now in heat number 3. One final chance before we head into that mad scramble of that second chance race. Final heat, let's go back to Mizano.
Well, that was all Unicorns of Love. Who is this? Of course, it's got to be Niels Nyox on the front row of the grid, alongside McCormack in that Williams Esports car. Then Legion of Racers, Andika Ramamolana. Keep your eye on this team, an absolute super team as well when it comes to competition here on ACC. You've got Yazzie up there. What I am seeing from this, Virtual Drivers by TX3 on the right-hand side, Jean Lacey Esports, another BS competition. This is looking a lot more open when it comes to where our teams are positioned in this race league.
Yeah, I think we got to mention Philippa Bokida. She actually just won the Logitech McLaren G Challenge for the APAC region on ACC. So a serial winner, knows how to get the job done. But this is a little bit of a step up, considering it's not just region-based, is it? This is world-based now. You've got the best of the very best here. But yeah, Andika Maulana right up there, again, from the Logitech McLaren G Challenge APAC region as well. So they're both up there in the top 3, top 4, shall I say. But Niels Nyox versus Dara McCormack. Oh boy, that is going to be so interesting. Williams versus BS. Oh baby, I am all for this.
Yeah, the old guard versus the young gun as well on the front row. We do speak of Niels Nyox. This is a driver whose age definitely does not slow him down. One of the wisest drivers that we've got on the grid. We are underway for the third heat and the inside run from Nyox. But look at McCormack coming around the outside. Got the inside for the second corner. Oh, that's the Yaz heat being sent straight off at turn one. Absolutely sent out of here and potentially punching a ticket for George Boothby to go to the second chance race. A little bit of contact as well as Andika Ramalana gets down the inside of McCormack and gets up into that second position. A bit more of a chaotic start up a front, courtesy of just not having all of our teams in one position.
I'd love to see how that went down there with that Yaz Heat car. But I will say one thing here. Darren McCormack looked like he had that job done there. You may have heard that very excitable noise from me. That wasn't my partner, ladies and gentlemen. That was actually me that made that high-pitched noise. Yeah, I thought Darren McCormack had the job done there. And Dika Maulana, very cleverly, I think, realising it's not worth battling too hard here. As we've got Bokida here in P4, just sitting behind, don't really want to be doing too much here. P4 is a good position as long as you've got someone behind you backing you up. But do not put any pressure on your teammates who are behind you by dropping positions yourself. You've got that 4 points. You want as minimum points as possible. We saw earlier on from Amir Hosseini making, I think, a silly error through lack of experience at this format here, as we see a move there by Malinowski. Maciej Malinowski then up into a top 5 here. It's a really nice move there on Belotto. But yeah, we saw earlier on that people who may not have been in this format before are just pushing to try and get too many positions. But every single time you push and you drop positions, you put more and more pressure on your teammates who are maybe outside the top 20. They have to then force their way up the field, which you just don't want them to do. So it's really weird here. Obviously, you're racing for yourself, but you've got to be worried about your teammates. So we see a move, I think, Gregor Schill versus Blotto.
Yeah, Gregor Schill trying to make a little bit of progress. I think might have well not got through there. Still 7th position as he's going to come under a pressure from Stefanko, looking to the inside, or defending rather, and look at that from Dylan Tan. Fantastic move, the teammate of Andika Ramalana up inside the top 8 as they're all trying to defend, but it's now Williams directly behind, running inside that top 10. Martin Stefanko might well jump out of the way for his teammate just to switch positions a bit further down the order, but great move there from Dylan Tan. And look at that, a bit of a dive. I think it might be Patil down the inside into the hairpin.
Yeah, it looks like there was an opportunistic move there, more than anything. Didn't quite work out as it stands. We've got some side-by-side action here then through the triple right-hander. This is just such a brilliant place to potentially make a move there. Bianca Lilla is... Oh, is there a car off the circuit there? It's like a green car. Is that TX3? I would imagine they're the only green cars, right? Off the circuit there, which is not ideal, as we see a white car just drive straight off the circuit. And then we see another car rejoining off the circuit here. So nice to see that the ERL is indeed promoting some rallycross during these events now. Nice to see that being introduced today. But as it stands, you're right, at the front end there, Maulana just needs to keep P3, being backed up by Dylan Tan in P8. It's a great performance from that team today as well. Bokida here, just... Again, I think probably has to make a couple of moves here, but there's one driver behind here, and that is Malinowski. If Malinowski gets a sniff of an opportunity, he is absolutely going to try and make that move. And considering where is his nearest teammate, Boothby 19th. So it's kind of a case of he probably has to go out and win this race if they want to go through the easy way, if you like, if there's ever such a thing here. But this heat proving to be, well, very, very much more interesting than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think for Malinowski, I mean, the Yaz Heat, if George Boothby hadn't had that issue down at turn 2, they would be looking to punch their ticket. Felipe Bokida, obviously for Virtual Drivers by TX3, no real teammate that's right up there in assistance. So unfortunately, I'm not necessarily sure of their chances, and failing to find a pass through on Andika Ramalana at present. The top 2 are running away, and for BS competition, things are looking very, very good. Of course, Niels Nyox and Gregor Schill 1st and 7th. McCormack also has teammates within the top 10 in the form of Martin Stefanko and Tigo van der Velde. So plenty of assistance there with inside that top 10. Of course, we spoke of Dylan Tan making up a couple of positions into 8th place. Obviously, very, very close to his teammate Andika Ramalana. And to be fair, Pratima is right on the edge of the top 10 as well. I'm not sure who the fourth team would be right now. Potentially Absolute with Manuel Biancalilla and David Patil running in 12th and 14th. They might potentially be the next team, or Valentin Barriere making up a couple of spots.
Well, no, it's yes. They've got 26. Actually, Yaz Heat are in business here because it's 24 points for them. And well, it's now as we go a little bit further up. Where are we here? Hold on.
16th.
Position are we on here? Oh, okay. Sorry, this is 16th position. So Boothby now up to 17th position. That now puts it to 21 points. They would be the fourth team that go through again. We know that Yaz Heat are probably one of the favourites to go deep into this competition, but they also know how to get the job done. Boothby, at times, over the last couple of years, there's another surfboard appears in the background. We've come to expect mistakes from Boothby, but he flaps and he's not been able to get over it. But the last sort of 6 months, we don't see many mistakes, but when we do, he gets over it very, very quickly, and he is very precise in making up positions. And he suits this format absolutely perfectly, because everyone's going to make 1 or 2 mistakes in a high pressurized environment in a 10-minute race, right? Because you're just basically qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap, but he seems to be able to still get the job done. So I think they are in the best position here to be the fourth team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we know of George Boothby's pace on this platform. Did fantastically in the Esports Racing World Cup. Of course, they were only in it for the heats, and I think they got through into
they only had 2 drivers, remember, as well.
But they only had 2, exactly.
Had COVID, so they were
just the 2 of them.
That's 33% of chances of going through out the window before you've even qualified. So they did exceptionally well to go as deep as they did. So yeah, again, he's just one of those drivers just knows how to get the job done. And right now, I believe him and Malinowski will be in comms with each other. I don't think they need to do anything too much here. Don't try and push too much. If you lose a couple of positions, you now put yourself in a position where you don't go through, and you do then have to go through that lottery of the last chance qualifier. But can you turn a sim racer off? I'm not sure you can. Boothby will absolutely try and make something happen here, but just make sure it's a guarantee.
I think he needs to, because Felipe Paquida, obviously virtual drivers by TX3, just ahead of Malinowski. Valentin Barriere, just ahead of Malinowski, who's virtual drivers by TX3. So I think he does need to make this move. I think this is an absolute requirement for George Boothby over the next couple of laps.
I like he's sporting his wife beater there, vest, which is very impressive. He'll bring out
sim racing sweaty, man.
He does have the best track, apart from Sugo, in the history of motorsport, behind him, Donington Park there. That's pretty impressive.
Sugo's #1, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
I think we had this discussion.
Why are you even asking that question?
I think we had this discussion in the.
It should be in every racing game. It doesn't matter. Like ACC is the SRO championship, which Sugo's not in, but it still should be in the game. Like, that's how important it is to motorsport. And actually, in all fairness, it really is mostly used as a motorbike circuit, but still, it's the best circuit in the world.
It's not Nordschleife, I can tell you that. I know I'm only saying this whilst Arjuna can't actually say anything, because obviously he's not in the commentary booth at the moment. Haha, it's Bathurst. Anyway, our focus obviously on Gregor Schill for BS competition, coming under a bit of pressure from Dylan Tam, but also trying to dish it out to Jean Lacey Eastwood Academy. Where is their next driver? So you've got Bellotto, who's in 6th. You've got Santoro, who's in 13th. So a decent little points haul for the Jean Lacey Esports Academy. That 4th spot is tight. That is really, really tight as to who's going through.
I just want to see Malinowski versus Bokida, and I just want to see Boothby versus Barriere. That is the only real battle that we need to be worried about right now. I think we're good in terms of BS. They're going to be fine. Williams Esports is going to be fine. Maulana's team's going to be fine as well. Forgetting names now. But yeah, it's Malinowski versus Bokida. Malinowski, I think, has to make a move here. And, well, Malinowski's the key here, because even if Boothby manages to get ahead of that Barriere, because of the higher finishing position, Bokida indeed would be fine. But look at this, Malinowski versus Bokida. It's going to be around the outside here. Is there enough room to maneuver? Malinowski will have to go very deep under braking, and actually might be worth braking a little bit earlier and then going up the inside through the next part of the corner. Not quite going to work out. Bokida making that Mercedes AMG as wide as possible, and that is contact between the two. Malinowski definitely having an altercation there with Bokida. That will be penalised, I'm sure of it. That's going to make a huge difference in terms of the points here, actually, and everyone else is checked up around it.
I think this might actually be good for the John Lacey Esports Academy to move their way through with their positioning in all of this, depending on if that is a penalty or not. You could maybe argue connection in there as well. Obviously, the connections from the likes of Philippa Bakida and Andika Ramalana coming from that side of the planet. Bakida is Australian, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken, and Andika Ramalana is Indonesian, if I remember correctly. Like, the connection's probably a large issue, but still, you've got to drive within yourself.
Yeah, well, you can see there's a big red bar next to Bokita there, and Maulana is not the greatest, and Dylan Tan as well. But we are, on the final lap here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this goes down. And you're right, John Lacey Esports now, because of that altercation there. Of course, we're going to have penalties added here. I think the stewards are going to be very busy with how this has gone down. And is it a case that the netcodes provided the issues here, or was Malinowski a little bit too aggressive there? We saw it from one angle. I would say that Malinowski was far too aggressive there, and probably has to realise that that ping bar is going to make a difference. But on the flip side, what is he seeing? We're probably seeing something completely different.
Well, Niels Nyox, with only a couple of corners left to tick off, the driver that absolutely dominated the quarter and semi-finals in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup back in at Bathurst. Obviously jumping straight into this and thinking, yeah, all right, I can continue this. McCormack not too far behind, but it's all about Niels Nyox here for BS Competition as they look to book their place, but in a very, very complex scenario here in Heat 3. Certainly less simple than the pathway for the likes of Redline and Unicorns of Love over the previous two heats. But for BS Competition, with 1st and 7th, of course, these signings for BS Competition in the recent past, taking them from BMW G2 Esports, a great signing from them to take Niels Nyox, to take Gregor Shield, to take Arthur Camera. That is exactly why they've taken those drivers. And we knew that when we did the ERWC. What a lineup.
Yeah, 100%. It just goes to show that teams want to make moves, right? At this stage, no one's happy to rest on their laurels. A top 10 finish or top 5 finish isn't good enough. We've even seen it from the winners of the ACC event at the World Cup. They made changes as well, just to solidify their position at the top. Every single team wants to make a statement in this championship. This championship really matters. There is money on the line. It's as simple as that.
It's not just money, though. It's bragging rights. You are not just the best on one platform, you are the best across of all the platforms. That, though, was the most competitive heat that we've had so far, Luke.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'll tell you one thing, though, bragging rights doesn't pay the bills. So, as much as it is about bragging rights, money is the biggest factor for sure here. And yeah, with the statements the teams have made in terms of the talent, it's good for us, right? Look at us sat here. There's a reason why we talk about this is because we can't race as fast as these people. It's as simple as that. But the fact that more talent's coming in, the field's going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. The talent pool's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's just great news for the competition. It's great news for us. It's great news for people watching at home. Sim racing fans. This is such a new concept in terms of the format we have. It's a much more like a normalized esports. You got we're gonna have brackets and whatnot. People are getting knocked out. It's gonna be 1v1s. It's crazy format. So it's just really good for us as a spectacle.
Lewis, one thing that we haven't discussed just yet is the fact that this is the only sim where we have open setups. There are baseline setups provided to all the teams, but do you think there's an advantage having the ability to tweak stuff? The teams that maybe know a little bit more can adapt just that little bit quicker, and we've seen Unicorns of Love and BS Competition and their ACC specialists really running at the top here.
I mean, 100%. Obviously, when you jump onto rFactor 2, when you jump onto the iRacing 1, you realise, this is the fixed setup. You don't have to sit there thinking, okay, what do I do with tire pressures? What do I do with when you just get in there and you drive it? You just drive it as fast as you can. No worries about anything else. Whereas in this, you need to go out, do a couple laps, as you would do in every other, sim race on the planet, where you go out, figure out the setup, right? It's understeering, it's oversteering here, it's doing that. The tyres are starting to overheat. Right, I've got to be careful with this. I've got to be careful. It's not easy. It really isn't easy. That's why we see potentially some more domination here from Unicorns of Love. But then again, fixed up and stuff wasn't really a problem for Team Redline when it came to iRacing and the ERWC.
That is true. I tell you what, though, let's go down to our broadcast interview waiting room and let's chat with the winner of Heat number 1. Let's talk to Team Redline, and Luke's going to be delighted that we're joined by Enzo Benito, Lewis and Luca standing by.
Yeah, what a fantastic race one it was. Talk to us about it, Enzo.
Hey guys, so 1-2, so far so good. Jeffrey was a little bit behind, but he's not really a specialist of this simulator, so I think he's getting there. You need 3 drivers up there, but I'm sure he will get there. And yeah, first race good, and hopefully the next ones are even better.
Well, first of all, an absolute pleasure to have you on a podium and, well, have you back in here. I get to look at you again. What a time to be alive it is. Obviously, you went out and won the World Cup last time, right? But ACC was probably the weakest, if we can call it a weakness. Did you pinpoint this as something you have to improve on moving forward?
Well, I mean, we last time we did very well, but in ACC we lacked a little bit. So we're trying to improve here, obviously, and the other teams were fantastic for us. Hopefully, the Spring Cup will get in our way again, but with the races and the heats, everything can happen, and all these teams are super quick, and we just try our best.
Do you kind of keep an eye on the other heats? You know, obviously you've got your own stuff to focus on, but are you seeing what's happening with Unicorns of Love with the likes of RHGBS competition and such?
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to have the better advantage over ACC, at least. These 2 teams are the one we are looking out for. But as I said, I mean, it's a championship overall on a different teams. So we want to win at all costs, because last time we felt a little bit like we just missed it out in a P3 and we didn't go to the final. So we are still looking for that to get back at it. But we know, I mean, iRacing and rFactor are our strongest point simulators, and we will just keep doing what we do there, and we try to improve on ACC.
Well, thank you very much, Enzo. Obviously, take this race off, have a little bit of a breather in the second chance race, and we'll catch up to you potentially a little bit later on in the evening.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
Right, well, back to another interview, of course. Tobias Pfeffer jumping in to Unicorns of Love. Probably the best way to start for a team by taking a race victory. Talk us through it. Not that much pressure from behind.
No, I mean, what was good overall the race. We had a lot of practice, so there was no problem behind us. So yeah, our pace was actually perfect. And yeah,
Well,
no, we all did a good job. Let us do our own race. You know, our teammates we're working all good together. So it was a good race.
well, first of all, congratulations. It was very dominant fashion in how you managed to get the job done as a team. But I want to hear some juicy gossip here. How did the conversation go? You were with Logitech G Altus last time out, and now you're with arguably the best team on ACC in our ERL series. What was the conversation like? What made you change teams?
I mean, it was. I was always interested in UL because they are, one of the best teams in ACC, and especially for this championship, they know a lot of the Merc. So I thought, I can go to UL, and we're going there, and there was also no problem with them. So I just went there, and they were very nice to me, and I just joined the team, and was cool.
Do you kind of feel the pressure of jumping into the ERL? You've said before, the Unicorns of Love are definitely one of the favourites for the first day here on ACC. Do you feel that pressure of being some of the favourites, or does it just kind of make you faster?
I feel some of the pressure, of course, because we know that we can win today. We have the pace, but you never know. Somebody crashes you out, or you're doing a mistake, or something like that. So there's a bit of pressure there, but if you go on the grid then and on the track, you just don't think about it. You just do your job, and
Well, cheers, Tobias. We'll again potentially catch up with you a bit later on, knowing how strong the Unicorns of Love are. Best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Bye-bye.
And finally, Niels Nyox joins us in the commentary booth. We've chatted to you a few times as a race winner inside the VCO ERWC, of course, fantastically in the quarters and semis. Have you brought anything new to the day? Because I mean, you're looking even more dominant than before.
No, not really. I think we started the practice yesterday. We were hoping for Barcelona, to be honest, because that's like the base track where we always practice, and I think we're just a little more at home there, and the car is more natural to set up. So here, this really was a challenge for us to get the car in the zone. We still don't feel that comfortable. I think we always believed the others had a bit of an edge, but in the end, yeah, I snitched pole, maybe a bit lucky there. And in the race, I could just about break the draft of Dara, and that was about enough. And I think he just set it for that position as well. Felt like in a couple of corners he might have had something extra, but I think he was happy in P2 where he was.
How important do you feel it is to have a little bit of experience with the format now? We're seeing a lot of teams really pushing when they're quite comfortably going to qualify and making big mistakes. Do you feel like coming from the World Cup initially that you have a bit of an advantage over drivers that may have not been there before?
At least the message in our voice is around keeping it calm, no matter the position you're in, because it's likely you only make it worse if you're too eager. So yeah, if we're not qualifying at the front, then the task is always to just stay alive, not get a drive through within 3 laps or something like that, and just hope for the others to be a bit too aggressive in their attempt to make it forward. So yeah, there could be some advantage coming from the World Cup, but I think it will only take the others like 2 races to adapt.
With more teams here in the Esports Racing League, up to 26 teams, it means that we're going to have a bigger quarter-final as well. 14 teams now looking to aim for the upper echelons of sort of like 40, 42 drivers. Does that kind of make you a little bit more fearful looking towards it, of how big that grid's going to be and how chaotic it can be?
Especially the qualifying, I think, because I mean the lap is like 90 seconds, 42 cars means everybody just has 2 seconds, and I think it didn't quite sink into everyone that they need to leave that space, and if they're 40th in line, that means 80 seconds to the leader, which means they're parking the car the entire lap essentially. So getting a free spot in qualifying, I think, is the main challenge, and then not being distracted by a car close up ahead. Not invalidating the lap, because we're so close to the track limits here all the time. Every single corner you're, I don't know, a couple centimeters before invalidating the lap. So yeah, also keeping calm there while taking some risk. It's a really tricky thing to do with just 3 laps, I think we have roughly in qualifying. So yeah, the big grid doesn't make it easier, to say the least.
Well, cheers once again, Niels. 3rd race victory within the VCO, ERWC and ERL. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you later on.
Hopefully.
Well, we'll head back to Arjuna then. Great to catch up with our drivers after their race victories. And obviously we do get quite a lot of race wins across the day. And it's always interesting to see the different angles they have to take their victories.
Niels looks so relaxed. You wouldn't think that was a driver that's just done 10 minutes of racing, would you? So, 3 heats are done. And again, we are now heading into that second chance race. Let's give you the confirmed drivers going and teams going through to the quarterfinals after that 3rd heat. BS Competition, Legions of Racers, Williams Esports, as well as the Jean Alesi Academy. We'll cycle through them all one by one. This is the look, of course, at heat number 1. Redline, Arnage, Triton, Rocket. We'll go on through the rest of the teams in that heat to the second chance. You'll note as well, because Altus pulled out last minute, only 8 teams in that heat. It was 9 teams in each of the subsequent heats. Unicorns of Love dominating there. It's the lowest points that you can get. R8G as well going through with them. Some big names going into the second chance race. No bigger than potentially the duo of Veloce Esports and Yas Heat, Luke. I mean, we know those teams work together and share around their drivers, but no James Baldwin for Veloce, not really carrying forward the momentum that they had on day 1, the Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, well, Eamon Murphy's got to take some responsibility here, and he has to drag that team. We did, to be honest, like Lewis mentioned earlier, James really did drag them to their performance when it came to the World Cup. Again, I don't want to do a disservice to the rest of the team, but he was just a standout driver. It's as simple as that. And we know that the longer you go through this competition, an individual driver can make a much more difference, especially if you get to the final. But at this stage of the race, you need one driver at least to come and back you up. So that is indeed not really happening as it stands. It's not really got one standout driver as it stands. I will point out there how important it is to just keep yourself clean and not make too many mistakes. John Lacey Esports have been given an absolute gift in getting that top 4. They were nowhere near getting a position until all of that carnage happened in heat number 3. And guess what? Those drivers were racing last time in our World Cup. They know exactly what it takes to qualify through. Just keep it clean. You know something's going to go down in front when people are taking chances. And if you can keep your nose clean and not get involved in that, the chances are you will indeed, on aggregate positions, get yourself through. And they've absolutely done that.
Well, of course, everyone is aware of what's going on right now in Ukraine and the absolute dismay that we have looking at those views from afar. We support the people of Ukraine, and VCO in partnership with the SimGrid and RaceBot TV have a special fundraising campaign going on right now. Esports Races for Ukraine. Head over to fundraiser, that's fundrazr.com/esports races for Ukraine. Help us support those in Ukraine. All the money will go to the United Nations High Commissions for Refugees. And again, we support everyone in that region, and our thoughts are with them. And it's such a tragic time, and there's not much that we can do except donate where you can. So however little, however much you can support, please do help us out there. Well, from rather somber stuff back to the more exciting stuff, I think we're getting ready for this second chance race, Lewis. 42 cars. It's going to be crazy, and I think it's important what Neil's picked up on there, which was qualifying, and how difficult it's going to be trying to find some space there.
Now, this is something that they're going to have to do twice, because, of course, we've got it in the second chance race. The two teams that go through in this, they're going to have to do it again, because we're going to have the same amount of cars out there on the track in the quarterfinals. It is so difficult, but this is why I was saying earlier, is that you can't afford to sort of get a meh qualifying lap. The race isn't that long, no, but we know with this sprint style format, you need to get out there, you need to get aggressive, you need a great qualifying lap, and that is easier said than done around such a tight circuit.
So descriptive. Meh. What a great way to describe a lap. It's a good point, though.
Right.
I mean, yeah, come on. Simi Award winner over there. It's a good point, though, Luke. It's not just the second chance race. It's the quarterfinals as well. And we saw last time in the Esports Racing World Cup that it got increasingly physical as we went through the day.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because at the start, it's just, everyone's just mixed with together. But it is like 9 and then 8 teams, in the qualifiers, but then it just ramps up because you've got so many more teams and it's less positions to go through, especially with the last chance race we're just about to see. And then you head to the quarterfinals, and there's even more. There's not more teams than what we see in the last chance, but there's more teams than what we saw in the qualifiers, but they're all of the higher level, so it makes it even more difficult because they're all a lot closer. And then it starts to sort of, I say peter out, it doesn't peter out at all, that's a completely wrong description of it. It's crazy for watching, but there's a lot less in terms of potential accidents when we get to the semi-finals and when we get to the 1v1, when it's just 2 teams left at the end. So it's just a really interesting format. It's something that, like you said, I've fallen in love with, and I feel like there's a huge future for this in sim racing. If not, this is the future of sim racing in terms of being able to consume the content, because what the human beings are like these days. We don't have an attention span longer than 5 minutes. So yeah, it's all about how you deal with this format, who is going to be able to learn the most each and every race, because like we've been saying, over the course of the next 12 months, when we have more and more races, teams are going to approach this differently, and they're going to find the meta, if you like, in terms of their strategy.
Well, we might have 12 teams already sorted to go through into our quarterfinals. We've still got to find 2 more, and our Junior and Luke are going to take us through our second chance race.
Here we go then, ladies and gentle cars. This is the, as I like to call it, the last chance qualifier. And then there should be music in the background, and then there should be Nico Rosberg with flames everywhere and fireworks, but we haven't got that. But we're at Mazzano. We've got 974 drivers here out on track. Neil's told us how hard it's going to be just to find some space around here. Arjuna, what are you expecting from this qualifying session?
I think right now, you've got to get a banker lap in first. You've got to make sure you're not right at the tail end, and then those final couple of laps, final couple of minutes, you go for it. We know track limits are going to be an issue as well. I think right now you got to play conservative. You can't afford to be at the back and risk not making it through here. Because again, it's not 4 teams go through. It's just 2 teams going on through. And qualifying, we've seen it before, we'll see it again, is going to be vital.
Yeah, it's everything, right? If you don't get a couple of cars in that, at least a top 20, and that's less than 50% of the grid. That's how ridiculous this race will be. You're in trouble straight off the bat. You ideally want just one car to have an incredible qualifying session, put themselves in a great spot, and then just try and work something in terms of your team. So I feel like in this situation, you need to have all of your cars out there on circuit together, and you almost need to sacrifice one car backing everyone else up around, like maybe your fastest driver, just to give them a genuine clear track, because like again Neil said, there's 2 seconds between drivers if everyone is out there on the lap at the same time. So again, I feel like teams, you know, this is not what we have on iRacing where everybody is out, well no, saying that they're out on circuit together, weren't they? There for that as well, but it's a case of you need to utilize your team more than anything here if you want to get the best result.
And you can already see Isaac Gillison just coming across on that traffic. Look at the track map, and there's only one place right now where there are not cars, and that would have been the person that led the train out of pit lane to get underway here. So that gives you the indication of how difficult this is going to be. And you look at those track conditions as well, it's not that warm. It might take a lap or 2 for these tires to get into that right window, so you can't make any mistakes. And I'll go back to it. Banker lap might prove to be vital. The times are coming in, and look at the spread that we're already seeing.
Yeah, you can't take chances here as well. Like, it's a case of, yeah, you want to get a banker time in, but you have to put in your maximum effort in that lap. So it's a banker time, but it's a risky one. As you can see here, look at this. There we go. That's qualifying over there for Statsenko. Sorry, was that Statsenko? Yeah, it is Statsenko. So Statsenko's qualifying effectively over here. He will get up to the line, but he might have damage to the car. And it's the nature of the beast. Someone's trying to get out of the way for you there, but they've just effectively parked it on an apex. And you're in all sorts of trouble. That means everybody else as well has lost time behind. So again, it'd be nice to see who's actually right at the top here in terms of qualifying, just so we can see, you know, what
Murphy
it is. So Eamon Murphy there, I said Veloce needed someone to step up, and he absolutely has. And right now, Valentin Barriere then goes and pokes in a 132.647 for virtual TX3 virtual drivers. We've now got Murphy back up there. So Barriere was momentarily up into first position, but I think then Murphy has retaken it as Malinowski and Boothby. That's huge for Yaz Heat now. 2 drivers in that top 3. Remember, crazily, only 2 teams make it through at this stage.
And how clutch would it be if Veloce and Yassit can scramble their way back into the quarterfinals and lock the rest of the teams out? That would be a remarkable recovery, but it's all going to come down to survival in the race itself. It's going to be, we've seen how these starts go. They're not easy to navigate your way through. It's a heavy braking zone down into turn 1, the right-hander that switches you back immediately to the left before you have a little bit of a short run down into turn number 4. It's that sort of a race where qualifying, you might put yourself in a good position, but even if we've seen the races not be as racy, you look at how much they're pushing in qualifying, they'll be pushing this hard in the race.
Yeah, it's almost like we are memeing Barna here. The poor guy's just dropped 10 positions while you were talking, Arjuna, but again, that's the nature of the beast. If you haven't got a quick time in the first lap, you expect to be dropping like a stone throughout the rest of the session. He's got some clear track to work with here, though, so expecting Barna to be right in and amongst it by the end of this session. But drivers like Gianni, Statsenko, Lukacek, Brockies, those drivers are just not going to be in and amongst the top unless they pull, well, some magic out of the hat. It really is as simple as that. Again, want to be looking at the top end here really to see if anyone's managed to go out there and get pole position, as we've got Sophie Arwen here for E-Team Brit. Again, not quite got a lap time in as of yet, so it's just massive pressure on, as Malinowski then is still in second, Boothby in third. Eamon Murphy then is in first position, and again Aidan Brow then in P26. Let's have a look here. Who is the second driver for Veloce? Gillison, P16 as it's down. No, Pajic. Yeah, Pajic is P9 here. So Veloce and Yaz Heat. And I want to throw something at you here, Arjuna. They are effectively brother and sister teams, right? So they've effectively got 4 drivers here that can work together and guarantee passage through. it's not going to be frowned upon, is it? You know, you've just got to do what you've got to do to get through.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be important, is that teamwork between the two outfits and making sure they're in the right positions, even if maybe one has to drop a position because Payich is down there. Maybe you'll see Malinowski give Boothby a spot. I don't know. Excuse me, not Boothby. Boothby and Malinowski, this is why it's so confusing as well, because 6 drivers, 2 teams, but effectively they're one outfit, so it's going to be hard. I also think we have to watch out for the virtual drivers by TX3, guys. They were quick in their heat. They're looking quick in qualifying as well, but that teamwork might just be vital.
They're 4th and 5th as well. So, again, if we're going to look at it from if they finished as they qualify, right now it is going to be Yaz Heat and it is going to be TX3. With Murphy and Payich would be on 11 points, let's say. 5 points for Yaz Heat and it'd be 9 for TX3. So that's kind of the kind of obvious thing there. Things are going to change, that's for sure. Positions are going to change very, very quickly. Shout out to Brabham, though. Mitchell up into P12. That is good to see Brabham Esports. You know, we know it's going to be tough for them. Team Brit as well. First time out for them in this competition. Not only is it the first time out in, you know, competitive racing against these other drivers, it's such a unique format. But to see the level of improvement already from race 1 to race 2 shows that there is a bright future for that team.
And Lewis knows this well, but Brabham have a bit of a good base for their ventures into esports. They're working with the Zansho team to build their program up, and you know, such an experienced outfit which has helped out many, including like of Rocket. I think Brabham is setting themselves up very well for the future, but their first race is also going pretty nicely.
Yeah, obviously Rocket already going through, so for Brabham it's now their time to step it up. We'll be catching up with David Brabham a bit later on as well. It's a very fascinating interview as to how they're progressing in sim racing, what their goals really are. Realistically, from that qualifying session, there is quite a few teams there. Of course, Yaz Heat, Virtual Drivers by TX3 right up there as well, with Valentin Barrier and Philip Bagida. But don't forget about the likes of Absolute Motorsports as well, P6, P7 if I remember correctly from that qualifying. And you've got, of course, Veloce. It's tight to pick 2 teams from all of those. It's going to be fantastic. Who it's going to be, we just don't know. Take it away, lads.
Here we are then, ladies and general cars. It is the last chance qualifier. And 2 teams go through. It's as simple as that. 700 teams enter, 2 teams leave and advance through to our quarter-finals. And here is the grid. Eamon Murphy then on pole position with Malinowski in 2nd, Boothby in 3rd with Bokida in 4th. Boothby and Bokida got into it in race number 1. So yeah, Boothby's not going to be too happy with that happening there. Valentin Barrier then is in 5th position. Bianca Lilla is in 6th position. We've got then Pertile in 7th. Bonacorsi is in 8th position. Day and Payich round out your top 10 here. So what is it? What are we looking at here then? We're looking at Veloce, we're looking at Yaz Heat, we're looking at Absolute Motorsport, and we're looking at TX3 as our 4 favourites going in. But we know, Arjuna, that anything can happen, and invariably it does. Yeah.
I think it's a short run as well to the start-finish line when the green flag drops. Not much time for people to build up any temperature or pressure in the tires. And again, because it's an open setup, maybe people have done some different things to others, and maybe they've focused on a short race like this. Maybe they've cranked those pressures up just a little bit more than normal. Maybe others haven't thought about that and gone a little bit lower. I don't know. There's so much up in the air here, and I think the reality is the top 5 as they roll likely not going to be the top 5 when we're underway.
Ballas Esports are P8 and P9 as well, so if they're in amongst it, expect absolute fireworks to be here. Also on home soil as well, so they'll be wanting to get the job done, that's for sure. But the most hated man in esports, Eamon Murphy, is in the lead here in terms of being at the front for pole position. We're about to go green here at Mazana. It's the last chance qualifier here for the ERL Spring Cup, and as we come down towards turn number 1, it is indeed him and Malinowski as we get a lovely shot here of Helicam. The 2 TX3 drivers, as you can see there, have just taken each other out. Unbelievable scenes here as Bokida then and Valentin Barrier. Oh, it's an absolute cluster here. That is a lot of damage. That is an expensive car park, that's for sure. Lots of AMGs then are not going to be taking part in the rest of this race, and Bokida, and that's just the one thing you don't want to be doing, Arjuna, isn't it? Taking your own teammate out here, and I tell you right now, this is looking absolutely golden for not only Yaz Heat but Veloce as well, because Isaac Gillison got through that with unscathed. He's P5, great start for him.
And Bokida, we mentioned it during his heat, he's not got the best of connections to the race server. That's something that the people in chat have been talking about. It's something the drivers have been talking about as well. So that's not ideal, and maybe it wasn't intentional. Maybe she thought she was leaving enough space, and it wasn't enough. The internet gods did not smile on her, and that was chaos. That was carnage. And what did I say? The top 5? Well, they're not the same heading out of turn number 3.
Yeah, definitely wasn't intentional from Filippo Bacchida taking out your teammate, that's for sure. But yeah, it was just, they were side by side, plenty of room to maneuver there. Ping must have been an issue for sure. They could have just created their own little roadblock there, and actually they would have, by the positions they were in, gone through with Yaz Heat. But unfortunately, that is not the case here. And well, the more experienced teams in terms of getting results in this championship, being Yaz Heat, of course, who've got 3 drivers, which is a massive positive for them this time round, whereas they only had 2 the last time. And indeed, Veloce are in very good positions as it stands. We're on board here with Marcello Bonacorsi here, the Italian, in P11 as it stands, just in behind Umeshima. It looks like got a massive brunt of that action there. The front of that car looks like I've sat on it for a start, which is obviously not ideal and would be very expensive if I sat on it. The suspension would have been severely damaged. Wheels would have popped off left and right, as there's a little bit of a mistake there from Malinovsky. We've already seen a mistake from him today. Whether or not it was to do with Ping earlier on, the mistake he made, or not, remains to be seen. It looks like he ran a little bit too far wide there, and you can't do it around here, Arjuna. We've seen cars facing up the wrong way and noses pointing towards the moon. And when you're in a position here of 2 and 3 of your teammate, you kind of just want to get the job done, really.
Yeah, and one thing to note, it's not just 2 teams that will go on through, but there's points as well, as Simončić really runs himself up close to the back of Biancalilla. Points are going to be scored in this race, even if you don't go through. So setting yourself up nicely for the rest of the races in the Spring Cup vital. Also equally important, because the way that will determine the lineup for the second Esports Racing World Cup is the total points accumulated over the course of these Esports Racing League events. And when you think that maybe there will be some teams that have to maybe miss a couple of events in the future because of their other commitments, that's something you really want to keep your mind on.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if you are 3rd in this race, you are literally the best of the rest. So, you get the more points out of everybody that did not qualify for the quarterfinals. So, yeah, there is still a lot to play for as it stands. Eamon Murphy, Malinovsky still the fastest 2 here. Boothby has just gone and produced the fastest lap of the race. And I'm sure if Malinovsky is put under enough pressure, they'll be in comms. They'll be like, look, I'm a bit quicker here. Just let me go. There's no need for us to be battling here. When it's really strange, isn't it, Arjuna? The time where you're likely to make more mistakes than normal would be where you take your foot off the gas. So if you're behind someone who's your teammate and it doesn't matter, you're not earning points right now, you're just trying to get through to the next stage, you don't really want to be trying to slow down. You just want to tell your teammate, let me just go here, let me just go flat out, and let's just make sure that we get ourselves through.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's why sometimes, when you're in an endurance race, and as Weiss gets all sorts of twisted on the entry down in towards turn 8. In an endurance race, if you're not used to fuel saving, you suddenly get told we need to save X amount of fuel to get to lap X. Well, sometimes you start to make a couple more mistakes, and that's when you understand that the preparation is vital. The top 7 or so are breaking away from the cars behind, and now we look at Kazuki Umeshima quite upright. And Burst Esports, we didn't expect them to be the quickest in ACC, but they're not terribly placed to get some good points on the board here. Simončić up in 7th, Umeshima's down in 10th. Not a bad day for the white and gold.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily, until it gets to the semi-finals and the final, every single one of these drivers has the pedigree to go out and win a race, right? There's a reason why they're here. So you don't need, you can make up positions by people making mistakes, keeping your nose clean, keeping in the slipstream of the car in front of you. They, putting a little bit of pressure on so they run wide, seize your opportunity that way. So you don't necessarily need to be outright the quickest driver out there at this stage of the day. It's when you get to the, only 6 teams left, or the 1v1 in the final, where it really does come down to just you need to be absolutely lightning. So you can take, take opportunities when they do appear. Again, I've got to give a shout out to Brabham here, because right now they've got Mitchell, P8, they've got Britport in P12, and they've got Race in P13 as it stands. I think that's all of them there. Again, there's the curbs in the background, almost sending cars facing to the moon. Sorry, it's Manos Gerardis. It's Weiss who's actually splitting, and Race who's splitting Bridport and Gerardis. A debut, they're doing really, really well. Again, great to see this name within esports now as well, and I'm sure that they're going to improve as they move forward. Boothby, again, he lost the fastest lap, I think, to Malinovsky. Malinowski now is, what, 3/10 behind Eamon Murphy. Boothby just retaken that fastest lap, and I think he may have just taken his foot off the gas, got a little bit of clear air and gone, do you know what, I can now go out there and, you know, put in a really, really quick time. Isaac Gillison doing well for Veloce. They needed one driver to step up. Eamon Murphy has done that, but they needed someone to back him up as well. And Gillison is that driver right now. It's looking really good for Veloce and Yazhi.
Yeah, and one thing just to go back to Brabham is you're going to see them in 3 different liveries over the course of the 3 different sims. Each of their cars will be painted to pay tribute to one of the classic, you know, Brabham race cars. This time it's the BT19, the one that competed in 1966 and 1967, the one that powered Jack Brabham to his 3rd World Championship in 66 as well. There's a bit of an action just behind them as well, heading down into that first turn. I love it. I love the livery. It's simple, but it's classy, and I can't wait to see what else they've got in store for us.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's paying homage to you know, it's like an Easter egg, isn't it? It's something that the fans at home can sort of think about outside of what is actually happening on screen. But in terms of the actual pace of these drivers, it's been really, really good indeed, as D'Amelio is just in behind here and maybe looking for an opportunity if it opens itself up. If Mitchell and Simoncic go at it, not quite close enough to maybe dive one up the inside here, but again, Mitchell has just been getting faster and faster and faster as the day has gone on, and not quite able to, again, find that gap. And actually, he got a little bit too close there and under braking, and now he is under pressure. So D'Amelio, not quite close enough to get on the power early enough on exit, but this is a perfect opportunity to make a move. If you can indeed swipe it up the inside, maybe not quite close enough in the slipstream, as we see a Simza car in the background there trying to make a move, I think, down in maybe what we're looking at 16th and 17th, I think that might have been. Although here is another potential opportunity being made. D'Amelio not quite close enough once again, and now he's under pressure from Umeshima.
Yeah, I think it's more Umeshima that's putting the pressure on him and forcing him to go aggressive, to not get stuck behind as they work their way into the penultimate couple of corners. Here's Gustas Grimbergus, the youngest ever winner of an ACO sanctioned competition, who's not just going to look down the inside, he's going to force, I think that's one of the Butler Powell Motorsports cars, completely out of the way. That's aggressive, but Gustas likes to get his elbows out, and elbows out once more on the run down to turn 1.
That was elbows, that was knees, that was feet, that was everything there. That was awful, if I'm going to be completely honest. The young Lithuanian making a mistake, and ultimately the Butler Powell car is not going to be able to recover from that with only 1 minute 30 seconds to go. And I'm not going to treat the people at home like they're stupid. Sometimes you've got to call a spade a spade. That was not very good indeed.
Yeah, no, I was ranting and raving last weekend about some driving standards and endurance series, and to be completely honest, this is a conversation that we could have in much greater detail, but I think in sim racing we have a much lower bar for our drivers and acceptable moves, no matter how much we want to complain about stuff that happens in the real world. Ultimately, it's not just race control's job to police the standards. Drivers' teams, they've got to take some responsibility on their own shoulders, and ultimately, they're the ones that put on the show for us.
Yeah, I agree. I think teams have to take a lot more responsibilities. We've got a lovely potential battle here as Gerardis, then the Greek driver, gets absolutely chopped off there at the nose. A fair play to him to react to that, because that quite easily could have been a game over situation. And now he's going to send one up the inside. Leaves a perfect amount of room around the outside. It's a brilliant battle here. Weiss then just about holding on to that position. And that was a delicious bit of driving by both of them there. Again, aggressive but fair. We've just seen the good, we've just seen the bad, and now we're seeing the good. I'm sure we're going to see the ugly very, very shortly over this last lap.
30 seconds or so to go. It is looking, though, at the front. Veloce, Yassi running away. Now, it is a good performance for Wojciech Luczak in that Carbon Simsport 297, but he's just really there to make up the numbers. Yassi, Veloce, they're pulling one out of the bag right now. They haven't fought out front, but for the two sister teams to go on through like this, I mean, they didn't want it to be this dramatic, Luke, but ultimately they'll take it as they would. They'll go to the quarterfinals. They've got to do it all over again.
Yeah, well, qualify. Look, you know, if you offered them the chance to do it all over again and have the stress, they would absolutely snap your hand off, right? Doesn't matter how they do it. But they did the job in qualifying. Eamon Murphy went out and got pole. You know, Malinowski and Boothby got P2 and P3. Like, these drivers have got themselves in a position where all, you know, what felt like the last scene of Endgame went down at turn number 1 for everybody else. They were well out, you know, away from it. And then you're looking at Eamon Murphy. He has just got all of his fingers, his toes crossed, thinking, come on, my teammates, please get through that. Please get through that like Lightning McQueen. And he did, Isaac Gillison. So he's backing him up, which is great news for them. But yeah, Lukaszek, a really good performance there in P4. It's just not going to be enough there. I think you've got to look at Bianca Lilla, Simoncic. Those drivers have been here done it. They know how to get results. It is important to be the best of the rest if you like. But as we come across the line here, it is the final lap. And Eamon Murphy, again, the most hated man in esports, but the most loved man at Veloce right now. He does become the James Baldwin of the team. He is dragging the team along, and he's got them through to a quarter-final. He is going to be joined by Isaac Gillison, his teammate in 5th position, and Malinowski and Boothby are in 2nd and 3rd. And pending any investigations, that is going to be the 2 teams that are going to qualify here. And, well, we kind of expected them to be making it a lot easier for themselves in terms of going through with the heats, Arjuna, but they've managed to do it when it comes to the last chance qualifier, and it doesn't really matter how you get to the quarterfinals as long as you get there.
Oh, that's a drag race to the line where Lars Bormaler has just lost out for the orange and white Simsi Esports car. But ultimately, Luke, I think the one thing that really benefited both Yassi and Veloce is the fact that they didn't really have to fight very hard. It's not like they ultimately did much themselves in terms of taking out the competition behind them. They just had the luck of the gods smile down on them.
You got a 10-minute race with 40,000 cars in it, which is what it feels like in qualifying anyway. You know something's going to go down, right? So just keep out of it. Just, you know, there's not... If we ever get a clean race in our last chance qualifier where there's 42 cars, I'll retire. I'm done. Thank you. See you later. I'm off. Like, it's not possible, in my opinion. Keep yourself out of that trouble. The best way of doing it is in qualifying. If you're Isaac Gillison, I don't know how he managed to do it. I think he must have jumped over everything, but he did, and that's how you get your cars through at this stage. It is the lottery race. It's as simple as that.
Lewis, what did you see from your vantage point up there?
I mean, it was difficult at turn one. I mean, obviously, as soon as a couple of cars come together, the likes of the virtual drivers by TX3, once they'd come together behind, it was just everyone trying to get out of the way. And obviously, you try and get out of the way, you turn a bit left, there's a car there, you turn a bit right, there's a car there, or you slam on your brakes, there's a car there as well, and you just don't have any good options. And they tried, but the crash just grows so quickly. And being in Isaac Gillison's point of view, basically driving into it and thinking, right, well, that just happened, and somehow all of the cars just ahead, like the parting of the reds, it's gone just ahead of you, and you can just drive a straight line through it. It doesn't happen often, but when they do, we take those in sim racing. And great qualifying. Shame it was a little bit tight, and a tight affair at the start of the race with who was going to go through. Didn't end up being that tight.
Well, we wave goodbye to 12 teams. We'll get confirmation of that in just a few moments' time. But for now, let's focus on one of the new teams that has joined us for this Esports Racing League. Team Brit is one of the most inspirational stories in all of global motorsports, and they've been venturing deeper and deeper into esports in the last couple of years. Lewis McLeod had the chance to chat with their team manager heading into today's race. Let's learn more about E-Team Brit.
Right, so I am joined by Yvonne Hovelaar from the E-Team Brit as the team manager of the squad. First off, hello and welcome. Now, tell us, what is important to E-Team Brit within the sim racing landscape as well as in the motorsport world?
Hello, thank you for being here. It's important for us to give people with a disability the chance to do sim racing, racing in the motorsports, and there are a lot of options, and we are very happy to help them and to improve.
Now, with the difficulties of disabilities and stuff, and then taking part in some racing series, showing that they can compete at any level within motorsport and, of course, within sim racing, is what's fantastic about sim racing. In the VCO Esports Racing League, what do you feel is possible for the team, for the squads over the course of the season?
Well, I just saw the intro list, and it's going to be a challenge, but I can be very happy if we get in the mid-pack. I think we can be very happy with that, because there are big teams in it, very good drivers. So I don't expect to be at the top, but we will give it all, and we'll see.
Now, having taken over the team fairly recently from a managerial point of view, what are the difficulties with running a project in sim racing terms across multiple platforms, which isn't easy in the best of times, but taking it in a series like this, how difficult is it to get all the drivers up to speed across the board?
Well, the drivers have their own their own game what they are normally playing, and we have a couple of all-round drivers, which is perfect for this because of Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing, and rFactor 2. And we have 2 drivers who are specialized, one in rFactor 2 and one more for iRacing, and so we can combine the team. It was very quickly arranged, to be honest.
Is there a specific day and simulator that you're targeting as a team as one to do well? You know, maybe not to go out there and win and such, but like you say, aim really strongly for that midfield.
Yes, I think if we can get in the midfield, that will be already a very good result. We are just starting. I'm just starting as a manager, and I try to get the best drivers in. And it's a short time, and also a short time to practice for everyone. So yes, I think the midfield will be very good to start with. And of course, if it's getting better, it's great. Don't get me wrong, but it will be a good start.
And finally, if you had to choose a team for victory today, but you couldn't choose E-Team Brit, of course, who would you be looking for after taking a look at that entry list?
I think RAG, Unicorns of Love, are very strong. I know some drivers also from them, and they are very fast. So I'll expect them to go for the prizes. That's
Well,
all.
thank you, Yvonne.
Yeah.
Cheers.
You're welcome.
That is a trial by fire, a week into your job and managing your entry into the VCO Esports Racing League. Let's talk more, not just about how they run their sim operations, but the team operations as well, Luke. I mean, for years, iRacing and all the other platforms have allowed those with disabilities to come and drive with hand controls and some rather ingenious DIY setups. But this is something that E-Team Brit is also looking to evolve and develop the solutions for the real world.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I'm a massive advocate for sim racing in terms of what we can do, any format, right? We can do whatever we want, whenever we want. Because if you go and damage a car, you get a new one. But it's open to everybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you've got a disability. It doesn't matter whether you're 100 years old. It doesn't matter whether you're 10 years old. Anybody can come and have a go at this, and it's being absolutely proven here. But not just as a casual level, but at the very top level. We used to have a guy racing in my community called Nenad Vladislavovich, who only had a little bit of movement in his left hand, and he did braking and accelerating with his mouth. He had a mouthpiece which he just squeezed and let go when he was braking, and it was just incredible to see. And he was changing gear by just like moving his hand left a little bit, and he just had no movement at all. And I've worked very, very closely with Logitech, and they have really stepped it up in terms of accessibility in gaming. So not just talking about sim racing here, we're talking about in gaming in general. So yeah, it's just great to see that everyone talks about, oh, the graphics are amazing, or the new cars in games are amazing, but the accessibility for me is the most important thing when it comes to gaming, and it's just it's in its best position it's ever been in.
Team Brit, of course, campaign GT4 and Aston Martin GT4 car in the real world, but something it's not just exclusive to them, Lewis. I mean, most recently, of course, with Brian Herder Autosport bringing Robert Wickens back to the track in one of their TCR machines. It's something that we take for granted, right? The ability to go out there and do what we want to do. But Robert Wickens is just one of many examples of that perseverance that Team Brit stands for, to fight back from the adversities that you faced and to get back to doing what you love.
Yeah, I mean, even remember, of course, Billy Monger from a few years ago with that horrific crash at Donington Park, and then coming back to race in British Formula 3 and stuff like that. Obviously, the real racing world is a dangerous place regardless, and we all know that. And then if there's any ability for these drivers to still jump back in, whether it's through the use of hand controls or other formats that help them, it's excellent. Obviously in sim racing and stuff, there is a lot lower on the danger side of things, so it's great for these drivers to even try it out in the sim racing world, which we know Robert Wickens certainly did. There is no real barrier in sim racing terms. I mean, I've raced with plenty of drivers with their own disabilities. I remember battling for position with someone called Ben Warren back in when I first started in sim racing, and then someone was like, hey, he races with hand controls, and I was like, He's a lot quicker than me, so fair enough. Cool. Anyone who knows Reese Gardner, Southpaw racer, obviously hasn't really got the use of his right arm, so races just in his left. There's plenty of examples across the sim racing community of those driving with adversity. I think it's just not really known in the commonplace, and that's where something like E-Team Brit is designed to bring that forward and to show actually you can come and race. There's so many examples.
Well, we're going to step aside for a couple of moments here. We are getting ready for the quarterfinals. 26 has become 14. We will whittle it down to the 6 that head into the semi-finals. We'll be right back here on VCO Esports. So quarter-final time is upon us in The first day of the Esports Racing League Spring Cup. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati. Alongside is Luke Crane, Lewis McLeod, with Mike Yao behind the scenes controlling all of the action. It's been exciting already, but we know that it just gets better and better from here. Let's talk you through the teams and let's quickly talk about surprises, shocks, and maybe who we expect to go forward from here. I mean, it was Redline domination, Unicorns of Love domination in those first two heats. Heat 3 a little bit more wide open, and the second chance race saw Veloce and Yas Heat come on through. Luke, any big surprises here?
No. To be completely honest with you, no. Maybe Simware, I guess. No, not really. And again, I said this last time out of the World Cup. Is there any such thing as a surprise people going through? Like, look at the entry list. Everybody's here for a reason, right? You know, it's going to be what 12 or what 14 get through to this stage. It could be any one of the, 2017s or is it 26 or 2017s we've had today. Could go through. So I don't think at this stage there's any such thing as a shock. I think now, I guess the only shock would be is if someone like Redline or R8G or like, Yas Heat and Veloce nearly didn't go through if they didn't qualify, or Unicorns of Love don't have a 1, 2, 3. Like, that would be the shock.
I mean, Lewis, if you are Veloce, for example, who made it to the finals during the World Cup in this Assetto Corsa Competizione platform in this Mercedes AMG GT3, they've got to put their disappointment with the heats to the side and just focus on going from here. Yes, they've got no James Baldwin, but it looks like the drivers are getting into their stride right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. They need to find their top gun. They need to start firing on all cylinders. They need to start working their way back to the front and consistently getting there. Of course, we're going to eliminate over half the grid. We've got 14 teams. We need to find our top 6. This is rough. This is tough stuff. You cannot afford to have poor qualifyings from your drivers. We're not at that point that Luke was speaking about where it comes down to the individual driver. That semi-finals, that's where it, is a bit more individual based to try and work their way through. But right now, you need the team to back you.
Predictions. I'm going to throw us all on the spot here, and I'm going to make Lewis go first because I want to pick on him for saying that the Nordschleife is not the best track in the world.
Redline Unicorns Love, obviously. BS Competition as our race winners. I think Simware.pro are going through. I think Yas Heat are going through, and a bit of bias. I'm throwing Rocket up there as well.
Oh,
Luke, you've had a couple more seconds.
Every team. Well done, Lewis. You got named every team. You kind of hedging your bets there a little bit.
No, those are the 6 that are going through. I'm going for the whole shot here.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yes, no. Well, I won't make you predict a winner because then you'll either put the commentator's curse down or be accused of bias.
Yeah, for sure. At this stage of the competition, it is for the big dogs. They have to get through to the semi-finals. I think the biggest surprise here will be, I don't think one of the big teams, maybe R8G, will get through to the semi-finals. I think we're going to see a big surprise in that way. But I'm now going to take a step back after that bombshell and let everyone hate on me and let you guys take over for the quarterfinals.
Luke Crane ducking the question, sitting on the fence. Which one is it? I liked your confidence there, Lewis. You were straight in. You were pretty confident. Now, though, looking at the qualifying times, you feeling so confident about it?
Well, I would like to say this is the early days in qualifying. Of course, it's such a tight session, and still, plenty of times to come in. Those final ones. The thing is, you could genuinely pick a large number of this grid and be like, yep, those. I think Arnage Competition did really, really well in their heat. They were kind of a bit of a surprise. Jean Lacey Esports Academy, also a bit of a surprise. Who's going to be up there? Just don't really know. I mean, this is the time when Unicorns of Love are really going to show their power. Are they going to clear a decent way ahead of Team Redline right now, running 1 and 2 in the session? Niels Nyux and Dara McCormack, of course, the front row from the 3rd heat, sitting in 3rd and 4th. It's tight out there, of course, but maybe some pretty large gaps.
Again, I think it's all banker lap time now. This is where you push it to the edge. You really risk it when it comes to track limits. Ooh. How close are we going to get? Was that Tico van der Velde who's just gone up to second?
Superb from Williams.
Williams are strong as well. I mentioned them maybe as a team that we should be watching for in their heat, and I slightly chuffed about that because usually I don't predict things that well. Williams is in the mix. Unicorns of Love, well, they're not dominating just yet. Legions of Racers as well. They're a new team to this competition, and I was really impressed by them in their heat, Lewis.
Honestly, particularly between Dylan Tan and Andika Ramanwalana, that is a fantastic team. We were speaking of their strength and definitely looking so. Here is Niels Nyox. Think of it, not too long ago, was sat up there on the second row, now almost under threat of being knocked outside of the top 10, but finishing a lap time with 45 seconds left to go in the session. There is plenty of time to get not only this lap onto the board, but also the next lap, as well as Malinovsky, Ava Murphy, of course, from Yazheat, and Veloce being knocked a little bit down the order. Kevin Siggy was the one that got up onto the front row. Niels Nyox only improves to 8. That's not great.
Siggy into second, Benito into fourth. Here comes Redline trying to assert their dominance in this quarter-final. Yellow flag out somewhere in qualifying. A couple of cars maybe just pulling off and calling it quits for a 7-minute qualifying session. That is extending the track limits and then some by Dylan Tan in that Legions of Racers machine. Back to Mitchie Tauscher after impressing us so much in the Esports Racing World Cup, 24th, and he's about 6/10 off the pace, but we're getting word that he's 6/10 up this time around.
Yeah, of course, did very, very well in the finals last time out in the ERWC. Didn't have a pole position, mind, but did take that very, very last race victory. Could have had the second one in the final just to really tick things off, but this time way down the order, looking to challenge for pole position as he departs the final corner.
Here comes Tauscher to the line. Final time for him, and he goes second, 0.003 of a second, but it is Gronwald and Tauscher, Unicorns of Love, locking out the front row.
But where is Tobias Pfeffer? Only 7th position at the moment, is coming into the final section of the racetrack in 7th place at the moment, about a 10th up. Obviously, it was a 1, 2 and a 3 back in their heat. Whether they'll get a 1, 2, 3 in this super, super competitive quarter-final. Departing the final corner, potentially has lost a little bit of time there over the final sector. See if there is any improvement. Does get up into 4th position just behind Tinko van der Velde. In fact, setting the exact same time as the Williams Esports driver.
You can see 40-odd cars split by just 1 second at a 90-second lap. Those are the margins that we're talking about. And this is on for a cracker of a race. Remember, 6 will advance. The rest go on home. And Luke is not happy that I said he ducked the question, because he is right. He did say, hot take, that R8G will not make it through.
Well, their top qualifier was 14th, I think, maybe 16th. He dropped down, Amir Hosseini, which is, what, 0.3 of a second off pole? It's not a lot, but it's enough. And again, just goes to show exactly how strong the field is here. But how much of a shock would it be to see someone like R8G go out at this stage? But it's the usual teams, Lewis, isn't it? Unicorns of Love really showcasing their skill set. Team Redline once again. I'll be expecting to see anything less, though.
I mean, the 2 teams to go through to the final, surely, yeah, we're looking in that direction, but it's just, this is where the drama could happen. Look for Virtual Drivers by TX3 in the second chance race. They were right up there in position, and it suddenly fell apart at turn 1, and there's no more final chances. This is it. You either go through or you get knocked out. And by the way, I said that we were going to ask a question. Going to fire it out very quickly. Which team and which driver has had a podium on all simulators across the ERWC? Try and figure that one out. And don't answer it now. Answer after the race. No.
Oh, okay.
Boom.
Well, I've got that wrong, and, well, quickly going to duck it out the way again as well. So I'm going to hand it back over to you two for our quarterfinal race.
Well, here we go once more. It's a Unicorns of Love front row lockout. Gronwald and Tauscher with then Williams Esports and Van der Velde breaking up the party of the Unicorns. Tobias Pfeffer up there in 4th. Ogorodnikov will line up inside of the second of the Williams Esports cars with Dane McCormack back in 6th. Then the red line contingent share row 4. Malinovsky and Blyer for Yazheat and Carbon Simsport 9th and 10th positions. Remember, the top 2 of your 3 drivers score points, and that's something that we really do need to keep in mind here, Lewis.
Yeah, and we're only seeing quite a lot of teams, with the exception of the likes of Unicorns of Love, quite a lot of teams only have 2 cars up this end of the grid. Their third car is somewhere in the back. It's critical for that car not to pick up a penalty, because again, of course, the way that this works is the points are basically the position that you're in. You finish first, you score 1 point. Second, you score 2, and it's the addition of the top 2 drivers together and the lowest points that goes through. But if you get any penalty points, and in this, it is very, very harsh indeed, that third driver is playing a critical part in this.
Will Race Control have their say? Will it be decided on track? 15 minutes on the clock. 14 enter, 6 walk through to the semi-finals. What will happen here? Can Unicorns of Love make it a 1-2-3 once more? Gronwald in control here at Misano for the quarterfinals. The Spring Cup in the VCO Esports Racing League. We're underway for 15 minutes. And that Williams car gets a good launch, but might get pinched into the middle by Tobias Fepp, who will try and sweep around the outside, cleanly through, come the top 5 or so. A bit of bumper cars going on, and there is the cork in the bottle. It's going on in the back, it's going on in the front as well. Absolute chaos once more.
Yeah, BS Competition being sent off there as well with the Simware.Pro car. Yiga Ogorognikov, of course, 3 wide running through here. Oh, Arnage Competition's been sent around there. And look at this from Ogorognikov straight down the inside of the Triton car. These lot have been battling time and time again across ACC competition. But I think it might have been drama between the red line car and potentially Yiga Ogorognikov, who we're focused on here. So they might be under investigation here.
Plenty already for Race Control to work their way through. I think Niels Naujoks had a bit of a terrible start there. It was apparently McCormack who's really instigated all of that drama into turn 1, as that's a launch down the inside. Daniel Ricciardo would be proud of that send from Ogorodnikov, who's still battling on the edge of the top 20 as we work our way in towards turn 13. You're on the brakes before you get to that first right-hander and then slowing it down even more. Bit of separation from the top 4 back to Kevin Siggy, but Williams might already be looking at some points. We'll see how things shake out.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot to go through in that first corner. With there being this many cars, a lot of teams will be under their fair share of investigation. One team certainly not so, or at least so it seems, would be Unicorns of Love, running first, second and fourth right now, or first, second and third rather. They've all gone up to 1, 2 and 3 as McCormack's trying to apply pressure to Malinovsky, who's just ran a little bit wide there in the final corner, and we've said time and time again, they can't do that. They cannot afford to get away with running over those anti-cuts.
There's Dominic Blyer in the Triton car. Excuse me, I think I called him a carbon driver before, but they work their way in towards turn 4. You want to set this one up because there's a sharp left at turn 6, which brings you on to the longest straight that you've got here at Misano. He's just a little bit too far behind. Now in front, was there something going on there? As that's Page going very slowly.
Issues further still for Veloce. So for some of our more favourite teams, I mean, between the Veloce and Yaz Heat, I was backing the Yaz Heats more. Niels Naujoks has been knocked down even further, so I think he was one that was in strife at T1, and even more so. Is that BS Competition saying goodbye to the first round of the ERL?
Well, say goodbye at the front, it would appear, to Unicorns of Love, who are 1, 2 and 3 in formation, and already about a second and a half clear of Van der Velde, Tinko Van der Velde in the first of the Williams cars. Kevin Siggy coming under fire from Malinovsky. Plenty of action already, and for Veloce, Eamon Murphy up there in 10th. The question now will be, with Page having issues, where is Isaac Gillison, who's not even inside the top 25?
Yeah, I think this is Veloce basically sorted for the day, our finalists, but we never know. There is 6 teams to go through. My question to you is, we've been speaking of this maybe being Redline versus a Unicorns of Love. We're talking of who's taking on Unicorns of Love here. Could it be Williams with Tinko Van der Velde and of course Dara McCormack in 7th position? Are they starting to look very, very strong? Martin Stefanko a bit further down the order, of course, a couple of issues. Now, yes, there might be a penalty heading their way, but realistically should still be good enough to get their way through, considering the dramas of the other teams. Are they the main team to focus on?
Now, it will all depend on what Race Control thinks about what happened in towards turn number 1. That's the simple reality. If McCormack really was the instigator there, we know that Race Control has said they will likely be the harshest in terms of penalty points added in this race, given what is on the line. So that's something to keep your eyes on. But 6 will go through. Stefanko then has to get the message that even though he's down in 29th and wants to finish further up the field, he can't afford to add to those penalty points. He's got to stay the course and just be patient. Wait till the semi-final to try and get a bit more aggressive.
And we see Martin Stefanko just down the order, like you say, in that danger zone. This is it. A couple of teams tend to have a driver a bit further down the order in this danger zone, and it is critical for them not to get too involved. Do their job, keep it clean, keep their nose in it. Maybe try and make a little bit of progress just in case there's drama a bit further down the order, but realistically speaking, not so much. Nick Hoban and Amir Hosseini, 11th and 12th position for R8G. Not great qualifying, but it's certainly going better in the race.
Survival, the name of the game, it would appear here, and I wouldn't count them out of even working their way forward potentially now, because Enzo Benito seems to be struggling relative to those in front of him. Stefanko's going to launch it down the inside of the Yas Heat machine, has to back out of that one as Yaltayan watches on behind. For those wondering, it's a single make competition to equalize the playing field. We'll head over to rFactor in a couple of weeks' time when we'll be running the Formula Pro. Then after that, the final regular round of this Spring Cup will take us to iRacing with the V8 supercars. We'll be back in Assetto Corsa Competizione and this Mercedes AMG GT3 car for the Masters one-on-one showdown that will conclude the Spring Cup. Looking back up front though, you can see this visual separation, about 1.6 seconds now between Pfeffer and Van der Velde. None of these drivers are going to want to force the issue, because that's the reality. All three of these teams that are mixed up in this order are sitting somewhat comfortable.
Look at that from Malinovsky, racing in VR. I'm sure that's not hot and sway. Thankfully, like sprint racing and stuff, you can afford. We've spoken about this time and time again in endurance racing and such, and how some drivers don't tend to wish to race in VR, courtesy of the weight. In an endurance race, you want to be comfortable, you want to be sat there and cozy, not stretching your neck out all the time. Whereas in sprint racing, go for it.
You say that, but at the top level, at least on iRacing, I can't think of any driver in the eNASCAR World Championship or even the Porsche.
Anyone that races in VR.
Yeah, I don't think that. Now, there are a few in the World of Outlaws, the Dirt Oval, and even the Rallycross World Championship, but it just seems that triple screens or even a 49-inch ultra-wide is the preferred option, at least at that level of competition. So that is interesting. I'd be curious to see how many people in this Esports Racing League are actually in virtual reality. So back at the front, though, here come the Unicorns of Love. They're riding off into the sunset now, 10th by 10th, etching their way clear of the rest of the field. Benito continues to slide somewhat back into the clutches of Eamon Murphy and Hoban and Hosseini. Given how close it was in qualifying, I'm a little surprised that the race pace is a little bit more distinct in the gaps and the deltas.
Well, this comes to the experience. We've said this, it's an open setup here on ACC, and if there's any team that understands not only ACC, but this Merc as well, it is Unicorns of Love. The pole positions and such at the highest levels of competition that they've taken within that car, it beggars belief. They are an absolutely fantastic team. Amir Hosseini under a fair amount of pressure from Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, Gregor Schill and George Boothby, looking to improve points for Yas Heat. Our points coming in, by the way, from Luke Crane, rough points to go at the moment. I'm sure this has changed tenfold by the time I'm reading it out. But Unicorns of Love obviously on 3 points. Williams on 11, Redline on 14. The top three, Yas Heat 21, R8G on 23, and 6th place is absolute madness and completely wide open as Tuszkiewicz tries to hold off.
Well, Tuszkiewicz actually got to hold off here because that Triton Racing Camp with Dominic Blair up in 8th, they're not totally out of the mix as well. They're 21 points tied with Yas Heat, as that's optimistic from Gregor Schill, and very much like what I think we saw in that second chance race. This is that battle, not just battle out on track, Lewis, but the realization that you've got to go aggressive to defend from the guys behind while not trying to punt the person in front.
Yeah, unfortunately though for Gregor Schill, his BS competition's time is coming to a close. Unfortunately so. Of course, they got through into the semi-finals in the ERWC on ACC. And Niels Nyx took victory in that, but unfortunately it wasn't good enough for them to move into the finals just because of how close it was. I mean, we've seen that, of course, Niels Nyx way down the order is moving forwards a little bit, mind, but their teammate Yaltayan is also way down the order, so they're not going to be scoring enough points, unfortunately. It is over, so this is more for pride and also, again, to gain some points in the critical championship.
And that's Gregor Schill, I think, going defensive more from Boothby behind as he got a little bit wide and squirrely on the exit down into turn 14. Look at them abusing the track limits, though. I'm sure the automated race control system is taking a close eye and keeping a close eye on everything that's going on there. The word as well from Luke Crane, who's doing the math for us, because never trust a commentator's math when they're talking, but maybe trust them when they're able to focus a little bit more on the action, is that the top 6 are clear. So it would be, at least for now, Unicorns of Love, Williams, Redline, Yassi, R8G, and Triton that are looking good, but we are still waiting for word to come down about what happened potentially between Ogorodnikov and Dane McCormack on lap 1, and I can tell you, in fact, that is actually no further action. Race control think no penalty points have come down there. Now, there is a penalty that is going to come down for R8G, and that might prove to be vital. Those are 5 penalty points going the way of Erhan Yuyovsky, as that's Dylan Tan around.
Oh, issues for Legion of Racers. That is big, though, for R8G. And I say Erhan Yuyovsky, essentially their third driver, the Macedonian, a bit further down the order in this race, whilst his teammates are right up there. Of course, Yuyovsky's main focus comes, of course, more so towards rFactor 2 and competition over on that end. Obviously did fantastic in Formula Pro, trying to compete towards the front end of that series with a few podiums, and of course a 2-time GT Pro champion in official competition on rFactor 2. ACC, though, a completely different kettle of fish. Does also very well on race room as well. Is a fairly well-rounded driver, but this is about as hard as it's going to get when you're jumping onto to ACC, and unfortunately not really having it, but giving his team a couple of steps backwards. That is not ideal. Less than suboptimal.
Suboptimal. I was waiting for it. Triton Racing have also been mixed up in something. Now that might also be vital. We'll have to wait and see. The equations and the algorithms are going haywire, trying to pick apart everything that is going on right now, but McCormack continues now to apply the pressure. So Williams looking good as well, with Van der Velde and McCormack 4th and 7th in queue. Benito and Siggy for Redline 5th and 9th. They're not going to want to compromise things either. Again, we were talking about maybe there's plenty of opportunities to pass here at Misano, but it seems like setting things up is really, really difficult the longer you go into these races. Now, I say that these races go longer, but 10-15 minutes, you don't have much time to get things done.
No, and for anyone who might be concerned with with how things are going to go in the semi-final, in the actual finals, trust me, this is going to be fine. Gregor Schill, by the way, in 14th position, still obviously trying to hang on. Niels Knight, I was thinking we were actually catching Niels Knight, obviously he was up inside the top 15 and we got up there without me realising, never mind, I'm going to move completely on from that topic and hope I never bring it up again. You know, once we get into those racing where it's basically one-on-one combat in the finals and stuff, trust me, you're going to see some crazy stuff. Like, we are going to be turning this up to 11, and whoever goes up against Unicorns of Love will know how strong they are. I say if Unicorns of Love get through to the final, I'll get ahead of ourselves. Drama could still happen in the semi-final, but desperation will be getting that way. They'll know that they are the target, and so the next time we go to turn 1 in potentially the semi-finals or in the actual finals, people are going to start getting very aggressive. Speaking of which,
well, we said McCormack had no penalty for what happened on lap 1. That is a moment with Malinovsky that might just open the floodgates, not just for the penalties, but for cars to streak on through. The Triton Racing Machine comes through. A couple of cars now fighting behind, as that's Benito having to defend, I think, from Hosseini.
yeah, I mean, Redline not looking strong in this, really. So, I mean, they're looking decent. They're just not looking super strong, not looking like the Redline team we were expecting. We do know that ACC is potentially their weaker simulator, even still, you know, as much as they're trying to figure it out, and they are figuring it out bit by bit, still might be that weak edge within the ERL and ERWC, but they are, again, moving from strength to strength with the drivers they're keeping. We only caught the end of that, so it's very, very hard to pick out what happened between McCormack and Malinovsky, but that can play a large part in it, and that's kind of the stuff that we're expecting as we head on to the final lap of the race.
Mitchie Tauscher is also under investigation for something that happened with Ogorodnikov, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be too big an issue, given how they are running at the front and dominant. Even with a significant penalty, you'd expect them to go through. Benito now loses out one more position as they'll round the final corner for the penultimate time. R8G looking quite good. After a disappointing qualifying performance, Hosseini and Hoban have worked their way forward, and they've got one lap to go here at Misano, looking on board with the Italian Enzo Benito. He's got to just hold his station, and we won't know the final results here, Lewis, in terms of the 6 that will go on through until Race Control has had time to pick apart everything that has happened. I can see the Race Control sheet is abound with activity. Plenty for them to look through.
Yeah, I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. We had 2, by the way, 1-2-3s in the ERWC. They were both on the iRacing day, on the final day of it, and both from Team Redline, of course. Benito Lullam and Patrick Holtzman absolutely dominating that day, but it was just the 2. It looks like we're going to get 2 in this as well, but I don't think we're only going to get 2 based on Unicorns of Love's pace right now, as Mitchie Tauscher looks to take yet another victory for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think that we're likely to see a couple more. Remember as well, we have a most valuable driver competition, just like we did for the World Cup. The driver that gets the most podiums over the course of this Spring Cup will get some additional prize money. In the World Cup, it was tied across 3 different drivers. Will we see that again? We'll have to wait and see, but rounding the final corner, no issues with traction control this time. Mitchie Tauscher leads the 1-2-3 for Unicorns of Love. They're heading through to the semi-finals. Plenty of excitement to keep our eyes on further in the pack. It involves the likes of Williams. We said they get increasingly physical as we work our way through the day. Lewis, just an explanation, just an example of everything there.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is how it is. There's Dylan Tan going way wide, and Tunez with the drive-through penalty is going to be dished out as soon as he crosses the line. Obviously turned to a 30-second time, but it's going to drop him way down the order. I think that's kind of how we were expecting it. It's exactly how it was in ERWC. We moved from the calmness of the heat races. I think that's about the easiest way that we can put it. And then as soon as we got into the quarterfinals, things really started to turn up to 11. In the semi-finals, we're still expecting to see drama despite being down to just 18 drivers. And in the finals, well, I mean, take a look at Silverstone in day 2 of ERWC just to know how crazy things can get.
Yeah, let's talk a little less about what happened on rFactor 2. How about that? From your perspective, Luke, what did you think about that incident down on lap 1, turn 1 that took out some major players?
I'm super surprised that Dara did not get a penalty for that. That looked like a nailed-on one there, as did the other content that he produced during that race as well. My most fun I've had there is just looking at the 2 chats in terms of the streams and watching certain people go, well, this driver's always been dirty, and then other people who are their mates going, that's not the case. Oh, I love a bit of controversy in sim racing. It just, I don't know, gets me all excited. It's great. But I think the biggest thing was it was kind of clean, to be honest, for the most part. And then everyone was like, oh no, it's not an hour-long race. Oh, I've only got 5 minutes left. Oh, we'll so try and make up some moves, and then everything just went crazy, which is the nature of the format. But has it delivered for me in terms of excitement? Absolutely. Did I do maths during that and that were probably completely wrong? Absolutely. Did we all have fun?
I think they were all right.
Yeah, I think you were on point.
I'm really proud of you.
Well, I tell you what, we'll give Race Control some time to dive their way through the smorgasbord of incidents still left on their agenda, and we'll get you the points just as soon as we can. We'll head forward to the semi-finals as soon as we can. We talked to one of the team managers for the new teams that have joined us here for this Esports Racing League, but Lewis caught up with another name, a big name in the world of global motorsports, as Brabham joined the esports rank. He caught up with David Brabham to talk about their next steps in esports.
So first off, I am joined by David Brabham. First off, welcome to this little chat that we're going to have. I want to ask stuff about like the Brabham name, which is one of the most iconic and recognisable names in all of motorsport, and obviously now moving over into the esports world. How do you kind of see that transition going and that name being carried?
Yeah, thanks, Lewis, for having me on the show. Obviously, Brabham has been around for a long time now, 70 plus years. My dad started in 1948 building midgets, went on to become a Formula One world champion and an F1 legend of the sport. Brabham became the biggest racing car manufacturer in the world in the 60s. Formula One team continued through the 70s and 80s. I raced for Brabham just before it closed in 1990. There's been 3 iterations of Brabham drivers as well as the Formula One team, and the the name is, pretty significant in the real world, but of course now we're looking to go into the virtual world. Although for me, and working with race teams and manufacturers in developing cars on the simulator, we were doing that back in sort of 2007, 2000. That project started with the Acura P2 program when I was racing in the Miracle Le Mans series, and you're talking, million plus type simulators in terms of its development and the money that was poured in to keep improving it. And that was a really useful tool to prepare for a race, not just from a driver's point of view, but also from a team point of view, with engineers and making all the necessary changes, or aero parts that maybe come online. We could try them in the simulator before we actually tried it on the track, and that worked really well. So it's not new to me, but in terms of Brabham going into sports, that this is new, so it's quite exciting to see how that transition now moves to the digitals.
Now, we've seen plenty of names, big names, whether it's drivers, whether it's from manufacturers and stuff, taking part in the esports world, within the relative recent past, the last couple of years for the most part. Have you sort of kept your eye on how these teams and names have been sort of integrated into that world, as to how you could bring your name into it?
I have. I wouldn't say I live every day by it, but certainly when I was, let's call it when lockdown happened, I was asked to join an online series, the Legends, where I was racing against Jensen Button and Longo and Dario Franchitti and Darren Turner and all these, director Tony Kanaan. It was a great way of all of us really to get together and have some fun racing, and so that was the first time I really got involved in any sort of esports and things like that. And of course it started to drop a few seeds in the mind about, okay, what is this for us moving forward? Obviously the world started to open up, to go back into what our normal day jobs are, but always this was in the back of the mind. And when the opportunity came up, which it has now, it's great to see that the Brabham name has now got an esports team.
And I don't know if you caught any, probably not so much, obviously knowing how busy you are, but the VCO Esports Racing World Cup that was on back in January was a massive event, fantastic and entertaining, and obviously from our end. Now, we saw quite a few of the teams in that sort of grouping up and working together. What is it how important is it for you to have teamed up with a team like Zancho, like Rocket, to enter a series of this scale?
Yeah, I think, we knew that we had to have the right partners to start this journey. There's a lot for us to learn as well. And, we're working with the guys to, understand what we need to do. We've supplied some great drivers for us to work with, but also to help develop as well. Me being a driver for such a long time, although the techniques might be obviously from a sim to the real world, but mentally it's exactly the same. You're competing, you've got to be the best you can be when you're sitting in that simulator, and there's all the things that I've learned about how you maximize yourself behind the steering wheel. Some of that will be transferred onto our drivers and help to develop them as well.
And I think finally, the one thing we really want to know is, what can we expect from the drivers today? What are the goals?
Look, this is the start of the journey. So this is all about us coming together as a team and learning and just a few rounds to understand, how we can improve and what we do. And, I got everybody together who are part of the team a couple of days ago to talk to them all. Which I was surprised to hear that they've been involved in other teams, but that's never happened before. So I want them to feel like they're part of Brabham and part of what we're doing, and get to know them. And as we go on, we'll continually work with them and see if we can all help to improve the whole team.
Well, thank you, David Brabham. Fantastic interview there.
Nice chat there with David Brabham, experience in all forms of motorsport. Got a bit of time now before we get ready for the semi-finals. Race Control still trying to delve their way through everything that happened there. Lewis, you had a question for us. Let's go and pick this one apart, and our chat can play along as well.
Yeah, we want to know, in the ERWC that obviously was on in January, there was one driver that had a podium across all 3 of the simulators. Now, I don't want us to answer now. I think we'll give it 5 minutes to see if anyone has an answer. What driver was it and what team? Bonus points as well if you can answer the other team that also had a podium on all simulators with different drivers, but still, it's all a bit of fun, isn't it?
So think about that one. Let us know who you think it was. In the meantime, we got an announcement to make. More things coming to VCO Esports, and it's a continuation in 2022 for the VCO Grand Slams. Partnering with Radio Show Limited, Racebot TV will bring you wall-to-wall uninterrupted coverage of 4 special events. It will start on the 9th of April with the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Then in June, we'll head to upstate New York for the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Petit Le Mans, the first week of October, will head us over to Georgia for the 10-hour sprint there. And then to close things off after the first running of this event last year, the 10 hours of Suzuka will return. GT3 cars taking center stage. It's not just that we have Radio Show Limited joining us here at Racebot to walk you through all of the races, but the fact that we have dedicated trophies for every single winner across the year. And that, Luke, is something that's so special. For years, special events have just been about bragging rights, telling your mates that you won an iRacing special event. Now, you've got physical hardware to show for it.
Well, as a multiple-time special event winner, I can tell you exactly how it feels. And no, I'm not telling you what split it was in. It may have been 1 or may have been 21, but it was the split that mattered, is all that matters. Yeah, look, these special events, doesn't matter whether you're an incredible driver or indeed whether you are just an amateur. They are very special to all of us. We prepare for it and we have a load of fun with it. But the fact that there's an extra bit of ante on it for the top splits, for the top teams, is always pretty cool. And I've always liked the whole Grand Slam, you know, with tennis, you know, with darts, snooker. There's always a Grand Slam, like 4 or 5 competitions in golf and whatnot. So why not have it in sim racing as well? And 4 incredible events, especially Watkins Glen. I love that one. That one's just crazy.
I'm disappointed that you didn't make the joke.
I can't make the joke. I'm not.
We're live on air.
We're live on air. One thing to note as well is in 2021, it was redline domination in many of the special events, including Watkins Glen, where they won all 3 of the classes that we had. Of course, we'll say goodbye to GTLM in 2022. Still waiting for those final points to come on through. But Lewis, hopefully you get your schedule totted up so you can actually make the commentary for some of those Grand Slams.
Yeah, that was the Suzuka race where I did mess up just a little bit and had to bail from that. So hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one this time.
A VCO Simi award-winning commentator messing around like that, timekeeping like that. Oh my god, that is.
I basically got fired for a base spot.
So here's the final list.
About it.
Here's the list that make it through to the semi-finals. This is confirmed. The Unicorns of Love go through with Williams Esports Redline, Triton Racing R8G, and Yassi. That means we wave goodbye to Veloce, Team Fordzilla, the Jean Alesi Esports Academy, one of the biggest shocks in BS competition. We say goodbye to them with Simware Pro, Rocket Sim Sport Legions of Racers, and Arnage Competition. 26 has now become 6, and after 15 more minutes of racing, it will be 2, heading through to a one-on-one best-of-3 final, where we're likely to need all 3 of the races to really determine who's on top. And in that final as well, Luke, the first race has qualifying, race 2 is an inverted grid, and if we do need race 3, we qualify once more. That invert is something we'll talk about a lot because we saw how important it was last time out.
Yeah, they use it tactically, right? You know, if you've got yourself a 1, 2, and a 3, only your top 2 positions count. So if you could accidentally make a mistake like Erhan Yuyovsky did for R8G, where he put himself right at the back and then he put himself, 10 seconds behind Enzo Benito, so Enzo couldn't do the whole, I've now slipped up off a banana skin off into the grass here. So it's really tactically used. And again, over the course of the next 12 months, I really feel like across this whole format, teams are going to really find a meta of how to get through, what's the best way of working situations that are maybe not necessarily in your control in a longer format race, but in a shorter one, you can exploit maybe certain things that are within the game. Yeah, it's super exciting. But ultimately, the way Unicorns of Love have been going today, I'm not sure it's going to make too much of a difference. I feel like that they are head and shoulders above everybody. And the most exciting thing for me right now is that they are all so young and so hungry. And of course, we saw how excited Fefa was in his interview earlier on. Hopefully, the rest of them are just as excited getting into the final.
Well, let's quickly talk about Lewis's question that he posed to all of you. Now, I know the answer to one of them, so I'm going to sound big brain and say that Alex Smalley are finished on the podium in each of the platforms in the Esports Racing World Cup. However, I'm not 100% sure which team did that. So, Lewis, can you enlighten us?
I wonder if Luke might know. You were close earlier.
Yeah, you know, of course it was RHG, right?
It was RHG.
Yes,
it was indeed RHG. It wasn't Redline. Everyone seems to think it's Redline, but Redline, this is how much they struggled on ACC. I think this is the main reason of bringing something like this up, is they never had a podium on ACC. They missed out. They were in 4th place twice, but they never had a podium, despite still being one of those favorites, still being one of those teams that we were eyeing up to maybe get through into the final. Of course, they missed out by 1 position. They were 3rd overall of the day. They never got that podium, which I think is very, very interesting.
I think the fact that they were consistent even on their weakest platform shows how strong they are, even if they don't have, even though they don't have specialists necessarily. I mean, the fact that you're adaptable is so important. There was a great article that Overtake put out with Jamie Fluke about the challenges of adapting to each of the different sims and the differences and the challenges that they throw at you, Luke. And that's something that really we don't see in any other platform, any other competition. The fact that you've got to be adaptable, be multi-talented, and ultimately not focus too much on just one sim.
Yeah, it's funny you should bring Jamie Fluke's name up. I was singing his praises during the World Cup. He's one of the older generation. By no means is he an old man, but he's one of the older generation in sim racing. And he was one of the drivers that lent on his experience the most. He was able to transfer it across multiple sims, and he was a shining light for Apex, wasn't he? Especially when it came to rFactor 2 and iRacing. They really were on top of their game, and that is going to be the case. Of course, you know, it's kind of more individual in terms of what games are on for the cups. Ultimately, we are going to be sort of pushing them together as well. But when it comes to the World Cup, when it is like all in one weekend, it's crazy, it's action filled, it's just ridiculous. And this is why I feel like you're going to see teams like Unicorns of Love be so dominant on a week where it is, you know, you've got so much more time to prepare for this event, because you've got nothing for the next 2 weeks after this, you know, in terms of, you know, ACC. You're onto another platform, so they've now got 2 weeks to prepare for something like rFactor 2. I expect a team like Unicorns of Love to actually raise their own bar and become one of the big dogs on the other platforms as well.
Well, I mean, I will say Jamie Fluke does need to get his track maps back in the Apex. I'm just going to say it, in the facility. But we have to move on. It's obviously semi-final time. We're about to decide which two are going to go through into the finals. Arjuna and Luke are going to take you through it.
So 15 more minutes and the track will be the quietest that it's ever been. Just 18 cars on track. You've got no excuse now, Luke, for not finding some clean air here in qualifying.
It's very important. I'll tell you that much. This is where you can kind of get away with one driver being exceptional right now. But you still need a second driver to back you up. It's kind of a double-edged sword here. You know, you can have one driver do really, really well. Another second driver doesn't back you up. You're still in a bit of trouble. But on the flip side, if you get a P1, for instance, it could drag your team through to that 1v1. But it's still only 2 teams that go through, Arjuna.
I know what you mean, but I also think, given the quality that we've seen from these teams, they've got a balanced lineup. I don't think you need just one. You need at least 2. Maybe your third driver can be a little bit off the pace, maybe have some bad luck, maybe even get caught up in an incident. But I think 2 need to be fired at the bullseye. You can miss by a little, but not by much. First lap times in qualifying about to come on through as Stefanko works his way through the final corner with 3.5 odd minutes left in this qualifying session. You're seeing about 92-second lap times at the fastest. Now that's a 1:33.1. Not going to be good enough for pole. Dominic Blyer goes into second. There come the Unicorns of Love, straight to the top of the board. Half a second clear of Stefanko.
Yes, just a sea of pink over the course of Misano. And you're right, there's a lot less to chance in this situation now. With there only being 18 drivers on circuit, there's so much more room to maneuver, so much more room for activities for these drivers. But ultimately, they get more than one strike at a lap time effectively in qualifying. So I'm expecting to see, Team Redline do particularly well here. Of course, Unicorns of Love are going to do well. But like Lewis said earlier on, Unicorns of Love have been dominant here. We've seen this from Team Redline themselves on iRacing, but they get pegged back in the finals. The finals is a whole different type of pressure. But again, it's just 2 teams. And right now, look at RHG. Hosseini and Huben are both in 4th and 5th position. They're looking very, very strong here indeed behind UOL.
We are riding on board with Kevin Siggy, who's in the Redline facility that is underway. We learned more about that during BMW Sim Ignition a couple of weeks ago. They're working to try and build a facility for all of their team members, and it was up and running in time for Rudy Van Buren to, midway through the virtual Le Mans race, to drive up to that facility and complete the rest of his stints from a brand new rig that they also had to adjust for him. That's a bit of an interesting track limits there from the 88 car. Maybe just
that's tactics. That's what I was going to. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but this is something I've been looking for from the teams. I know you were literally about to mention it as well, so I apologise for stealing your thunder here. But for the first time, I think we're seeing people actually get rid of one of their cars, if you like, just going, look, you're not going to have the best qualifying, but we're going to put one of our cars in a much better position here. We're about to see, I think, Hosseini cross the line. Did he improve on his time? Well, no, it's Yuyovsky. So Yuyovsky's gone up to 2nd, and that is how important it is to work as a team. That is exceptional.
Yeah, no, I think that's important as well. I don't know.
So sorry,
mate. No, you're good. You spotted it as well, and I think that's crucial. I think now that you've got that ability with the... Look at that track map. Half the track is completely empty. You have to use the 3 cars in a strategic way to work your way forward. The problem is, now, Hosseini, Huben, they're outside of the top 10. Do they have time to line up and go once more to get them up into the top 5?
This is where the cream rises to the top, right? You've got 2 spots available. It's a lot less to chance. It's the teams that are most prepared. R8G, I had a suspicion that they might not qualify for this stage because of the way it was going to be really messy in the quarterfinals. In the semi-finals, they are a lot more adept. They're in a better position. And with someone like Hosseini, who genuinely is, for raw pace, one of the very best in the world on this game, he is one of those drivers that can go and split UOL without any help during qualifying. As we're watching Grunewald here, who's currently P7, can he potentially go up there and help Pfeffer? Because right now, as exciting as it's been so far for UOL, we have got 3 different teams in the top 3. The pressure is on, and Grunewald there makes it a 1-2. It's been between him and, well, to be fair, it's been Tauscher and Pfeffer that have really been the shining lights of the team, with Grunewald stealing the show in the World Cup. And wow, 3rd race they've been in, it's a different pole sitter for them. All 3 drivers are in absolute tip-top shape.
Hosseini goes up into 8th. That's important for him. Time expires. The lap that you're on is the final one. It's the one that counts. This is where the pressure's on, and what a lap that was from Tobias Grunewald, who went quickest in all in the first 2 sectors, excuse me. He did lose about almost 2/10 in that final sector, so there was even more time on the board for him. No draft, it looks like, for him in terms of assistance. Here comes Blyer to round himself onto that long run that builds you into the quadruple right-hander. He won't be the first across the line, but he knows the benchmark. He's 3/10 off the pace.
Tell you what, my favourite thing that's happened today, and unfortunately it means that me and you are going to be doing a broadcast on our own for the rest of this, is that Lewis McGleish has been banned from Twitch chat on VCO. So he was in there shouting and being abusive towards people in the chat, and just really not a good look for VCO as a whole. So yeah, good work there, mods, for getting rid of him. What a disgraceful human being he has been. Back to what we're actually watching on screen here. The times, look at this, 9/10 separating everybody. Take Sharkar out of the equation, it's half a second. Stefanko then in 17th spot. Again, a bit of shenanigans. A couple of people make mistakes here. It opens the door. Look at someone like Dara and McCormack, because actually Tauscher has just gone and put it up into 5th. McCormack and Tinko van der Velde. Where's Tinko in all of this? He's a bit of a qualifying specialist, but hasn't really shown that pace as of yet. He's done, so he can't go any faster. He's currently in 14th position. Who are we on board here with Yuyovsky now? Can Yuyovsky potentially find a little bit extra? Can he split the UOL drivers? Across the line he will go, and he has been a massive, massive surprise here, showcasing that pace. He is up to P3. And I tell you what, we were thinking it was going to be a team Redline. We were thinking it's going to be a UOL final. R8G, who just about scraped their way here, and we've been saying the whole time, it's not about how you get there, it's about getting there. They are looking very strong moving forward towards our final. Oh, Lewis is back.
Yeah, no, I'm
naughty Lewis.
I was just so shocked by the Erhan Yovsky lap.
Well, and he's not an ACC specialist, right, Lewis?
No.
I mean, that was a blinder.
That was honestly incredible, absolutely incredible lap from Erhan Yovsky to have done that. Kind of, going on the board of tactics, rather than sacrificing the third driver, maybe they were just trying to get the third driver in a better position by just making sure that you've got more bullets in the gun through the race. It's so hard to do in a short qualifying session like that, where playing a tactical game is not necessarily easy. Whether it's going to be easy, though, for them to play a tactical game through the race, we'll have to wait and see. 18 will have to become 6 as we move into the final. Semi-finals are coming up. Arjuna and Luke take us through it.
Got me confused there for a second. I'm like, where did we get an extra 12 teams? But it's 18 drivers, and it will be 6 left to go one-on-one during the finals. It's again a Unicorns of Love front row lockout. Grunwald and Pfeffer line up alongside one another with Yovsky and Siggy, R8G and Redline right behind them. Tauscher makes it all 3 of the Unicorns of Love cars inside of the top 5. McCormack carries that pace forward from the quarters to line up to his outside. Malinovsky in 7th with Hosseini in 8th position. Blyer and Hauben through the top 10. So 2 RAG cars in a good position. We know one is likely to be Unicorns of Love, Luke. Who's going to be in that spot to sneak their way to the final?
Well, I'm going to throw it to the chat, I think that's too much pressure for me. I'm here to commentate on the races and not make too much sense, but I'm going to give it to the chat here. This is your time to shine. Semi-final time. Who is going to join UOL, assuming that they are just going to continue their dominance? Who is going to be that second team that will take it to them? We know when it goes one-on-one, it's a whole different kettle of fish. Doesn't matter how fast you are. Indeed, it will be very, very mixy indeed, especially with that reverse grid. So who is it going to be? Is it going to be R8G? Is it going to be Redline? Are we going to see a surprise like Williams? Who knows? It's going to be super, super exciting. But for me, again, you can't really look past Redline, to be completely honest. But R8G have just provided, for me, the team move so far of the day, and maybe of the ERL in its whole capacity. So are they going to be able to produce something during this race?
The semi-finals ready to get underway. The Spring Cup heads closer and closer to its conclusion. Can Unicorns of Love continue their domination here on Assetto Corsa Competizione? 15 minutes, we're about to find out. Grunwald leads them into turn number 1. A bit of door banging between Yovsky and Siggy as they work their way into the left-hander. 18 cars all through there safely. No major dramas this time by. They work themselves down into turn number 4. Yovsky going on the defensive as here comes Tauscher around his outside.
Yeah, Tauscher can really make a decision here as well. If he really has got that pace, it is a case of, well, I could maybe slow one of these drivers down for RAG or Redline and maybe kind of pick which team we face in the final. Remember, that is a factor. If the third driver could do whatever the hell they like. Look at the Yassi driver here. Oh, Malinovsky, again, Blair just about holding it around the outside there, turning a bit too early. We've got someone sent off into the shadow realm there by, it looks like Boothby. I think that might be Hosseini actually. So Boothby is going to gain that position there between the two, although Hosseini's still got that inside line, but he can't go too late on the brakes there. Otherwise, he's likely to take out his potential, that's Huben, yeah. Potentially going to take out his teammate. He's showing P9 right now, is Hosseini, but I think he's P11. He's dropped a couple of spots there. Boothby making some inroads here on lap number 1.
That tower always takes until the end of the sector to update, but in towards turn 13, they'll come on the brakes early before you get to that first of the right-handers that leads you into the heavier of the braking zone. Just on the edge of the top 10, Boothby sits with a Triton racing car behind him and 2 RAG machines in front. Redline, well, they've got Siggy up in 3rd, Benito the next best down in 13th position. It might just be RAG that can squeak their way on through. Yassit's in the equation. Williams might be in the equation if Van der Velde maybe gets a bit further up through the field. Through the first couple of corners they come once more. We ride on board with McCormack.
Yeah, exactly that. McCormack here is 3/10 behind, and his nearest teammate right now is Tinker Van der Velde, P14. he needs to make up some positions very, very quickly, because it is looking like RAG with Yayovsky being only one position behind a red line driver of Siggy, and then having Huben and Hosseini between the next driver, Benito, which is also, they've also got another couple of drivers, Boothby and Tyskovic as well. So Benito has got some work to do if we are going to see that beautiful face later on for a potential interview. But as it stands, it looks like Redline might be falling at this semi-final hurdle on ACC once again.
3 plus 13 equals 16. For RAG, it's 4 plus 9, that is 13. So it's 3 positions. If Benito can gain, he'd put himself in a potential spot, but he just can't watch forward. He's got to watch his rear view mirrors. Here comes Tinko van der Velde, who will come to the inside as they come into the first of the 4 right-handers that leads you into the braking zone. Cutting a bit of the curbs, you can do that initially, but you get more and more unsettled. It puts you offline, heading into that final heavy braking zone, and Benito will go the long way around and hang on for now. 3 minutes done, still 12 to go. Benito still trying to find some purchase to work his way forward.
So right now, RAG, they need to have someone in comms with their drivers, and they need to be telling Amir Hosseini right now to be slowing down the pack behind. Give Huben every chance to be able to drive away here in P9. P4 and P9 is good enough as it stands. And, you know, quite frankly, if there's a big gap from P9 to P10 and it's manageable, the only thing that can go wrong is the drivers in front of you can make mistakes and you gain positions. So right now, it is in RAG's hands. We've seen in qualifying that they're very capable of working as a team, getting Yayovsky into the position in qualifying of P3, and he's been, to be fair, the slowest, if you can use that term with Yayovsky, of the 3 drivers for RAG, but they got him into a really good position at the front there. But right now, it is in their own hands. So if you're Huben, you literally just slow the pack down. And Yayovsky here, he's got to try and keep Tauscher behind, but Tauscher just doesn't really need to do anything. The only thing that he can do here is potentially gather penalties that could hurt his team. So I would not say that you're going to see him make any potential moves.
No, I think he'll just run his line, run his race, and even if he falls back slightly, it's not going to be a huge factor for him. Some separation building from the top 3 back to Yayovsky, now to the tune of about 1.2 seconds. We jump on board with Michi Tauscher, victorious of course in that quarterfinal, but the qualifying pace dropped off very slightly. Door might get opened here. Yayovsky a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin, runs wide into the penultimate corner, and through the final corner, Tauscher will launch it down the inside. Door was open and shoved on through. Here comes McCormack as well. He'll have the outside line heading down into turn number 1. Tauscher's got to be careful as the Yassi car of Malinovsky has a look as well. Almost 3 wide into turn 2.
Yeah, this is just real struggle bus territory here for Yayovsky. This is where you've just got to have your wits about you. The further he drops back, the more chance it is for Team Redline. So Redline, oh, big spin there from Malinovsky. So he was in that battle there. Again, I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to see exactly what happened there, and instantly drops straight down into P18. So Darren McCormack then is through, so is Tauscher, and that means that Yayovsky's on 6 points now, and his teammate Huben is on 8 points, so that makes 14. Benito then and Siggy, they would go through on 13 here. That's huge here. Team Redline have been given, well, they've been given an absolute lifeline.
All it takes, though, is 1 position gain, potentially, for Yayovsky to equalize the equation. Then Siggy would go through by virtue of the better position. So it's Triton racing, and I think that car gets loose early, maybe trying to get on the power just a little bit too early. They bump doors, they're banging with one another. Ultimately, for Malinovsky, it ends in disaster. That was the VCO replay of what happened there into turn number 1. The math now has to really catch up with everything going on at the front of the pack. Yayovsky has got to find a way past McCormack, and as quick as he can, because Huben is already now 1 second back from Dominic Blyer. So if anyone's going to bring RAG back into the mix, it will have to be the number 8.
Yeah, the only positive here is that Williams have to make up positions as well, so Darren McCormack has to push here. But you've got Michi Tauscher in front of you, who is, well, arguably the fastest out there, out of everybody in raw pace anyway. So it becomes very, very difficult. As it stands, Redline are in a great spot here to take away what will be P2 here and get through to the finals again. As are we seeing it's like a carbon copy there, isn't it? It's almost like the same as the Malinovsky incident there. Boothby holding on to the position then from, well, hold on, has he just made a move there? Oh, who's just dropped down here? What, the number 55 car is dropped down. Sharkot, so what's Boothby doing all the way down there? Oh no, hold on, that's Malinovsky. So Malinovsky's actually already got 2 positions here. No, it is Boothby. Well, what's happened here then? So Boothby's dropped right down the order.
That's Stenko. You're getting mixed up with the 3 Assetto cars, I think.
No, well, Malinowski's still at the back here. Statsenko...
No, Malinowski is still all the way at the back, yes.
Yeah, sorry, I thought Statsenko was driving for Veloce here. Veloce aren't even in this race. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, completely confused there. And that's the joy of them having all the same liveries. So, yeah, thanks, guys.
Yayovski's 1 second back from McCormack, so he's not really closing. And R8G with that 2-3 corners where he lost the spot to Tauscher, then lost it to McCormack. That might have been the sequence that helped Redline work their way on forward, still fighting back in the pack, but ultimately that's the place. And that's the positions that really matter at this point in the semi-finals. 2 will advance. Rietveld, that 3rd Redline driver, I don't even know how to describe that view. That is a fantastic camera angle.
Yeah, lovely. That's great. It's like almost like we're, I don't know, maybe he's got an OnlyFans account where it's kind of like you're not supposed to be here, but it's intriguing kind of camera, isn't it?
Teasing you. He's teasing us here.
Hold on, how do I know how that works? My bad. Right, carry on. Let's get away from that subject well quick. Gronewold, Pfeffer, we've not really talked about Unicorns of Love. They're P1 and P2. Don't need to. They've been that dominant throughout the whole race today. They've just doing what they do. Kevin Siggy putting himself in a great position. Making that move on Yayovski early in this race has absolutely been key to them potentially going through here. Benito in P10. It's looking very likely we're going to get to see that beautiful grid again during this competition, which is great news for me. I love a bit of Enzo. But yeah, the big losers in this situation, unfortunately, are going to be R8G as it stands, but it's by only 1 position. With 6 minutes to go here, Arjuna, it still could change, right? It really could still change, because every single driver on this grid, they're not going to be happy with their position. They actually have to keep pushing.
Yeah, and as Dominic Blyer puts the pressure onto Yayovski in front, Hubin's closing, so R8G slipping backwards. Now Kevin Siggy is 2 seconds clear of Tauscher, so with about 6 minutes to go, I don't think he'll come under too much pressure there. Van der Velde has the chance to put the pressure potentially on Benito.
Look at McCormack behind Tauscher, so he has to push for Tauscher. They start running side by side. It's one of those circuits that promotes side-by-side racing. You hemorrhage time, so a chance for Yayovski. If Yayovski gets 2 positions here, they would then go through by 1 spot. So he's hoping that they have a bit of an altercation where he gets by, but the other red line card doesn't. And McCormack, there's no option here. He has to attack Tauscher.
And, well, that's not just an attack, that's a bumper being applied to the rear end. Now, this might actually help out R8G as Yayovski will get down the inside. Now, Williams might have to go to the race steward's office to report for that one. Still means that, if I do the math correctly, they are tied on points. Siggy has the tiebreaker by finishing in 3rd. It's all about now Hubin maybe taking advantage of all of this action as they close themselves up to figure this out.
It's 1 point. No, they're ahead. R8G, if he holds on, if Yayovski holds on, but he's under immense pressure here from Blyer.
No, because 5 plus
1 point.
5 plus 8 is 13, 10 plus 3 is 13. They're tied.
Oh, I forgot about the McCormack situation here. Yeah, of course, McCormack. I think McCormack's probably going to end up getting a penalty.
Oh, well. Yeah, Dominic Blyer having a look to the inside of Yayovski, who's now going to run wide. I think Hubin has got to get the message from his team that you have got to make the pass happen. You've got to do it now, and you can't afford there to be any sort of contact.
Oh, God, this is my favourite part of being a commentator, trying to work out things going on, making loads of mistakes because you're genuinely invested in it. It's exciting stuff here. McCormack and Tauscher incident could prove to be vital. I don't think we're going to quite have the result once they cross the line here, unless there's another position that could be gained here. So Hubin needs to, well, make the move here on Tauscher, doesn't he? But look who's just in behind him. Enzo Benito is now behind Tajskovic as well, so he could potentially make a move. So as it stands then, UOL, let's not worry about them. They're good, they're golden, no dramas. Kevin Siggy, Benito, 13 points between them. Yayovski right now and Hubin is 13 points between them. They are tied as it stands. The kicker, though, is that Kevin Siggy is in a higher position here. So that is, the first port calls penalties. Doesn't look like either team are going to have penalties, so it comes on where they finish. So, yeah, very, very interesting to see how this goes down. Benito here, wow, he has an opportunity. He has to go out there and make an overtake. He has made thousands and thousands of overtakes in his years of sim racing. He needs to make one more here. It's very, very important indeed. He's got 3 minutes to do so. Oh well, there's the check-up. That's a huge check up there, and this might be the freebie.
Blyer made a huge send down the inside. Does it open the door for Huben? Does it open the door for Benito? Benito's to the outside of Tushkowicz, heading down in towards turn 11. The first of those right-handers. He's got a nose in front. He's got a car in front. Benito gets that position, and that makes the life and the job of RAG just a little bit more difficult. That Triton racing car wants it back.
Tushkowicz is all over that Team Redline car. It's not quite going to work out. They were side by side for about 6 or 7 corners. Fair play to both of them there. Absolute respect from both of them. And it just doesn't look like he's breaking a sweat, does it? He's done that a million times before. And that is the key position here. That is, again, just a bit of insurance here. So Yayovsky was in a good position, and he was actually tying it up with Redline. But ultimately, they were already going to go through with Redline because of, Siggy being in P3. But Benito gaining an extra spot right now is just giving him, that extra bit of insurance. And, well, Arjuna, it seems like we've got some information about a potential penalty.
Yeah, 3 penalty points to Williams. Not totally unexpected, but it's not really going to do much other than alter the final points heading out of this race. Again, it's not just those that go forward that will get points in the final, but will award points to those that get them here. Blyer sends it down the inside once more, but can't get that stopped in time, and now might open the door again for Huben to have a look at him, as now there's a bit of contact between the two of them, playing bumper cars as they run down into turn 10, building that momentum. Here comes Benito to join the party as well. Benito has gotten past Tushkowicz. Now, of course, Benito can't afford to get mixed up at all here, because Luke, if that happens, well, penalty points might come into the play. He might also fall back in the field, and there's no third red line car to play as the consolation. Rietveld all the way down in 15.
And so Benito can end it right here, just get ahead of that RAG car, and it is game over for RAG, and it will be another 3rd position for that team. But right now, as it stands, they've still got a chip and a chair. If it's poker, he's still in the tournament, right? They've got 1 lap to go here, plenty of opportunities to go. Mitchie Tauscher really has been the kicker, hasn't he? Like, you expect him, once he got past Darren McCormack, to really make a charge, but the contact between him and Darren has cost Williams 3 penalty points. Has really been the deciding factor for everybody else to be able to battle with each other. Yayovsky has done exceptionally well just to keep himself out of all the trouble. We've got Blyer diving left, right and centre. It's almost like he's in an Olympic swimming pool with the amount of dives he's been producing here. And yet everybody is pretty much still facing in the right direction. So again, yeah, incredible stuff from the full grid here. We expect it. Oh, hello! Off we go towards the moon again. That's a big mistake here. The Williams driver and the Tinko van der Velde might get all of his Christmases and birthdays rolled into one here. Opens up the corner. He's going to go all the way around the long side here of Tushkowicz. I think Tushkowicz is just about going to be able to hold on to it. So he faced the moon at one point, but he's still going to hold on to that top 10. And those curbs, well, how menacing will they be in the final?
You can see the gap as those front 2 Unicorns of Love cars dive their way into the final sector for the final time in the semi-final. Another dominating performance from them. Tobias Pfeffer and Tobias Gronewald both heading up the most valuable driver standings heading into the final. Doesn't look as though Benito's going to be close enough to try a lunge on Huben, but it's not going to matter. Out of the final corner, Unicorns of Love. Domination so far. They've now got one final thing to do, and that's run to the finals and win there. As Gronewald crosses the line to win in the semi-finals, they will advance, and as things stand, it's a Unicorns of Love Team Redline final. What a treat we're in for, Luke.
Every single driver on that Unicorns of Love team have won today. 3 races, they've all got to win each. That is the most impressive stat here, because if one has a bad day at the office, the other ones are going to be able to back them up. It is as simple as that. And in 2 of those races, they were racing against the team that they are going to face in the final, as we think. So psychologically, they've got the upper hand. Pace, they've got the upper hand. Beauty, maybe not. Of course, Enzo's going to be there. But on a serious note, Unicorns of Love are in a different planet right now.
Lewis,
Every time.
Did you call this or did you not?
I mean, look, Unicorns of Love, we know they're a super strong team. It was all about who was going to take it to them in the final. Now, with this being Redline, this is their 3rd consecutive final if you account for the ERWC as well. They're in the final, of course, in RF2, and then, of course, on iRacing as well. And what a fantastic team they are. if there's any team that can take it into a final like this and then just raise their game that little bit more, it is Team Redline. So this is certainly not done for Unicorns of Love. Although, to go back to the point that Luke just made there, that I was I was eyeing up myself. What a team to have 3 drivers and all 3 of them take victories. That is an enormous confidence booster.
But to that point, Luke, these are the ACC specialists. Now, it's not just about dominating on one platform here in this Esports Racing League. You've got to back it up in the other ones, and that's why Redline making it through to their 3rd straight final is so important.
Yeah, it's massively important, and like Lewis said, it is the case of they are the team that can step it up. We've been mentioning Enzo Benito a lot today, but any team with Kevin Siggy involved on any platform has a chance. That guy is an absolute machine, and he is the epitome of making sure he can reach that next level. We saw it actually on iRacing and rFactor 2 in terms of he just got faster as the day went on. Someone like, he's very similar to Yuyovsky. And actually, Lewis, to be fair, you mentioned them two. Like, those two are, Yuyovsky and Siggy are capable of the unexplainable in terms of sim racing. Well, talk about Max Verstappen, for instance, that nearly lap last year. I think it was in Singapore, right? And then where was it?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. I'm talking about, and then Lewis Hamilton's lap in Singapore in 2018. Like, these are the sim racing equivalents. They are able just to find that something extra, and they make it a possibility for Unicorns of Love to actually be beaten. Whether that's going to happen, we see a lot of egos in sim racing where as much as a team sport's amazing, you still want to be the best in your team, right? And if you've got a teammate in front of you that you don't think is quite quick enough, that brings an extra pressure on. Well, I've got to hold back here in a team environment. I can't really attack them. And having the confidence in knowing that driver has already won a race today, they are going to be so much more composed and be like, yeah, absolutely, I'm going to stay behind them. I know they can win. I know they can achieve what I can achieve. Whereas if it was a case of maybe one of your slower drivers was ahead of you, you might start to force the issue going, hold on, I need to dominate this. I need to be at the front. I'm capable of winning. Unicorns of Love have got, it's like a game of chess. They've got them in every single part of the game here. And it's just basically waiting for someone called checkmate.
One thing to note as well, with the final semi-finals results handed out, R8G, Williams and Triton, then Yassit in that order. R8G will walk away with 24 points to their name for being in 6th. Yassit will only get 21. Now, single points will make a difference, and of course there's prize money. We're paying out 2,800 for each of these days in the Spring Cup, 450 to be split across the team winners, with 300 for second place. There is something on the line, but it all builds to the total of $50,000 that we'll hand out over the course of the spring, summer, and fall cups. 50 more thousand on the line, heading through to the 2023 Esports Racing World Cup. And I can't wait for that, Lewis, not just because it's so much fun. We're going to hopefully do it in person. LAN events are something different.
I mean, we've been trying to have a little bit of a LAN event for quite a while, dependent on where we've been in our little sim racing world, but it would be fantastic. ERWC 1 was incredible. ERWC 2, especially with this season behind us, was always the plan to have ERL and the ERWC working together as one major series to combine all of the platforms. Of course, how things are working here in ERL is we're trying to sort out who's going through in the Spring Cup into our Masters, basically our grand finale, and then we're going to have a relegation as well. So who's coming up, who's coming into the series, who's joining us, who's leaving us. More so that will come into play in the Summer Cup. But this is the thing that we've all spoken about, this as potentially being the future of sim racing is this style of racing, and being able to experiment, not being stuck to we're going to come along and do 2 hours of racing and then we're going to say goodbye and we'll join you in 2 weeks' time. This is something completely different.
Let's talk a bit about the platform that we're on today. Assetto Corsa Competizione, the next evolution for Kunos in their continued efforts to build forward from the great base that was Assetto Corsa. And last week, they released the next generation update for consoles. If you are a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X user, you now can experience 4K 60 FPS glory with your console sim racing. But Luke, there's some stuff coming up on the horizon as well that people are very excited about.
Yeah, they teased it today, a video of some new cars, which we all get excited about. We love new cars on the 23rd of March, which is going to be super, super exciting. And actually, let's talk about the platform in itself. And R8G specifically, okay, we got our finalists, but R8G, they made a bold statement by bringing in ACC specialist in Amir Hosseini, and they were not in the top 3 last time out in the World Cup. They're in the top 3 today, aren't they? They're the next team who didn't quite qualify. Would you say that that's a success? You know, obviously moving forward in this competition, can they build on that? I think absolutely. They made a bold decision. They brought someone in, and they've got success from it.
Our YouTube chat doesn't like your pronunciation of his name, by the way. It's Husseini. Yeah,
so
just so you know.
So anyone whose name's mispronounced by me, if you could send an email to your parents and explain to them why it needs to be pronounced differently, that would be fantastic.
Yes.
We see too many names. That's the reality. We'd love to get everyone correct, Lewis, but it's just we can't always be like Lewis McLeod.
Well, no, I mean you say that, but this is the thing: is that we all spend our entire time through broadcast going, are they saying it correct? Am I saying it correct? Who's saying it correct? I mean, I don't know. So basically, we're trying to say it's 50-50. Anyway. It's 50-50. So, you know, just hope that we read your name right the first time, or, you know, just accept that it's wrong. Bono is the best example, because obviously it's Bono House, but, I mean, he went by Bono Huis for years because he just didn't care.
That's not what I call him.
No, we're not allowed to say that, man. Got to keep that one on the DL.
Yeah, keep that one quiet.
It's okay. You could be like me. I can't say my own name the way that it's meant to be pronounced.
Kinky Party.
Yeah. Sorry. We're talking about everything now. That's my OnlyFans account. Speaking of which, did you see that wonderful liveried British GT car, Lewis?
No. Which one?
One that says OnlyFans on it.
Is there one that actually says OnlyFans on it?
Yes.
Wow. Welcome to 2022, ladies and gentlemen.
What's OnlyFans?
I wish I knew. I wish I could explain it as well. I tell you what, let's take a hard right turn back to what's happening on track. Remember, you can stay involved with us on social media. Plenty of content coming your way thanks to our social media wizard. You can also vote for where we'll go racing. We've got the likes of Misano and Barcelona that are up for vote today. Now you get a 24-hour voting period, but next time out on rFactor 2 with the Formula Pro cars, Luke, what could we see? We went to Silverstone last time, but Loch Drummond was one that people want to go racing at.
No.
Yeah, what can we expect? Well, obviously you're embarrassed by your OnlyFans experience, which disappeared off our screen. What can we expect? I think everything and anything, right? We're going to be expecting a couple of teams to bring in new acquisitions because they're going to take it a bit more seriously. I feel like a few teams may have come into the World Cup initially and thought, oh, this is a cool idea. Let's get involved in this. Probably won't happen again. And now you see the plans of like, oh, okay, this is a serious deal. We've got a massive future ahead of us in this. Eventually, I want to see like caps of your team. I want to see like you can only have 5 drivers plus 2 maybe reserves, and that's capped for the season. So you can't just go out. The big teams can't just go out and steal a driver that's done really well for another team, or there's maybe a transfer period. I'm getting well ahead of myself here, by the way. You already asked me what I'm expecting for 2 weeks' time, but this is how much I'm invested in this. I think this is an incredible championship. But I just think, yeah, there will be a couple of different names that I'll bring in, but also there'll be teams like maybe, for instance, Unicorns of Love, who know they have to work a lot harder on rFactor 2. They've got 2 weeks to prepare for it now from now. You know, maybe they'll try and reignite the success of these 3 particular drivers. They're serial winners. They know how to get that done. That is the hardest thing in sim racing. Figuring out physics and stuff, you know, the physics do not change, apart from patches, of course. But once you get onto a game, once you understand it, you understand it. It's as simple as that. Being able to win, that is so difficult to learn.
Well, maybe their partnership with Netrex will stand them in good stead heading to rFactor 2. Well, we are ready to go for the finals. Unicorns of Love have dominated so far. Can Redline throw a surprise? Will we, for the first time, not need our 3rd and final race? We'll find out. I'll be watching along with you, following along in the chat. Lewis and Luke will be taking you through. Let's go to Movano. We're ready for qualifying.
Well, this really is it. Once again, it's us joining you in the commentary booth, of course. Myself, Lewis, Luke alongside. And when we did this a month ago, when we were at Bathurst for that final, I mean, what could we expect? We weren't really necessarily too sure. This time coming into it, we've had a little bit of our sessions before to understand how things are going to go. We've had the ERWC as well. Unicorns of Love look in charge, but Team Redline they are the team to challenge. They really are.
Well, I got a big surprise there from Arjuna. I thought Movano were in here at one point.
Yeah, no, right.
Where did they come from? Did they get a free pass into this? That was a blast from the past. Look, we've been through a few finals now, and in all fairness, as much as we're supposed to understand and supposed to be able to give some sort of insight, it really is crazy. We have no idea how it's going to go. All it takes is for a couple of your drivers just not to nail qualifying, and you're out of position in race number 1. If you can get a couple of drivers into a really good position in race number 1, you can afford to have a third driver effectively kill their race but go to the back to be in pole position. And with your Unicorns of Love, it doesn't matter who takes pole position for a second race. If they were able to get rid of one of their drivers into 6th position, they've all won a race today. Like, they've not been beaten. It's scary here, but couple in the fact that it's Team Redline. If there is a miracle possible, Team Redline are normally the team that can produce it. This is going to be very, very exciting indeed.
But they have to find a completely different level now as they go toe-to-toe with the Unicorns of Love. Of course, Redline brought it up before that Redline have been in both of the previous finals, in the ERWC on rFactor 2, of course, where they battled toe-to-toe with RHG, and then at iRacing, when we went toe-to-toe with the Apex Racing team at Okayama. It was an insane battle that we've seen from them. Of course, that one with RHG at Silverstone really stands out in my mind. Absolutely incredible. But they do have to really push themselves even further forward to try and take on Unicorns of Love. It's kind of like they almost need Unicorns of Love to trip over themselves, and I wouldn't rule that out from happening necessarily.
Yeah, well, we've got the benchmark of ACC versus the benchmark of sim racing against each other here. Something's got to give. Big shout out, by the way, to Nicholas Huben, who is actually raided the stream with. So not only is he must be disappointed, right? He's gone out of the competition, driven very well today, I must add, but then still supported the competition as a whole by raiding the channel. That is big, big respect there. And again, we all need to work together to grow the space. It's as simple as that. And by the way, people may get triggered by what I say. Like, I'm just giving honest insight into what I feel about situations. Honesty is always the best policy. I have nothing invested in these individuals. Like, I see everybody exactly the same. Apart from Enzo Benito, I'm absolutely in love with him. But other than that, we are here to give our opinions. It's as simple as that. I don't mean to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm not here to do that. Onto the final then. Again, that was that camera shot I was talking about where it looks like they're shooting off circuit. That's so scary every single time. As you can see, it's 0-0 at the top of your screen. Just to explain the format to you once again, we have a first race here, a first qualifying where it's 6 drivers, and they indeed start as they qualified. Then we have race number 1. Finishing in P1, you get 1 point. Finishing P2, you get 2. Finishing P3, you get 3, and so on and so forth. Your top 2 drivers count. You need the least amount of points possible. The least amount of points amongst your team will win the heat. Second race is a complete reverse grid. So if you're 6th position, you start on pole. So if you've got a driver, for instance, hypothetically in P1 and P2, you could almost kill your third driver's race, make sure they're 6th position, and then they would start pole for the second race. So there's a huge advantage in doing well in race number 1. We have never had a final that hasn't gone to the third race. Is today the first time that it will be done in 2?
I think maybe, but I think Kevin Siggy says, nah, not so sure about that one. 8,000ths of a second. He clears off onto pole position. Is that one going to stick? Fantastic lap time from Kevin Siggy. Reminder to earlier on in the day, I think the fastest time we've seen around here is around the 32.4 with the assistance potentially of a little bit of slipstream. This counter to how it was in the quarterfinals and maybe even in the semi-finals where the racetrack was full of race cars. This time it is just the 6, and that can be a little bit of pressure within itself. It's just you and the track and nothing else.
Yeah, well, these drivers, they're all very accomplished in their field, aren't they? I think they're okay. They're not too bad here. And I would go as far to say that Redline, not only with the position of P1, are they in a good spot here, because if it was to finish as it is right now, P1, P2, P3, P4, they would actually win on positions. So it'd be tied on points, but Siggy being P1, they would win on positions. But they would also have Pfeffer starting on pole position for the final, well, not the final race, but for the second race. So that would be also as huge with, so It's interesting to see. Pfeffer is for Unicorns of Love. So Unicorns of Love would have a lifeline, should I say? Rietveld would be P5, but he could easily, start on the front row and get into the lead. That's just how these drivers do. It's 3/10 separating everybody here. It's absolutely nothing right now. I am super excited. I'm actually shaking here. I'm that excited. I can't wait for this.
Jeffrey Rieveld's obviously borrowing the camera from Arjuna as it just switches off there as he begins another lap here at Movano. We'll roll with all of them. It's fine. That lap
maybe
time
your
Kevin
subscription
Siggy
ended because I can still see the camera.
I'm not necessarily sure if Kevin Siggy's lap time is going to hold on there because we've still got a few more cars to come over the line as we focus on Jeffrey Rietveld, who'll be the last driver to do so. Back up to Enzo Benito, and I do believe one of the Unicorns of Love cars is on track just a little bit ahead. I think it is Tobias Pfeffer running around into the quadruple right-hander. Whether he's improving, he's certainly getting some slipstream from his teammate.
Yeah, well, they have to take a leaf out of RHG's book here and work together. I got caught off guard there. I thought we were going back to 3-box camera.
Yeah, so was I.
I have no idea what's going on at this point. The final's crazy. It is what it is. There's that camera angle where it looks like they're shooting off circuit again, which makes me feel a little bit ill. But, here we are. Number 69, nice. Benito in 4th position as it stands. But will UOL be able to improve here? Pfeffer, race winner today, of course, already for Unicorns of Love, and he goes up into P3. Enzo Benito, this definitely wasn't a quick lap, was it? I don't think he was up to pace there at all. It was a very slow lap. So it is, again, UOL have got themselves 3 drivers in the top 4. They do not have that pole position. And I said it, Kevin Siggy, if you've got someone like him in your team who can raise the level, you've always got a chance.
First surprise then of these finals goes the way of Redline, being able to snatch that away. Now the margins were tight. The top 4 separated by less than 1/10 of a second. Maybe we saw some team games there, Lewis, much like we saw in, the second chance race or the quarterfinals, where people were actually working together, giving the draft and prioritizing one of their drivers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it worked for Hanyovsky, but maybe not so much in this one. Maybe just a slowish final sector there from Tobias Pfeffer. But the thing is this is the kind of occasion where, unlike in the quarterfinals and even the semis, where we were speaking it's qualifying, this is not so much. This is about what you do on the track in the race. It's about keeping clean, which, if we remember back to rFactor 2, was not the name of the game, apparently. They need to keep clean. They need to get racing. They need to keep clean. And they need to put on a good show, to be perfectly honest. So step it up.
Flashbacks to rFactor 2.
It was a good final. I am going to stand by this. It was a great final. It was just a bit dramatic.
It was a lot of entertainment.
We lost 90 cars to get to that point. That was
we did have a few crashes.
So Redline are in their 3rd consecutive final. What can they do? We're ready for race number 1. Let's go back to Misano.
Finale time in the first round of the VCO Esports Racing League, and it is Kevin Siggy fantastically on the pole position. Whether he'll hang on to that, though, through the remainder of the race, we'll have to wait and see. It is all about Redline versus Unicorns of Love. Redline looking for yet another victory. Are they going to be able to do it, or is the mighty Unicorns of Love going to take this one from them? Luke, I do not know how this is going to unfold, and that is why we love it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this goes for any team. We've seen it historically now in this competition, and that's using the term historically, it was 37 days ago, as Arjuna pointed out. But the finals have always got something special in order, right? There's never as cut and dry as one team dominates the whole day, and then in the final, it's very much the same there. We always do have surprises, and we will probably see the same here. You make one mistake with 6 cars on track, you are going to the back of the grid. It is very simple. So you need all 3 drivers to be absolutely on their A game. Can Kevin Siggy get himself up into P1 through turn number 1? He will have the pole position, or he has the pole position. And well, can the Unicorns of Love get ahead of him? That's the big factor here. And then we'll just see this game of chess run out before our very own eyes.
Well, it is the trio of Unicorns of Love directly behind Kevin Siggy on pole position. Grolovold, Pfeffer and Tauscher 2nd through 4th. Enzo Benito and Jeffrey Rietveld bring it up at the rear of the grid as we get underway in the finale here at Misano, and they are underway on that run down towards turn 1. Kevin Siggy with the inside line, of course, he'll hold that defensive one and try and pick them out from this aerial view. All looking very similar. It is still Unicorns of Love. And look at that, they're trying to slow him down a little bit. The 2 Redline cars at the back end of of the grid. Pfeffer and Tauscher running side by side just to try and slow it down. Are they trying to get to the rear of the shot? I'm not necessarily sure what's going on here in the tactical game, but Kevin, Siggy and Tobias Gronewold are being left to fend for themselves at the front.
Oh, exceptional Benito. Exceptional move from him there. He nearly had both of them. He nearly got both of the UOL drivers there. As you can see, Michi Tauscher now is panicking. He is as simple as that. He is absolutely panicking, because as it is now, they would... Oh, that's... he just squeezed him a little bit wide there again. The margins for penalties are going to be so fine during this. You cannot afford any real contact with the car in front of you. Benito just needs to hold on here. And again, as it stands, it would be Team Redline that would be the winners because of Siggy being in P1. But as it stands, Tauscher has just about got ahead there. Was it a bit of a push to pass, though? Again, the margins are so small at this level.
I think it was okay. I think that move from Tauscher was okay. Whether it continues on in that sense, we'll have to wait and see. He's got to fend from the two red line cars behind. Pfeffer did manage to get up in the third position. We'll see if Enzo Benito can do a dive here. A little bit deep there from Tauscher, and Enzo Benito's down the inside, has the outside for the final couple of corners. This one might not work, and it might have to be Jeffrey Rietveld doing the work to try and get through into that fourth spot. Kevin Siggy leads from Tobias Gronewold, though, and Pfeffer as well, crossing the line. And his mirrors, that is not going to be a pleasant sight.
This is ridiculous, because this is how great this format is right now. The front three don't matter. The race for the win overall here is between the back three cars. As crazy as that sounds here. So right now, if Benito can get ahead of Tauscher, Team Redline would actually take the first heat. But Siggy has to continue to lead this race and win. And if there is a better front runner out there in the world of sim racing, I have yet to meet them. Siggy is just ice in his veins. He does not make mistakes in these positions. That's just how he is being so successful. So right now, Benito has got to be calm, he's got to be cool, and he's got to basically force Tauscher into a mistake. And it might be the case where you take on overtakes in very silly places around the track where you lose so much time that actually it's Rietveld that gets through. You've got to maybe sacrifice your position. Well, I'll tell you what, he's gone for it here. I don't think anybody's going to be home there. And well, Tauscher is going to retake that position. But again, the battle for the win in this heat is actually going to come from 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, if Siggy loses the lead, it's essentially done. So this really does come down to Enzo Benito getting through, picking up that position. He is eyeing it up, not quite close enough there, but he is so close to Tauscher, who is going to be heavy on the defense for the next 7 minutes. This is going to be a very, very long 7 minutes. There's contact between the two. That might be it. That might be it. Absolutely done right there. Enzo Benito just into the rear of Tauscher. Had a couple of incidents at Silverstone in the ERWC, and that one's added up. Obviously, he's going to slow down and allow Tauscher to pass. Courtesy of Jeffrey Rietveld getting through, that one will be taken to the stewards straight away.
Yeah, 100% there, and it's a case of, did Tauscher potentially brake check, or has Benito completely cleaned him out? From our angle there, it looks like Benito's completely cleaned him out. Very unfortunate. I would love to have seen that for the next 6.5 minutes, but that is advantage Unicorns of Love. Doesn't matter whether Kevin Siggy goes out and wins this race anyway. It is absolutely advantage to them. I think the only thing that Redline could take away from this, if there is a penalty, would be the fact that Benito would start pole for the next race. But yeah, very, very unfortunate there, but it's certainly avoidable. I think you've got to be, especially if you're as experienced as Benito, you've got to be a little bit more patient there.
But unfortunately, this is what I'm saying now. Again, love Enzo Benito, but did get involved in quite a few incidents, more so on the rFactor, but let's be honest how chaotic was that day, so we won't roll into it too much. But there were a few issues, a couple of issues even going through the semis and quarters in the iRacing day, our third and final day of the ERWC as well. So has had a couple of issues with Jeffrey Rietveld. Was that Jeffrey Rietveld pulling off to try and allow Tauscher to come back through? Now I wonder if that's going to be a tactical game, if Race Control have got involved. Jeffrey Rietveld does return to that 6th position. I wonder if Race Control had said, look, you've got a choice, sit in 4th and get a penalty point and it's over, or drop back to 6th and let's go to this once more. Yeah,
or is it a case of they know they're going to get a penalty here and they want the front row locked out?
Yeah, could be.
I think that's the more likely thing here. I think penalty points are penalty points, right? I don't think you're going to get the case of...
agree.
It's not going to change across the competition here. If there's an incident, you're going to get a penalty point, but I think they might want to just lock out that front row. I think they've already scrapped this race here. So here we go. We see the incident here, and it's mid-corner.
Oh, he drives.
Yeah, he does. He's the car behind. If you're on a normal road, ladies and gentlemen, and you nail a car from behind, you're the one that's at fault, I'm afraid. That is a stonewaller, as they would say in the world of football, if in terms of a penalty, and I think we're going to see a penalty there. So I think what rFactor and Bonito are doing here is very clever. I think they're trying to lock out the front row for race number 2, which, again, would probably put us in a position here where it would be going to a third race. And right now, Siggy, if it does come through as a penalty, Siggy losing a couple of positions wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either.
Agree. I absolutely agree. It's whether Siggy, Siggy's a driver who likes to win. He's never going to come through. We're getting the word in our ear. It is an NFA. Now, that might have been because race controller talked to red light. I don't know. But either way, an NFA. They'll deal with it another time. Not now. This is sorted. It's completed. Tauscher, Bonito and Rietveld. This race is still on. Enzo Bonito could do this. Kevin Siggy will need to hang on for the next 4 minutes to try and take that victory. And Bonito, well, needs a cleaner pass to get past Tauscher this time.
Yeah, I've never heard Mike animated and excited in my ear, ever. Someone give that guy a microphone and put him on the broadcast. Oh, it's entertainment every time he opens his mouth. And sometimes he doesn't even open the thing for us to hear him, but, we'll talk about that another time. But yeah, it's on. There's no penalty. Bonito, Rietveld, 5th and 6th position. They have to challenge Tauscher. As it stands, it is going to be Unicorns of Love that will take the first blood here, and it would be, again, advantage going into the second race to Team Redline, because they would have the front 2 drivers here. And it's a case, really, is if you get towards the final couple of corners and Bonito is in no position to make an overtake, I think Kevin Siggy lets them 2 go through. I think he makes a mistake, if you like, using quotation marks there that no one can see because I'm not on camera. Yeah, it's a case of then they can have 3 drivers in that top 4. This is the beauty of this format. Teams have to play the team game. But I tell you what, Bonito isn't thinking about that right now. He's thinking that if I can gain this position on Tauscher, we will take first blood. We will have pole position for race 2. And if there's one team that can indeed challenge any team's dominance in a sim racing event, it appears to still be Team Redline.
But I don't think Siggy can afford to even do that. Like later in the race, yeah, maybe, but they're 10 seconds behind, so he's not going to know. And then what if Tauscher dropped it, A
couple of corners, nothing more. It would literally be a couple of corners to go.
But even then, what if Tauscher drops it in the final corner? We've never seen that before, have we?
That's a good point. Well made.
You never know. And Siggy's not the kind of guy that would end up giving up a race victory. This is a multiple champion across all forms of sim racing. I get exactly what you're saying, the tactical game. But I think considering the positions that they're in, if Enzo Bonito spins, right, and they're way off, 100%, I think you're absolutely right. If I was Siggy, I would drop back a couple of positions and, try and gain a few spots for the next race and up your chances. I am 100% with you. But right now, I just don't think those gaps are complying with trying something like that for the next 2 laps. Siggy, though, desperate to hang on. If there is a driver that can, it is Kevin Siggy. I'll remind you back to the days of the McLaren Shadow Project. He failed to qualify on rFactor 2, his preferred platform. Found out there was a way to qualify for the series, for the final, by going through ACC. Said, I've never really played that, but I'll give it a go, shall I? And in one day, managed to qualify for the competition. That is how good Kevin Siggy is at just picking things up as he goes and dealing with racing pressure. Racing touring cars, open wheelers, GTs, endurance, whatever it is, he's raced it and he's won it.
Yeah, I was there. I commentated on the finals. He was on a mobile game and won that one. He was on Forza Motorsport. He won that one. He was on ACC. He won that one. rFactor 2. He won that one. Real life driving. He won that one. He dominated the whole field on that day. And, well, just to think, he only just about qualified. He made Yuyovsky look like an amateur, and Yuyovsky is again one of the very best, and that was the day that Siggy announced himself upon the sim racing world effectively, and he then went and represented McLaren, and now he's representing Team Redline, which is highly renowned as the best or the biggest team in the world of sim racing, spearheaded by Max Verstappen. But he's still got a job to do here. He's not going to be worried about all of those accolades right now. He's worried about one thing here, which he's built a nice little gap. He's got 1 lap to go here. He leads the way, but he needs help. He needs Enzo Bonito to make a move on Tauscher. He needs Enzo Bonito to get up into P4, and he needs that to be 1-0 to Team Redline. But as it stands, Unicorns of Love have been so dominant today, they are finding a way of getting a result.
I remember racing Kevin Siggy in completely in Division 2 of some championships that you've never heard of. That's back in 2014. He's come a very long way as Jeffrey Rietveld gets a drive-through penalty potentially for track excursions. To be honest, doesn't necessarily matter too much through all this. Might actually be intention, just in case Tausch decides to drop backwards, because now he can't drop back what will become a 30-second time penalty. Enzo Benito has the pressure on. It is the final lap. It's the final couple of opportunities. There's someone that's going to send this right now, Luke. Enzo Benito. We've seen he's not afraid of a lunge.
He has to, and if he gets a penalty, it doesn't matter.
It's sorted,
if you think about it, it really doesn't matter if he gets a penalty here. So it's a case of, get this job done. And I'm sure there'll be people out there going, oh, if they get penalty and stuff, basically the two races maybe should count towards each other. I don't think they should. I like this whole, it's a clean slate every single race. It just makes things super, super interesting. There's probably no one saying that. I don't know why I brought that up, to be honest. But yeah, Benito has this opportunity. This is a great opportunity to make an overtake. You've got to be committed. You've got to be brave and assume there's going to be some sort of space left. He should be forced to go around the outside. And actually, Tauscher very aggressively holds his line there. Like, he wasn't worried about that at all as we come up towards the final corner.
Yeah, Siggy's departing it. Siggy's going to take the victory, and he is going to take the win for Redline. But is it going to be a win in this final heat? Let's take a look as Enzo Benito's coming down towards the final corner. He's away back. It's just not going to be enough. Unicorns of Love make it 1-0 in this final, with second and third for Tobias Gronewold, Tobias Pfeffer, Mitchie Tauscher. Good enough to hang on to fourth, and what a drive that was. Superb stuff. Kevin Siggy, though, showing why he is the driver he is. Redline with the reverse grid pole. It's now Jeffrey Rietveld who has to do exactly what Kevin Siggy did.
They've got to hold on. They've got to hold off those behind. It will be 3 of the Unicorns of Love cars stacked up behind them, searching for a way through. And after putting it on pole, Kevin Siggy does convert. Big surprise there, Luke, was that no pass was even attempted for the race lead. But let's talk a little bit about the incident. Talk to us about what you saw, and talk about the good sportsmanship from the Redline guys to give the position back.
Was it good sportsmanship, or was it trying to utilize the situation to their advantage? Again, I'll leave that one for everybody else to figure out.
Yeah.
I think there was a Team Redline know every single rule and regulation. They are the best prepared team in any sim racing event you'll ever find. They know absolutely every avenue they can exploit. So I'm not sure they've just given that position up, because ultimately the stewards hadn't made a call yet. It was 5 seconds after it happened. It was Benito's fault, in my opinion, but it's seen as a no action required, or I don't know what they've called it. But for me, he's given back the position straight away to think, I'm getting a penalty here. No questions asked. I just want to get the front row here with Rietveld. Simple as that. And then Rietveld kind of then slowed the pack down with a mistake, didn't he? Which then gave Benito the potential opportunities to actually go out and still win it once it was given as a racing incident. There was a lot to digest in that, and that's just really the nature of this format. It gives us so many questions to ask and so many questions that we just can't answer. But ultimately, it is 1-0 to Unicorns of Love. We head into the second race. Team Redline will start P1, P2. It is perfectly poised.
Do you think that Rietveld and Benito, Lewis, can hold off those behind? Because Siggy's somewhat of a non-factor here. The pressure really is on them now.
Well, I mean, you say that. I think Siggy's the kind of driver that can work his way through. He's a proper racer and, knows how to get his elbows out. Sometimes picks up a couple of penalties. Sometimes does some silly stuff. But if there's a driver who knows how to get his way up a grid, even if it is only 6 cars, it is Kevin Siggy. So, again, you can't factor him out completely. My kind of curious thing from that first race was how Unicorns of Love were on that first lap, with how they basically formed a little bit of a robot. Whether that was intentional or not, to kind of allow it to be 2 guys at the front, I don't necessarily know. It was a little bit weird. I think they were just kind of maybe tripping over each other a little bit. Maybe it was tactics. We don't know. We do know that these races do become fairly tactical. Look at the race start at Bathurst with Leonard Toki and how well that played out.
Yeah, we saw it from Redline themselves at Okayama with the iRacing. They literally, what was it, half a lap where they were side by side, just no option for anybody to make any overtakes there. So I think Unicorns of Love have come in ultra prepared. Of course, they couldn't do it from the front, but they again just tried to stop it. And to be fair, this is before any of the contention happened. Benito's move to get up into 5th, it looked like it could have been 4th, was nearly move of the day. It was exceptionally well worked, even with the pressure of Unicorns of Love forming that roadblock. I just think we've got 2 teams here who get the competition, who understand what it takes to win these competitions, and that is the best for us watching at home. It is as simple as that.
So first strike has gone to the Unicorns of Love, the prohibitive favorites. Can they carry that forward? I've only seen 2 teams win so far. No matter which way it goes, another team will become a winner here in this Esports Racing League. I should say, no new team. It will be a continuation of what we saw in the Esports Racing World Cup. What we will, though, see, Lewis, is maybe not as much drama with Leon Otoki. We're not going to see anyone try and back the pack up as much as he did on day 1 of the World Cup.
Are we not?
I don't think so. I think the guys have got the pace.
I was going to say got the big opportunity there. Let Benito go if he's pole. Rietveld or Benito the opposite way. He could slow down because they could afford to lose. Second position could afford to lose 2. He can go down to 4th as long as a red line driver wins. So there's absolutely the cause for that. This is again, Arjuna, Lewis. This is the perfect format here. It poses so many questions like this. Could it happen? Absolutely.
It's just which one you sacrifice. For me, like I agree with you. Jeffrey Rietveld, just trying to hold them up a little bit. Let Enzo Benito run away. Let him go. Let him try and take this victory. Try and slow him up. Give him a 2-second gap. Because realistically, if you can do that, if you can park the bus, so to speak, like that, then realistically, a 2-second gap in a race like this between drivers like this with gaps this tight, that isn't coming down. And so then you're in that boat, like you say, of finishing 4th with Kevin Siggy back there. The likelihood of that happening is quite high. There's so many factors in this. This is really not an easy race. The one thing I will say is that if this does go 1-1, I still think it's advantage Unicorns of Love purely based on their pace.
Hypothetically, say there's $1,500 up for grabs here. I'm going to bring it back to money again. Sorry, Arjuna. I'm excited. I'm a mess. Sweating in places I didn't even know existed at this point. It's ridiculous. But say hypothetically, $1,500 is on the line. It doesn't matter whether Benito finishes first, Rietveld finishes first, Siggy finishes first, right? It doesn't matter how your team finishes first. You could be blocking people for the whole race. You could quite easily go out get a 1, 2, 3, or you could do very tactical maneuvers during the race. You're getting $500 each, right? No one's getting more money than the other driver. You wouldn't imagine in this situation, as it's a team event. This opens up so many avenues here. And if there's one team that is capable of absolutely exploiting everything to their advantage, it'll be Team Redline. It's simple as that. So yeah, do not count on them out on slowing down the pack to let one of their drivers drive away.
And back to Lewis's point, we would re-qualify for the 3rd race of the finals if we get there, but we're about to find out if for the first time we only need 2 to decide a finalist. I'll step aside again. I'll be watching on intently. Lewis and Luke, let's head back to Mazzano.
Well, it's 1-0 Unicorns of Love. It is all red line on that front row of the grid, and it's all poised for yet another crazy final. Can Unicorns of Love do it? They have been dominant all day, but we'll remind you back to the ERWC, we'll remind you back to Bathurst. It was 1-0 Unicorns of Love, and they had a very strongly advantageous position coming into the final moments of that race. It didn't go their way. It went 1-1. They did pick up all the pieces in that final race, but there was drama, which I think we're going to see some drama here today.
Yeah, I think we have to see drama, really, if Unicorns of Love are going to go out there and win this second heat. It's as simple as that. If we want to take it to a 3rd race, Unicorns of Love have got to create something here. Because as much as they have been dominant, we have not seen them come from behind today because they've just qualified so well. Kevin Siggy has created this. Again, don't get me wrong, of course, Unicorns of Love won Heat 1. But Kevin Siggy has created, by being pole position in race 1, a scenario here where Team Redline are in a position to take race 2. So that pole position is going to be absolutely vital here in what we see go down for the rest of this competition, as they are about to start their little formation, kind of 1/16 of a lap, and we head into our race here. Lewis, take it away. I am so excited.
If your heart's not racing now, I honestly don't know what would make you have a heart racing moment. This is absolutely fantastic. It always is with the VCO ERWC, and as ERL round 1 might be coming to a close here, we might well need our tie-break race. It is all about redline on that front row, and 1-0 to Unicorns of Love. We're back underway for racing action at Mazzano, and how is this one going to play out? Already on the attack is Tobias Grollevold straight down the inside as it's redline 1 and 2, but the attack is really coming from Unicorns of Love, as Mitchie Tauscher's trying to steal second position. Jeffrey Riefeld's the one that is driving back. He is trying to hold them up. It is Enzo Benito leading. Straight over on the defence is Mitchie Tauscher. And look at Kevin Siggy just trying to grab fourth position. A little bit of contact with the Unicorns of Love. It's still red line 1 and 2 as Enzo Benito is taken off into the distance.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Tauscher initially, but just overextended. He left himself in a whole heap of trouble and basically gifted Rietveld the opportunity. I tell you what though, Tauscher is now just, has he let Pfeffer go through here? It looked like he'd slowed down along the straight there to potentially let Pfeffer go through. Do they feel like one of their drivers in particular is a lot faster than the other two? It's been super
Oh, they've gone! They've gone round. One of them's just gone round. I swear one of them's just gone round.
Yeah, 100% there. And it's Team Redline 1, 2, 3 here. But was it Siggy that instigated the contact there? Again, penalty points are going to be a huge factor. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of this, but as it stands, lap number 1 belongs to Team Redline. A very good start from them. Unicorns of Love, tactically, maybe not quite at the races. Pace-wise, of course, they are. As I tell you what, Tobias Pfeffer is actually going to make his way up into 3rd position. So Unicorns of Love still giving it absolutely everything here.
Even if they get 1 penalty point, 2 penalty points, if they're running 1 and 2, Team Redline will win this. It depends on if the penalty is any harsher than that. We've not really seen a penalty harsher than that. They tend to give out for this, for the final. We're talking 1 penalty point or 2 penalty points. 2 penalty points if it's really, really harsh. Kevin Siggy's doing the ultra defence just to try and keep Tobias Gronewold at bay. Did so all the way through race number 1. Gronewold's way too wide there to go and grab the position off of Kevin Siggy. But Tobias Pfeffer, eyes on Jeffrey Rietveld, desperately wants this not to be a Team Redline 1-2. Jeffrey Rietveld's heart is probably racing right now. His certainly is. Despite all of his years of experience in sim racing, all the championships and accolades that he's picked up. Let's see who was at fault for this one. So we have a little bit of side-by-side. Gronewold there. Oh, that is Siggy. Straight up, 110%. And it was straight into the rear end of Pfeffer.
Yeah, he's absolutely driven through the back there. And that is, well, huge news here for Team Redline. The fact that they've got a 1-2 here does help them massively. So they might still be able to get away with a penalty point here being P1 and P2. So they'll be on 3 points. As it stands, Pfeffer and Gronewold together is 8 points. So it's like 5-point difference right now. Yeah. So Redline, regardless of a penalty, are still in a great spot as it stands, but they have to convert the 1-2.
Yeah, apologies. It was Siggy into the rear end of Tauscher who'd taken over at the front of the Unicorns of Love train. I mean, yeah, for me, that is an absolute slam dunk penalty to Kevin Siggy. And like you say, though, regardless of whether it's 1.2 points, realistically, this is still advantage Redline. Even if Pfeffer gets through into 2nd position, demotes Jeffrey Rietveld down 1, this still should be more advantage. That depends on how harsh the penalty is, of course. But remember what we were saying before. Jeffrey Rietveld wanted to give them, or our idea being, from a tactical point of view, if it's 2 seconds to Enzo Benito, that's the ideal, because that gap's surely not going to come down over a race like this. What is the gap? Bang on 2 seconds. I think Enzo Benito, without a mistake, is odds on for this win. But what happens behind, as we all know, that is the critical thing here.
Yeah, Pfeffer's got too much pace here. He is going to chomp up at Rietveld 2 seconds over the course of 6 minutes. I am not sure. Well, we saw between the whole grid here, it's 0.3 of a second. If you get 0.3 every single lap, you're still not getting anywhere near here. But still got to get past Rietveld. Rietveld will make this very difficult. But I tell you what, Pfeffer under the braking there gets a bit of an overlap. What has happened there? Well, there's contact between the two of them, and it just looked like Rietveld turned into him in a straight line. That was a very interesting incident there. And again, I feel like Team Redline are at fault once again.
Yeah, not necessarily sure. We're getting confirmation. It's a 1 point for Siggy from the first instance. So it's essentially an extra position that's given to them. So if you imagine it, 1st and 2nd, they're getting a total of 3 points from that. Add 1 point to it, add 1 position to it, and then we're making it essentially 4 points. I'm going to assume they're, like you say, going to get another penalty for that. I'm not necessarily sure. That one was a little bit more tricky because they were coming off the corner and the contact looked a little bit weird between them, but it wasn't pretty. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah,
it definitely wasn't pretty there. It does help Redline in terms of positional on track right now. But we're going to see this as a replay. Again, it's a great whoop-de-wop there, as I like to call it, from the Unicorns of Love driver. Oh, no one's at fault there. That's net code.
He's also following. That's not an easy one because Jeffrey Rietveld's coming off the corner, and if you imagine the racing line as stand now, obviously you can't come across when there's a car there. I get that, but he's coming off the corner and then following with the natural racing line, which is to get back over to the left of the double apex right-hander. I don't know. I can see that being a penalty, 100%. I can also see that being a racing incident. That's kind of one of those ones where it's like, yeah, I'm glad I'm not in race control. Cool.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not doing that either. But for me, I don't think there's too much into that. I feel like there's enough room on the left-hand side there for it to be red, but I also feel like rFactor should have stayed to the right-hand side a bit more as well. It was very much avoidable, but I guess you could probably look at it in the regard that rFactor knows that was it Grunewald, wasn't it? It was Grunewald is on the limit of grip because we're getting a look at this once again here. Here we go. So we're going to see it once again, and I'll try and explain my train of thought here. So we get a really good exit. Does the Unicorns of Love team as we head then into the slipstream here, and you can see it's forcing basically the Unicorns of Love car to go around the outside, and then it's the exit here. So he just gets off the gas early through the corner, and then he gets a really nice drive here, but he's on the limit of grip, so he cannot turn. The Unicorns of Love car cannot turn any further left because you just lose the rear of the car. The rear wheels will spin and it's game over. And because the red line had opened up the corner a bit more, was forced to, let's say, you can get a lot more traction down, so you've got a lot more speed carrying through the outside, and ultimately if you make a move to the left there, I think you know what you're doing in that situation. Whether it could be called a penalty, that's up to the race director there for me. It's a close one.
Well, we are getting a one. So the contact is still under investigation, but there is going to be a 1-point penalty to Jeffrey Rietveld for overtaking off of the circuit on lap number 1 down at turn 4. So another penalty point for Red Line. We're up to 2 penalty points, so it's a total of 5 points for them in this race, as Kevin Siggy has been allowed to pass Jeffrey Rietveld, who's just trying to keep Tobias Grunewald. Even with all these penalty points stacking up, because they're running 1, 2 and 3, it's forcing Unicorns of Love into 4th and 5th. That gives them 9 points. At the moment, Team Redline are at 5. So even still, they have the advantage right now. So not sure, by the way, we're not under replay, just to clarify, I don't believe. So do not panic too much, as Tobias Grunewald is still on the attack of Jeff Rietveld. Kevin Siggy's going to run off into the distance. Tobias Grunewald might be able to get through and rescue 3rd spot, but it's still not going to be enough.
No, it's not. Again, you can have all the penalties in the world. In a 10-minute race, you're not going to accrue a massive amount of them. And if you can get a 1, 2, 3, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's you're pretty good because you're forcing the best points for Unicorns of Love right now to be 4. And ultimately, you don't want the most amount of points. You want the least amount of points. Benito, Siggy, 3 points, 5 with the 2 penalties. So it looks like with what we've seen so far in the World Cup, we now head to the Spring Cup here. It's going to go to a 3rd race as it stands, although it really does come down to Grunewald, and Rietveld has to play the team game here again. He has to just slow these 2 down and really protect Siggy.
It also comes down to that penalty, because we've still not had the penalty for the contact. That's the critical thing here. It might well be a 1-point penalty, might well be 2. Again, we have to wait and see from race control. It does need to be. It needs to be a very harsh penalty. But is it a very harsh penalty?
It needs to be 4, or it needs to be 3, and Grunewald makes an overtake here on Rietveld. Yeah. Basically, that's the only way, because of course the first port of call in terms of a tie now is the penalty points, and with Unicorns of Love having 0, and indeed Red Line having, it would be 3 or 4 or however many it is, if they're tied, it would go down to that. So yeah, right now it's looking pretty good for the Red Line drivers, but still yet to be over.
But even still, with those penalty points, would it really be 3 or 4? That would, in a sense, because of course, we might have seen those kind of penalties come out earlier on in the day with some of the other issues and altercations. But in the finals, where the penalties are reduced because of the impact on positions and stuff, so it's 1 and 2 point penalties, which is what we're really talking about here. Is it really what would essentially be the harshest penalty that we've ever seen in the ERWC and ERL? Is it really a cause for that? It wasn't intentional. It was just comes a bit of side-by-side contact. That's kind of you could argue it maybe being 70-30 in some aspects.
Yeah, I agree. It's I think we've got, let's not talk about penalty points, as the be-all and end-all here. I think we've got to still look at Rietveld here and go, he done a hell of a job. Lap 1, we were talking about this for Unicorns of Love at Bathurst, merely a month ago, and how well they did in terms of defending and make sure one of their drivers could get into the lead. We've seen that exact same thing happen here today with Rietveld doing that hard graft at the start here, which is giving Siggy and Benito, or especially Benito, the chance to drive away. So regardless of penalty points and whatnot, and again, I wouldn't say there's anything that's happened in this race where you could turn around and go, oh, he's absolutely completely cleaned him out on purpose there. Like, it's a case of minimal mistakes. They're very, very closely contesting this. It's not a dirty race per se. Yes, it's affecting other people's performance, but Rietveld, with that defensive first lap, has been an absolute key here to Redline.
Yeah, now it kind of, maybe even for Unicorns of Love, it could well be a slight example of the likes of, don't count your chickens before they hatch, as we're on to the final lap of this race. It's a penalty points, by the way, to Jeffrey Rietveld, and a drive-through penalty. That one to be dished out, so it will drop them back some positions, which will obviously promote.
That would mean they're both gain a position. And Tauscher.
Yes. We'll get into that in a moment, because obviously Enzo Benito's coming around the final corner now to come and cross the line. We'll work out the implications of all of this and how it plays out when it comes to the points scored. You're absolutely right, they will go up to Enzo Benito's going to cross the line to be victorious here at Misano to take his second race win in this kind of category. Kevin Siggy and Jeffrey Rietveld do make it a team Redline 1-2-3, but Jeffrey Rietveld, by our numbers, by our calculations, is going to drop back 2 positions potentially with the drive-through penalty, promoting Unicorns of Love with an extra bonus, an extra penalty point. Junior, I think they're now up to 6 points in total, 3 from the race, 3 penalty points as well. Still not enough for Unicorns of Love. I do believe it's 1-1.
It is, because Unicorns of Love also got a penalty point for overtaking on track. So that was the most crazy of the races that we've had so far today in the finals. Still doesn't hold a candle to what we saw in rFactor 2, though. I think that's for sure. But we wipe the slate clean now. We go back and qualify. There's no games that are going to be played about who's on the inverted pole position, inverted front row. Luke, Lewis thought that maybe Unicorns of Love still had the advantage. What are you thinking now? Redline have been pretty consistent in their pace so far.
I think it's, UOL for me. Like, you can't look past the first three races there. Siggy provided a bit of magic, really, in terms he's not really shown the form of the qualifying lap that he produced for the first race in the final today. But ultimately, he did go out and produce it. Can he do it twice in one day? He's one of those drivers that does tend to get better and better and better as the day goes on. But again, the first three races, every single one of the Unicorns of Love team won the race. So for me, it comes down to whether they can keep their cool. But what did I mention at the start of the broadcast today? I said that there's 2 teams here. We've got Unicorns of Love, who are probably the most outstanding team in ACC, but they're young, and Team Redline, who are maybe a little bit older, a bit more experienced. And can they force a team like Unicorns of Love to maybe break, so to speak, because they've not been in this position too many times? But they've also got the World Cup ACC leg to fall back on, where they absolutely dominated anyway. So yeah, it's evenly poised, it's beautifully poised, and well, who doesn't love a tiebreaker, final chance, qualifier, third race extravaganza?
This is the final chance race, is it?
Yes, we'll call this the final chance race. But you like a bit of a form book, Lewis. All of our finals have gone to third and final race now.
Yeah, I love myself some stats, some statistics, and stuff to throw out there. Like you say, we've had 4 finals now, if you include the ERL today. There are 3 in the ERWC, and then this one today. For all of them, we've had to go to a tie-break race. Redline have a 50-50 chance of winning here, based on previous form. Unicorns of Love, when they took it to the tie-break race, well, they won. So, what's going to happen here? I don't know. I just do not know. I'm still saying advantage Unicorns of Love. I still think they have the outright pace. That's the critical thing. But Redline have the cunning. They have the racecraft, and that could well play its part much more so than just pace.
They have Siggy.
Yeah.
They have Siggy too.
And Benito.
I'll pose a question to both of you, and this is not because I want to get race control in any sort of trouble. Again, I am very glad I'm not in race control shoes. But if one driver gets multiple penalties, surely maybe we should be looking at multiplying the amount of penalty points that they get for that subsequent incident. I'm not trying to say that maybe any of those incidents were so egregious that they should have got a 4-point penalty like you guys were talking about. But we want to see good racing. We want to see hard racing. And potentially, I think, Luke, if we incentivize the teams and drivers by saying the more incidents you get in, the more penalty points you're going to get, they're going to exponentially grow. People will take that into account.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, to be honest. I don't want it to be about penalties, but ultimately within sim racing, it's the only esport where you can kind of bend the rules to your own advantage by creating contact with your competitor. As I mentioned all the time, in Call of Duty, you're supposed to kill your opposition. In FIFA, you're supposed to score a goal against them. In sim racing, you're supposed to beat your competitor, but you can actually sort of take someone out inadvertently. I don't think any of the incidents we've had so far have been intentional. I don't think they've been bad. They've been maybe sloppy at times, but yeah, I wouldn't say that anyone's gone out there intentionally to take someone out. But yeah, if you're getting penalties left, right, and centre, obviously I think something would need to be done in terms of multiplication or whatnot. But this is such a new format; we are learning as we go. You know, there are going to be some teething problems, but I feel like we've still got a pretty good format here. We've got a real good foundation for moving forward. I just hope that this next race comes down to just the 6 drivers going at it and giving us their best versions of themselves.
I mean, maybe, Lewis, for the Esports Racing World Cup, we can have the after show, which is going to be a fist brawl, an all-out brawl between the drivers that get embroiled with contact. Because that's the great equalizer about LAN events, right? You actually have to go and see the person that you just yeeted into the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'm not so sure on the penalties. I'm not necessarily sure on the multiplication on penalties, just purely based on the fact that I think that it will always come down to penalties, which it has done, to be fair, even with the system that we're getting. It's harsh enough that it's cost teams victories, and that's the critical thing, is that the penalty system is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It is costing the teams the victory. If someone intentionally takes someone out, I have no doubt that Race Control will dish out an incredibly harsh penalty, essentially a form of a DQ, i.e. like a 6-point penalty in this, to basically be like, nope, you're out. That's fair enough, but I think multiplications of penalties, I mean, I'm not saying just let them race, because Race Control do need to step in, but in that sense, I think that, yeah, exactly. I think that the penalty system that we have is actually surprisingly robust, at least from how things are. But again, we learn as we go. That's the entire point of this process.
Yeah, I completely agree with Lewis there. Again, sorry to cut you off, Arjuna. I think we've seen when the race is tight, the penalties have made a difference, and the team that have caused the penalties or received the penalties have lost out. But if you receive a penalty, but your team has still been outstanding in that race, you shouldn't be penalised. If you get a penalty, you shouldn't instantly go, "Oh, that's our race over. That's done." Because we had a 1-2-3 there for Redline. They got loads of penalties, but they still went out and won. They still went out and performed. Benito went out and absolutely destroyed the field there because of his teammate backing the field up by playing tactically. They should still be rewarded for that. So, yeah, do you know what? The whole multiplication thing, I'll take it back. I kind of on Lewis's side here. I think 100% that the penalty system, it is working. If it's a tight race, people get penalised. If one team's just outperforming, and yeah, okay, incidents are going to happen in racing, that's the nature of the beast, I'm afraid.
Well, qualifying will set the grid for the final showdown. We are going back to Mizano. It's all on the line. Unicorns of Love versus Team Redline. Let's see what it has for us.
Couldn't have put it better myself. It is showdown time once again here in VCO, as round 1 coming to a close here in the Esports Racing League, and how fantastic it's been to roll through the day. ERWC was absolutely fantastic in our 3-day extravaganza to end January. This has been something very special indeed. 2 of the ultra heavyweights of our competition going toe-to-toe here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. It just had to be, Luke. It had to be our 3-race shootout.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're here for, right?
Absolutely.
I think
it needs to be contract.
There's literally, I'd give 0 Fs as to who wins this. I'm going to be honest with you. I just want to see 3 races at the end. Simple as that. And again, like I've said, we've got the outstanding team currently in ACC, Unicorns of Love Sim Racing, versus the outstanding team in sim racing as a whole, our World Cup champions. We've got Team Redline. We've got our ACC champions from the World Cup, Unicorns of Love. Something has to give. Nothing has given as of yet. We've got a final race. We have to have a winner. Comes down to this, Lewis. It's beautifully poised. Qualifying. Can Siggy provide some magic? A 32.652. We know that Siggy is capable of getting a 32.4 in these conditions. Of course, the track is not going to be as rubbered in as what we saw previously when there was 674 cars out on track. With only 6, it's going to be a little bit slower, but can he provide that magic again? And I will throw it out there. If Team Redline are to win this, he has to get some of that magic.
I agree. We need to see a replication of that incredible lap. But to be fair, the Unicorns of Love, they've set a 0.4 before, and yes, of course, different track, sort of health. So fair enough. We might see some things with the racing line not being quite as quick in this session, as you're saying. There's less cars running around, so there's less rubber down the racetrack. I honestly don't know who's taking pole position in this. If Kevin Siggy can replicate that lap, then surely. But it was only by 0.08 of a second. So honestly, who knows? At the moment, though, Unicorns of Love do seem to have the pace to be able to match it every single time.
Yeah, it looks like Pfeffer might be going quicker here. Mike loves to chuck the camera on a car that's going fast, which is makes sense. Across the line, does he go any faster here? Yes, 1/10 of a second faster. Be interesting to see, have a little look here as Tauscher goes third. It's a 1, 2, 3 for UOL as it stands. And, well, Benito out of nowhere, and he has not shown that raw pace at all today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost like the Yovsky move here, and I wanted the camera to go and show as to whether someone had thrown their lap away for Team Redline, as to whether they could maybe steal a pole position here, because I don't think on raw pace they have the pace on UOL. I really do not.
Siggy's parked and done. Siggy is parked and done with this session. He won't have enough time to come back out. It looks like it might be pole position for Team Redline. They've still got essentially one bullet in the gun with Jeffrey Rietveld, who might have been the one that sacrificed himself. Kevin Siggy potentially with a couple of mistakes there from the SRO Esports European Sprint Series champion. I am a bit flabbergasted by that because Kevin Siggy is way out of position right now.
Look at this, how much pressure can affect a qualifying session. Same conditions, same 6 cars, and we're 1/10 of a second off. And yes, people at home are going to be like, it's 1/10 of a second. It's like nothing. That is massive at this level. Like, these drivers are expecting to hit their peak time every single time. Like, that's why they are at this top level. So a full 1/10 of a second off, I'm expecting there in the next 30 seconds and beyond for someone to come and produce something a little bit faster, if I'm honest. If they don't, I think Team Redline are in a really good spot here. It looks like Tauscher might be a little bit faster here. Is he good enough for pole? Across the line he will go. He's invalidated his lap. He ran too far wide on the exit of the corner. Rietveld then, is he going any faster? Well, he hasn't put a time in yet, so it doesn't really matter what he produces here. He goes up into 5th position. As it stands, as crazy as this is, Benito, even though he's on pole position, it's still advantage to UOL because they got 5 points if it was to finish like this in the race, whereas Redline it's 6.
Well, there's still the final laps to come in. The session timer is ticked down to 0. Enzo Benito's still got another lap. Pfeffer, Gronewold, Tauscher, Rietveld, they all have another lap. It is Kevin Siggy confirmed to start from 6th position. Enzo Benito cancelled. Tobias Gronewold 10th up, and we know potentially has a bit more pace in the tank. Same as Mitchy Tauscher coming down through that final sector, dropped it at the final corner. Gronewold's going quick right now.
He's going very quick here, and again, we've been told he's going a couple of 10ths up here. We've got an excitable mic in our ears. It's like a little mouse who's just been given the biggest bit of cheese ever as we go then through the final couple of corners. Yeah, it's quite interesting how high-pitched Mike gets in our ears, to be honest, when someone's going a little bit faster in the old world in racing.
Oh, bit deep.
2 10ths up here. That's a mistake. That is a mistake there, though. Around the final corner here, I think he's bowled it. He's absolutely bowled it here. And that is the Redline effect, I would say, ladies and gentlemen. Redline can put that pressure on.
He ran wide at the final corner, on the previous lap. This is going to be very tight for Tauscher. Tauscher's going for pole. Not quite enough. Not quite enough. Oh, my. Now, I'm going to ask this to Arjuna. We've just seen Redline take pole position, but is it still definitely advantage Unicorns off? Is that a disaster for Team Redline?
So we saw pole position, but the other two are nowhere to be seen. Now, is one car having track position going to be everything? I don't know about that, Luke.
He's got one option: drive away. You can't back the field up here. Like, it's not a case of having 2 up there and throwing a couple of positions away. So Benito kind of just has to go out there and win the race like he did in the first one. It's going to be a lot harder for him to do so. But we've mentioned that Siggy is that kind of driver that's capable of making overtakes. Can Rietveld get a really good start here and just be a nuisance, just be a pain in Unicorns of Love's arses, effectively, and force something or an opportunity here for Benito and Siggy to be able to drive through again? It's strange that we're talking about Rietveld throwing his race away, but he has been like not as quick as the other two. As simple as that. And if you want to win this, you've got to, do everything in your powers to do so. If there's a team that could come out of this situation on top, it is Team Redline, but Unicorns of Love, they've got to show their nous here. They went out and won against Veloce last time round. They haven't faced a team such as Redline in a final. This will be a coming-of-age win if they go out and do it, but they've got the positions to do it.
We'll just say, by the way... Oh, go on, carry on.
No, you go first before we go to the race.
Redline have actually won the race. Whether they've actually got 1-0 or whatever, they have won both of the races in the final. Is that a telling sign for this race?
Well, we're about to find out. Qualifying is done. 10 final minutes on the board. Let's see what Assetto Corsa Competizione has to kick off the Spring Cup in the Esports Racing League.
It's your hot boy Benito on pole position, but is it going to be good enough? It's a trio of Unicorns of Love directly behind. Are they going to play a tactical game? We saw some of that sort in the first of our finals when Unicorns of Love won to make it 1-0, but it was Kevin Siggy who did win in that race. Is Enzo Benito going to be able to hang on? What do you think about that one, Luke?
I don't know. This is the beauty of this, isn't it? Like, we will find out. We've only got 10 minutes to find out. It is as simple as that. I have no idea. I've got no predictions. I'm just going to let it unfold right before our very own eyes. Get excited, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be super, super exciting. We have come down to the third race in the final, the maximum amount of races we can have all day. The racing's been frantic. The racing's been exciting. But it's Team Redline versus the Unicorns of Love. It's the elder statesman versus the new kids on the block. Who's going to come out on top here? Will it be that beautiful, dashing young man, Enzo Benito, at the front there? Or will the youngsters of the Unicorns of Love prevail?
It's going to be tight. That is the only thing we can guarantee here, is this is not going to be sorted until we cross the checker flag in 10 minutes time. Enzo Benito runs us down into turn 1. Tobias Pfeffer's going on the attack, but it's gone way too deep at turn 1. Maybe diving it down the inside, a little bit of contact with his teammate, just going around the outside of him. It's still... Oh, there's a bit of contact with Redline as well in the background. I think that might have been Jeffrey Reeveld on the inside of Tobias Gronewold, who's just been sent off. Tobias Gronewold has gone. Could that be penalties going back to Redline, or was that pinched from Unicorns of Love? Who is at fault for that one? We'll have to wait and see for a replay on that, but Enzo Benito's leading.
My initial thoughts there is that is a pinch. I think there was enough car alongside there. We'd need to see it slowly. We'd need to see it in a better angle for sure. But my initial look at that was that it was more of a racing incident than anything. It's a turn 2, turn 1 kind of incident. But here we are. We're going to have a look at it here right now.
And let's see what kind of, how it all unfolded, who was really at fault. This is obviously going to be investigated by race control. So going to the outside, it's Jeffrey Rietveld. Oh, he's only a little bit alongside. And going for that second apex, I mean, even from that angle, I don't know how I'm going to judge that. I really don't.
No, it's a bit of a knife edge there. The more I look at it, the more I'm looking at TRL, Team Redline being at fault there as well. But it's one of those. Is it the nature of the start of a race? Is it the nature of a final? Is it going to be put down as a no further action? I don't know. We're at the end of lap number 1 here, and Benito's got one job to do, because if he goes out and wins this race and Team Redline get 4th position, they will win this event here. They will win the Spring Cup, the ERL on ACC, but there's a long way to go. I say that in a 10-minute race. 8 minutes, it will feel like an absolute lifetime to Benito.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one. Obviously, going to stay on the defensive. We'll see it once more as to what happened. Now, for me, at least from the angle that I was seeing, the first angle, I was with you. I thought there was the enough of a car alongside. Second angle, we saw definitely not. I think this is going to be very, very telling indeed. So you can see there, drive off the corner. That is not an overlap in my book. Two kind of come together. Again, not really too sure. I mean, that is not an easy one. But all I can say is that definitely wasn't an overlap.
Yeah, I'm not a race steward. I'm going to forget that even happened. We'll wait for them to tell us. Let's move on. Top 3. Here we go. UOL versus Team Redline. That is up to the stewards to deal with. That's well above my pay grade, ladies and gentlecars. Gronewold has now parked a car. He is done and dusted here. So it's going to be 2 versus the 3 of Team Redline. Enzo Benito, though, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, he knows that if he loses one position here, then it goes to UOL. They will be our champions. He's got to make that AMG as wide as possible here at Misano. And it's one of those circuits here where it's pretty defensive favourable, but there are overtaking opportunities aplenty as well. It's kind of got the best of both worlds, and really what Benito needs, and he can't afford to do it, he really needs to slow the pack down enough to maybe have a bit of a rear gunner of Kevin Siggy. But ultimately, is he going slow enough here for Siggy just to catch up naturally anyway? Breaking that toe down this start-finish line here. It is still Benito that leads. Got a nice bit of a gap to work with here. Sector 1's pretty quick, so no one's going to be able to dive one up the inside. And well, if anyone can do it, it is Enzo Benito. Again, they're the experienced Team Redline against the youngsters.
Yeah, I mean, for Enzo Benito right now, I don't think he can afford to try and slow Tauscher and Pfeffer down. I mean, maybe they will do if they get a penalty point or something to sort of decide it. might have to slow them down in that scenario, but realistically he just can't afford to, because if he tries to slow them down, Tausch is surely going for it, and you know, you don't want to give a team like that level of opportunity.
How hungry are they? How hungry are the Unicorns of Love? They've dominated from the start of this competition, and if they are going to go out and win this, they need to overtake one of sim racing's history makers, right? He's one of the first out there, one of the, again, he's still a relatively young man in terms of, well, he is a very young man, but in terms of sim racing, he's been around what feels like forever. They need to absolutely isolate him here, and I tell you what Mitchie Tauscher needs to do is he needs to put so much pressure on that it might be Pfeffer that goes out and gets the position. So he needs to slow him down significantly enough. He needs to find some sort of overlap through the triple right-hander. And I tell you what, he's gone for it here. He's going to have to go the long way round. A bit of contact there between them, but can he get the overlap here towards the left-hander? He cannot, but this is perfect here. He needs to get a really good exit out of that final corner and maybe slingshot Pfeffer into the lead. Maybe Tauscher has to sacrifice his chances of winning here to let Pfeffer go in for the team orders.
Now, this is at the point where your heart is racing. Your heart is racing so much that you can hear it. It's all you can hear. Ignore the engine. You can't hear that. It's just bang, 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 bang as you're trying to focus on getting past, because you know Mitchie Tauscher cannot afford a penalty right now. If there is a penalty, this is as good as done for Unicorns of Love. We still don't know what's going to happen on the Team Redline point of view, but look at that car closing in the background. Enzo Benito is doing incredible stuff here to keep Tauscher, to keep Pfeffer at bay, because Kevin Siggy's now knocking at the door and he is raising the heart rate of UOL.
Yeah, Benito was the driver that we were turning around and talking about being the slowest driver in Team Redline on ACC last time. He came onto iRacing and he turned up for the team. This time he is the most improved driver, I would say, on the grid entirely. He is turning up once again for Team Redline. Mitchie Tauscher, Tobias Pfeffer. Pfeffer coming from Logitech G Autos to the UOL team to improve an already championship ACC winning team for the World Cup at the ERL. And it is going to come down to, what, 4 minutes to go. It is so tight. It's tight as a tiger right now. Kevin Siggy, though, can he be the joker in the pack here? Can he force a potential move there? Bit of contact, the first bit of contact we've seen. Tauscher backs out of the situation, though. It is still Benito that leads out here. Benito, Tauscher, Pfeffer, Siggy, Rietveld. He is not going to be able to get involved here. It is probably best he doesn't. It don't want to be having an extra driver there that potentially could cause the penalties as we go across the start-finish line here. 3 minutes 42 seconds to go, and Benito once again holds firm.
Yeah, Rietveld just needs to sit at the back, wait for anything. If anything happens, if anyone falls off, then take advantage from that, but just wait. Don't really get involved in this. Let Siggy do what Siggy does. Of course, Siggy can't afford a penalty himself. He was a bit slow through the penultimate corner there. Is Enzo Benito a bit defensive? Mitchie Tauscher looking back down the inside. Tobias Pfeffer, obviously eyes on his rear view mirror, trying to keep Kevin Siggy at bay as we head back onto the backstretch through the certainly not a corner of turn 7 down towards the hairpin of 8. Is this Tauscher's best opportunity? Still way too far back. No opportunity for him, no opportunity for Pfeffer, no opportunity for Siggy. They still run 1, 2, 3, 4. Little bit wide there though from Mitchie Tauscher. He's still not finding his path through.
Under the 3 minute mark now to go here as Siggy does look for a move here, and he's created contact. That's killed his chances here. That is not good. So as it stands then, it is, well, it's now, it's got to be Rietveld, right? Yeah, Rietveld is going to be in that position of 4th spot, and I think he's going to probably have to make a move here. It is tied on points then between Team Redline and Unicorns of Love. It's 5 points apiece here. Tauscher has this in the palm of his hands. He had the chance of redemption at Bathurst. He got the job done after spinning around the final corner of Bathurst where Unicorns of Love were going to clinch it. It was not going to go to a third race against Veloce. He was given a chance of redemption at Bathurst that very same day, and he absolutely took it. He didn't need to take it in the end, though. That was the big point. He didn't really need to because the team just performed superbly well in that final race. If he wants a real chance of redemption, it's making a move on Enzo Benito right now, getting that team ahead of Team Redline, taking the championship here in the Spring Cup in the ACC leg of the ERL. But there's one thing getting up towards someone like Enzo Benito, but getting past him is absolutely a different matter.
Yeah, but the thing is the advantage has just swung the way of Unicorns of Love in every matter, whether you even count for the Siggy incident just there, because they've been given a penalty of Team Redline, 1 penalty point to the squad, which would put their total right now to 6. Unicorns of Love with just 5. So Unicorns of Love can sit where they are. Yeah, Rietveld is the one under pressure now. He has to make a move.
And Benito knows it. He's slowing the pack down. He 100% is slowing the pack down here. Again, if there's ever going to be bases covered by a team and know what they're doing, it is Team Redline. So right now, if Redline are to win this, rFactor has to make an overtake. It is that close, ladies and gentlemen. It is tied on points, but because of a penalty, it now means that Redline have got 1 extra point than UOL. You don't want more points than the other team. You want the least amount of points. It is going to come down to the final lap here. And while can rFactor produce something magical?
Yeah, like I say, the call needs to go down to Enzo Benito. Slow, slow, slow. Risk everything right now. They either need to get a penalty out of Unicorns of Love or they need rFactor past, because they might even have another penalty dished out to their way. The answer for that could well be, it is indeed, they have got another penalty point. So Jeffrey rFactor really needs not only to get to third, but to get to second, which to do that in 1 lap, it's impossible. Surely it's impossible right now for Jeffrey rFactor, but they'll be digging deep.
How clever are UOL going to be here? Again, this is the chance to take the Team Redline scalp. The youngsters here, of course, already beating a team like Veloce, but Veloce won. Oh, he's gone for it. And I tell you what, there's no contact there. It's going to be a P3, but I think the UOL team's going to come back through here. rFactor is actually still side by side. There was no contact, but it was a late lunge. If he doesn't move out the way, that was going to be a massive spear there. So I think that'll be looked at as well. And well, you know, in this stage of the competition, as much as people are going to be like dismayed with it and go, oh, you can't be doing that. If you don't take a chance to win at this stage, when are you taking a chance to win? Again, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here. Again, Tauscher just has to stay behind Benito. Benito, again, was probably going to go out and win this race. It's not going to matter too much here. Just don't get involved. Don't get a penalty here. Although, you can see in the background here, Siggy could potentially get a move here himself, which would lose 1 point to the UOL, because there's only 2 drivers in the team. I don't know what's going to go down here. Half a lap to go, Lewis. And right now, it is in Unicorn of Love's hand.
Yeah, Siggy could be the decider here. Siggy could absolutely be the decider. Oh, a little bit of contact, and it's going to be maybe down the road for the bias. Pfeffer will have to keep an eye on that. Still manages to keep it on the road. If Kevin Siggy gets by, there's contact. That's surely it. That is done. Enzo Benito, final corner, coming up to it now. He's going to hold off from Mitchie Tauscher, and Team Redline, they might well win this race. They might have won all 3 of the finals, but surely, surely, surely the advantage is to Unicorns of Love, who coming out of the final corner to Bias Pfeffer with 4th place. Too many penalties for Team Redline. It's going to cost them victory today. I do believe it is all Unicorns of Love.
Siggy was not having any of it, was he? He was never going to win it that way. He definitely gave back the position there. That was sportsmanship. But UOL, they have taken the big scalp. They've taken that big step on their sim racing journey to become one of the biggest sim racing teams out there. They've taken on Redline, and they have won. What a performance from the young guns. They are thoroughly deserved champions.
We're going to have to wait for confirmation from Race Control before we get any further into who's won and what the future holds in store for us. What a dramatic final, Luke. I mean, this format encourages great racing. A little physical at times, but that's what we expect when we know what's on the line. Prize money, bragging rights, and so much more. What do you really expect? Anything else?
Yeah, race 1, race 2, okay, you can be a little bit like, oh, you know, why are you trying to do that? That's dirty and whatnot. Race 3, it's money on the line. You've got a 10-minute race. You've got to take chances. Sometimes it's just not going to work out. That's the nature of sim racing. That's the nature of motorsport. The amount of people who've tried to make an overtake and it's not worked out. If you don't go for it, what's the point of being here? It is as simple as that. In an hour-long race, of course, you've got to be patient. But in a 10-minute race where, you know, it is all or nothing, you absolutely have to take that opportunity on when it appears. Sometimes you've got to make it appear more so than ever. Again, like you said, we've got to wait for confirmation here, but I want to celebrate the Unicorns of Love. They have, you know, faced up against one of the big veterans, the big dogs in the world of sim racing. Unicorns of Love are on a trajectory of becoming one of the big dogs themselves, again, with such a bright future ahead of them, because they're also young, they're also talented. You know, getting a scalp this early in your career would be massive.
Thoughts on that race, Lewis?
I mean, drama, obviously, that's the critical thing, but if there's one thing that we can really see is Team Redline, they have the pace. They won all 3 races in the finals, but they were a little bit too desperate. It was the penalties that cost them, and it was penalties that realistically, yeah, how many penalties they rack up over all 3 of those races in the finals. It wasn't 1 or 2. It was certainly a lot more than Unicorns of Love did, and that's what cost them victory today. So, you know, experience maybe going against them a little bit there. They had to try something to take on Unicorns of Love. For me, like I say, it's under its final investigations right now, but I do believe it is going to be Unicorns of Love out on top. And like you say, what a super team they've got now, with the picking up of the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, as well as the likes of Dennis Schoeniger as well from the GTWR RHG squad. They're a proper super team on ACC. That's really where they're focusing. Of course, they are trying to eye up other things. That's why the partnership of NetRex has happened. But they're a proper super team on ACC. 2022 is very bright for them indeed.
So 3 or 4 incidents that Race Control are still going to be looking through. So it's going to take us a couple of moments before we get any official confirmation. And let's just reflect again, Luke, on another day which you could not script. I mean, from the heats when you had the likes of Yassi and Veloce getting mixed up in incidents on lap number 1, having to go through the second chance race, then one of them making it through, then all the way to the semi-finals where the qualifying game started to be played, and then those finals. It's a format that we love. But always, we are never saying that, you know, we're set on the things that we're doing. We're always looking to learn, always looking to evolve, and that's what makes this format and this tournament so interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we've got to give RHG a shout out. You know, they've really obviously taken it very seriously, considering they brought in, you know, an ACC specialist for this event. They got 3rd position, which is better than what they got in the previous ACC event that we did. You've got to look at, you know, Unicorns of Love. They could quite easily have just, you know, rested on their laurels and gone, we're the team to beat here, you know. And if they didn't go out there and improve their team, I think Redline would have won this quite convincingly. So it was a good job for them to go out there and do that. And I kind of want to bring what Lewis was saying there. You know, the penalties that Redline were getting, they were only getting penalties because Unicorns of Love were forcing them into that position. The amount of pressure that Unicorns were putting on them, corner after corner after corner, it was just something that you can't do in an hour-long race. You can't just sit behind someone for an hour because you burn your tires out, right? And then you're in real big trouble if you're double stinting. You know, you burn too much fuel off if you're, you know, trying to do too much in a longer race. But in a 10-minute sprint race, anything goes. And to be able to put that much pressure on the big names that they have done today, like, I think you have to give all of the credit to them. Yeah, of course, Redline, you could say, may have thrown it away with the penalties, but there's only one common denominator in why they've got the penalties, and that's UOL.
Yeah. No, I am picking up what you are putting down. Don't you worry. I'm with you. I think the thing that we can see is just how aggressive Unicorns of Love were with that pressure. And I don't mean that from like a bad standpoint. I mean, they were just always there. Like, there was no point of that race where they were letting Redline breathe, and that was from any angle, whether it was even on pace. I mean, look at how much of a lead Enzo Benito and Jeffrey Rietveld had in Heat 2, and how quickly it was brought down by just the outrageous pace that Unicorns of Love have in the race. And we've seen that all evening, not just in the finals, but also in the semi-finals, quarterfinals, Heat as well. They're just, their pace and consistency is relentless.
Still a couple more incidents for Race Control to look at, but I can tell you that at least 2 more penalty points have been added to Redline. So unless there's some reverse universe where I missed the incidents and Unicorns of Love suddenly went on the aggressive, it does look as though Unicorns of Love have won here on day 1, carrying forward the momentum from day 1 of the World Cup. They win here in the Spring Cup as well. We'll do this all over again in a couple of weeks, though. And Luke, I mean, for Unicorns of Love, given the improvements that we've seen from them, they were strong in the World Cup, they've been stronger here in this Esports Racing League. They want to now carry that forward to rFactor 2. That partnership with NetRex, it's going to be important that they see some dividends from that.
And again, it's 5 ACC specialist drivers, isn't it? Again, it's not really. I guess you could probably put Pfeffer out of that bracket there, to be completely honest with you. Like, he is someone that's pretty good overall in terms of sim racing. He's the one that really is the shining light in terms of what he can do, transferring it to a different sim. But we saw their attitude really last time when we spoke to their manager. It was a case of, we expected to do well in ACC, but whatever happens in the rest of this. We're just chilling. That attitude's got to change now. They've got to realize if they want to jump up to that elite level, they have to be competing over the course of different, different games or different sims, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to trigger so many. It's games. But you know, you've got people from Redline like Benito who are able, or Siggy, they're able to just up their level. It doesn't matter what sim it is. It's now about these young guns for UOL. Can they now go and really put that time in? Maybe it's an unknown to them, and really reach the top echelons of, you know, rFactor 2 and iRacing. It's a bright future for them, but they now have to put the work in.
Well, it is confirmed Race Control has dotted the I's and crossed the T's. Unicorns of Love are your winners here in the Esports Racing League Spring Cup. They win on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And now let's head straight down to the winner's circle, where we're joined by Tobias Gronewald. He's standing by with Lewis and Luke.
Yeah, wow. I mean, for one, fantastic. Great to have a chat with you again as Victor here in VCO. Obviously, last time it was the Esports Racing World Cup. Now it's the Esports Racing League Round 1 again here on ACC. So strong on this platform. Where does this kind of strength come from? You just seem so dominant out there.
I don't know. I think with just a lot of experience in ACC. And then our main goal is to drive as clean as possible, which I think helped us today again. Yeah, I think we only got 1 penalty point or something, and that wasn't even because of an incident. So yeah, I think it's just about staying clean and having a decent pace.
Last time out, you kind of didn't really celebrate your win. You were more worried about Veloce's tactics against you. Are you actually going to celebrate this one? Are you excited about winning? You're just showing some great dominance on ACC. Is it time that you're actually able to enjoy it?
Kind of, yes. I mean, I hoped for a bit of a easier final, or let's say a less nerve-wracking final, but in the end it was quite tough again. First of all, congratulations obviously also to Redline. It was a very hard fight, but I think we can be very proud to win ACC again.
Well, thank you, Tobias. We'll go over to your teammates as well to have a chat as well. Fantastic stuff from Tobias Gronewald there. Mitchie Tauscher now joins us to go toe-to-toe with a team like Redline in this level of competition. How is that? How tough is it to take on a team that is renowned across the entire sim racing world?
You know, it's pretty hard because they were playing team games and they tried to slow each other down, so I could have pushed him and maybe he spun, so we could have got penalty points. Yeah, but I was aware of that, so I just tried to keep it smooth and yeah, keep it fair. And yeah, but I mean, it's super tough, you know, those guys have so much experience, and yeah, I think, I don't know, I mean, Pfeffer is 17, I'm 17, Gronewald is 19, and I think we're lacking a bit of experience, but yeah, I mean, ACC is our main game, so we got a small advantage there, but yeah, it's very tough indeed.
Two of you have got the, if you add your ages together, you are younger than me, and that makes me very physically sick. I've seen you and Gronewald over your interviews today and last time out, kind of, I don't know, maybe a bit shocked by other teams' tactics. Are you going to start to get used to this? I think this is going to happen every single time. It's never going to be easy. People are going to always play dirty trick to win these events. But my question really is, how unique is the format coming, you know, into this from when you're used to, you know, we've been watching you race in 2-hour races or 6-hour races. How unique is the format and how does it lend itself to the tactics?
Oh, I mean, it's completely different, you know. Those team tactics usually don't happen in ACC because it's just like in 24-hour races, you just need to stay calm and push. But this is something completely different because it's 10-minute races and you really have to be aggressive. And yeah, I think we have to get used to this because it happens every time. Yeah, it seems like so. Yeah, I mean, it's racing sometimes, but it's sometimes it's a bit unfair. But yeah, I mean, they can do it, but I'm not really pleased to see such racing. But yeah, at the end, we still won, so I don't care really.
Well, it's tough out there. Well done, Mitchy Tauscher. Of course, fantastic driver and has been with us since the ERWC. We'll jump straight over to Tobias Pfeffer, one of the new signings for the Unicorns of Love. We caught up with you a little bit earlier on in the day with race victories there. Now, how is it settling in Unicorns of Love to jump in and to take such a large victory for the team as a team? It's got to feel pretty fantastic, already gelling straight away.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing. I actually waited for a long time now to win such a big thing. First ERWC race was not that great, and now we just won it. So I'm actually really happy. I have no words actually, because it's really nice.
Hey, one thing, mate, get used to it. Soak it up, enjoy it. Make sure you do enjoy it for sure, but get used to it because you've got a very bright future ahead of you, young man. But I will say one thing: it's very clear that they could have put in the two other drivers instead of you being a new driver in the team, because you've got 5 specific ACC drivers. You've been brought into this team for bigger things, right? What are your plans moving forward for rFactor 2 and iRacing to compete in those 2 disciplines?
I mean, I drove rFactor a bit, so I mean, I need to get used to it, and yeah. I mean, I'm trying to get first, of course, but you never know. The other guys are really fast, and the other guys have more experience than me in rFactor. So yeah, and also iRacing was I don't know, was 2019 or something when I drove the last time iRacing. So yeah, I need to get used to it again, and let's see. I mean, we'll try my best.
Well, I think speaking of plans for the team, congratulations again to you, Tobias Pfeffer. We'll take it to someone who definitely knows the plans behind the scenes of the team. René Sivert joins us from Unicorns of Love. We didn't manage to catch up with you in the ERWC, if memory serves, or maybe might have just been able to sneak a little interview in late in there. For one, got to be super proud of the team. What a victory it is to beat a team like Team Redline. But what are the plans for the future? Because 2022 looks so bright. Having picked up Tobias Pfeffer, picked up Dennis Schöniger, of course, we've spoken about this partnership with Netrex GP over on other platforms as well. Where's up from here?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. In January we have the ERWC win, or we had it, and also now the first ERL Cup, the first ACC race, we won it. So it's going well, and I'm very happy. With that young team, we got 2 recent new drivers joined the team, and I think with them we have a bright future ahead of us. I'm very happy for Toby that he won today in his first race for us. And what are the plans? I think winning the ACC major race, the Masters race, is the target for now. And obviously also doing good in rFactor and iRacing, because we did not that well in the iRacing race and in the ERWC. So we need to push there. But I think focusing on winning the ERL Cup or getting close to Redline at least is always the target. I think we have a strong lineup for that. Talented drivers, they are so young, and apart from VCO, I think SRO is our main league. I mean, we are an ACC team, obviously, so SR Esports is the main event for this year, and driving there with our strong lineup in the Endurance League and in the Sprint Series is our plan, I think, and obviously also doing good there.
Well, even looking at yourself there, I think the average age of anyone involved with Unicorns of Love is like 12. Is that the plan though? Is it picking up young talent, nurturing them into becoming superstars? Is that how it works with UOL?
Yeah, obviously, I think our oldest driver. I don't even know who the oldest is. I think it's Basti. But the good thing is we know every driver quite well. Also Toby and Dennis, our recent drivers, we met them at the Sim Expo last year, and having young drivers is good all the time, because they have so much potential, and that they can reach their potential in such a young age is just brutal. It's so nice to see that they are so confident, and also the experience. You need to know that the final race is all the time something very special and stressful, and that they can keep cool. That's a big point. So going with them is the way to go. And I think our team is very huge right now, so we don't plan to get new drivers in the future. It's very hard to manage all those young guys, but I think the plan is going well.
Everything seems very bright at the moment. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to the team. Get back to them and enjoy it.
Thanks for
Well, back to you, Arjuna. What a day's action. Once again, I mean, we've been on air for, 4.5 hours. It's been incredible all the way through, same as it was for the ERWC.
It flies by, doesn't it? That's just the reality. And unfortunately, fortunately, I think for some, unfortunately for others, we're not back tomorrow. We're instead back 2 weeks from now. Let's look at, though, how the $2,800 that we award on each of these days during the spring, summer, and fall cups has fallen. Unicorns of Love are now $450 richer. Of course, we pay out a decent chunk of money over these spring, summer, and fall cups, but the big money, the $50,000, is all up for grabs in the Esports Racing World Cup. In total, between now and the start of February, when we get underway in person for 2023, $100,000 will be on the line. Luke, I'll start with you as we wrap things up here. I mean, you talk about Unicorns of Love and the potential that they have, but that potential is being realized. Yes, they're young and sometimes irritatingly so, given how we seem to be getting older and older each year, but those guys just, and especially the top level sim racers, get younger and younger. Now they've got to carry this momentum forward. They did falter a little bit in the Esports Racing World Cup. They cannot afford to do that here in the Spring Cup. They need that momentum to carry them forward to the other platforms.
Yeah, talking of age, like the longer you ask questions, I'm cramping up in my right leg. That shows my age. Like, I'm struggling here. I'm having to put my leg out straight. Like, yeah, I'm just so envious of those young guns. But they just don't seem flustered. I feel like, again, we can say, and I've mentioned it a couple of times, Team Redline had the chance to break them today. Did they? Probably not. I think Team Redline just raised their level to a level that they probably didn't think they had themselves, to be fair, on this specific sim, as I'm going to trigger people again, game, and I don't care. But yeah, genuinely, Unicorns of Love have come of age today, because, again, beating Veloce is one thing, because, you know, Veloce are a huge team, especially with someone like James Baldwin in the side, but the weight that the Team Redline name carries and how old Unicorns of Love are, they are literally at the start of their journey. To take that scalp this early is massive. Next step for them, though, is to reach a semi-final in rFactor 2 or iRacing.
And Lewis, I mean, what are your takeaways from this day one, other than, of course, the finalists? Who looks strong to you?
Well, I mean, to be fair, if a day like this is going to go like that, Redline, like they've found even more strength in their weakness, so they're going to be, for me, untouchable over this season. But there are plenty of other teams that are, you know, there or thereabouts. Of course, you know, we speak of the likes of R8G. They're finding their specialists and stuff for ACC. They're starting to find their feet. Like I said, that third place finish, fantastic stuff overall from them on the day. And do not forget how strong they were on rFactor 2. They've got some brilliant drivers in the form of Erhan Yoski. You'd almost kind of think that maybe then iRacing's their weak link, but we know how fast Martin Velosnord is. R8G are one is kind of like they're sort of there or thereabouts. I would not count them out over the rest of the course of this, and certainly not when it comes to running in the Masters at the end of this season, because when we're going that, it seems like it might be a head-to-head type thing, and brackets and stuff, knockout, which just sounds so cool, by the way, when that starts. That's the kind of stuff where a team like that might thrive more so than a team like Unicorns Love or Redline.
I think Williams as well showed themselves to be pretty strong. Legions of racers on their debut. They were pretty interesting as well. Bit of contact for them in the quarterfinals. Ended their day on maybe a slightly sour note. But for now, we are ready to say goodbye to you. We'll mention the most valuable driver, the driver that gets the most podiums over the course of the Spring Cup. Currently, it's a three-way tie with Tobias Pfeffer, Tobias Grunewald, and Kevin Siggy all getting 4 podiums today. Enzo Benito might be the one to watch for. He was one of the few that competed across all 3 platforms. Will that be the same? Can he carry that momentum forward? You'll have to tune in to find out. 2 weeks from now, 23rd of March, we'll be back, same time, same place, but on rFactor 2. You'll help us pick the track, so make sure to stay involved on the VCO social media to lend your voice to this Esports Racing League. Day 1 is in the books. It's a long way to go till February next year when we'll crown the 2nd Esports Racing World Cup. For now, though, Strike 1 goes to Unicorns of Love. We'll see you next time. For now, goodbye.